Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Zelensky heads to the White House to meet Trump in the hope of getting more military support following the US president's 2-hour phone call with Putin. The British Prime Minister has described a ban on Maccabi Tel Aviv football fans as wrong. And golf stars from around the world are playing at the DP World India Championship this weekend as English pro Tommy Fleetwood tops the leaderboard at the halfway stage. Now, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is meeting his counterpart Donald Trump at the White House later today. It's believed he'll be seeking more military support from the US. Their meeting comes a day after Trump said he made great progress during a phone call with the Russian President Vladimir Putin. For more on this, I'm joined by Ukrainian MP Yevheniia Kravchuk. Thank you so much for joining me this evening. It's great to have you on the show. As I mentioned there, Trump is preparing to meet Zelensky in the White House soon, and this comes after the US president held that long phone call with Vladimir Putin. Do we still expect the US to hand over Tomahawk missiles to Ukraine after positive signals in recent weeks?
Well, obviously, Ukraine will be asking for the long-range cruise missiles, although we do produce some of our own, and we'll call it sort of, a direct sanctions on the Russian war chest, because almost every night the oil refineries and other infrastructure that actually brings money to refill Russian budget to prolong this war are being hit by Ukrainian-made missiles. But of course, Tomahawks are something that are quite long range and very sophisticated. Although it's a wider range of topics that Volodymyr Zelensky will bring up. It's also the air defense that we need. It's the partnership in investment fund and the rare earth minerals deal that was signed not long ago and already was put into action. And of course, we have the full support of European countries getting into the Pearl program, which is basically the American weapons that are being sold to on the money of European countries and transferred to Ukraine for the defense capabilities. And at the same time, we see that Russian economy is struggling. The three biggest oil and gas companies have 152 billion debt this year. So we do need to push to empty the war chest of Russian Federation.
Face-to-face talks between Trump and Putin will take place in Hungary soon, following that Alaska summit where no agreement was reached at all. Are there now renewed hopes in Ukraine that President Trump can bring an end to the fighting and get Russia to come back to the table in negotiations?
Well, it looks like that President Trump and his advisors see clearly that it's Russia that doesn't want to have peace. But also at the same time, they see that Russia is not that almighty as they try to look. Again, was the problems in economy, was the little success basically on the ground. It looks like that Russia has to be more realistic with all of these, demands in brackets, what they put into the table. But what we can tell for sure that Russia is afraid of United States, is afraid of United States sanctions, and is afraid of the weapons that Ukraine can get from United States. So hopefully, yes, that Trump will be able to influence Putin. But also, I think that President Trump, after this geopolitical success in the Middle East, with Israel and Gaza, he clearly sees that the next big step would be the end of war, of aggression of Russia against Ukraine.
Yes, and President Donald Trump said it's been harder to end this war than he had expected when he came into office. But Ukrainians have been trying to fight off Russia since 2014 when Crimea was annexed. Is Europe doing enough to support Ukraine right now? You did mention the weapons sold by the US to Europe, which Ukraine is then able to use. But do you want Europe to step up to the plate a little bit more?
I can tell honestly that between 2014 and 2022, it was quite reluctance from the European countries trying to appease the aggressor. We see different motivation and different not talks, but actions after 2022. It takes longer than, of course, Ukrainians would want to see it, but Europe does clearly see Russia as the existential threat to European continent, to democracy, and to the normal life on the European continent. And of course, we also push, as President Trump rightfully saying that Europe has to stop finally buying any gas, any oil from Russian Federation. And it looks like that European Union is trying to push the deadline of, the final stop closer and to finish any, economic relations in the terms of oil and gas and the products until the 2027.
Yevheniia, I want to talk a little bit about how you think the meeting between Donald Trump and President Zelensky will go today, because on one of his visits, we all remember Zelensky in the Oval Office had a very tough time when he was talking to Donald Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance. Do you think that this will be a more positive encounter?
Well, we already saw a more positive encounter before, because there was another visit into the Oval Office, quite successful. Then we had meetings in Rome on the sad occasion after Pope died, but the meeting was actually very good. And also the meeting in New York just recently during the General Assembly. So we had the series of good conversations and also phone calls between President Trump and President Zelensky. I think they are having a better personal contact, but also we have to see a broader picture. Ukraine and United States had signed an investment deal on the rare earth minerals. We're becoming partners in this on this matter. Also, we see that the weapons are being bought by Europeans for Ukraine, and American production can benefit from it. And we see the backup from other NATO countries and partners. So it gives an overall better picture than it was in February 2025.
And do you think Zelensky could be meeting Vladimir Putin anytime soon? Donald Trump has said time and time again he wants to get both men together around the table. Could Zelensky possibly travel to Hungary, or is it a little bit too soon?
Well, President Zelensky had said for numerous times that he's ready for any peace talks, any peace negotiations in any formats. But it was the Putin who, said that, let's the advisors meet, blah, blah, blah. So basically dragging his feet and not wanting a real meeting or real negotiations. So it's not a problem on the Ukrainian side. It's on the Russian side why this meeting haven't occurred yet.
And just one final thought, because you did actually mention this a little bit earlier to me, and there appears to be an energy war happening. Ukraine says it struck a Russian oil depot in occupied Crimea. That was last night. Are these strikes on infrastructure having real effects on the Russian people?
So you see, there is a difference. Russia strikes energy infrastructure that actually, just the normal infrastructure for cities. And now we have the shortage of electricity again, and people, have to save electricity, and they have the, these small-term blackouts. And when we target the energy infrastructure, it's only to avoid Russia to have the revenues for the war, because their whole economy rely on the exports of oil, of petroleum, of the fossils, and Ukraine targets those infrastructure. So Russia would run out of money to wage the war.
Yevheniia Kravchuk, it's been great to have you on the show. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for having me.
Police in Cambodia say 2 South Korean nationals detained as part of a crime crackdown in the Southeast Asian nation have now returned home. A government response team from Seoul is in Cambodia to discuss concerns about the abduction and confinement of its nationals linked to scam centres. Patrick Falk reports.
Cambodia's long-running problem with its scam centres is turning into a diplomatic crisis. In Phnom Penh, South Korea's second Vice Foreign Minister, Kim Ji-na, met with Prime Minister Hun Manet. She expressed strong regret about online job scams targeting South Koreans and urged a crackdown. It follows the death of a Korean student who was kidnapped and tortured. The case has shocked people in South Korea and shone a light on Southeast Asian scam centres. Kim is in the Cambodian capital with a task force to help South Koreans caught up in scam rings. Seoul's direct involvement has prompted action from Cambodian authorities. Here, they're investigating a suspected scam centre that used trafficked workers to defraud people. It appears to have been an open secret among people living in the area. This villager says everything seemed normal and that foreigners at the centre never complained. Reports say as many as 200,000 people of various nationalities are employed by such scam centres in Cambodia, targeting victims worldwide. Many are lured by fraudulent job offers promising high pay. But on this occasion, here, there were no arrests.
What we found here is that all the suspected people already ran away from this place. All the evidences or materials that police have collected we kept at the warehouse at the National Police Commissioner Office, at the Office of Combating the Online Scam.
Seoul says 63 South Koreans have been detained by Cambodian authorities, but more than 1,000 could be working in scam rings, many of them involuntarily. 2 South Koreans that had been awaiting repatriation from Cambodia arrived home earlier today. Meanwhile, the South Korean government has issued a code black travel ban for parts of Cambodia. The United Nations estimates scam centres in Southeast Asia generate billions of dollars in revenue for criminal networks every year, targeting victims around the world. Patrick Falk, Al Arabiya English.
The British Prime Minister Keir Starmer has called a ban on Maccabi Tel Aviv fans from attending a football game against Aston Villa next month as wrong. It comes as senior government officials meet today to discuss the decision that was made by police over safety concerns due to potential protests relating to the war between Israel and Gaza. Israel's foreign minister has called the decision shameful. I'm now joined by sports reporter Amelia Baltrau. Thank you so much for your time this evening, Amelia. Great to have you on the show.
Thank you very much for having me.
Who made the decision to ban Israeli fans from attending the away football game against Aston Villa next month?
So as we know, Aston Villa is in the city of Birmingham, and it was Birmingham City Council's Safety Advisory Group. This actually operates separately from the council, just basically works to help advise the council. But they made the decision last night. Basically, they were warned by police that it was a high-risk event and they couldn't guarantee the safety of those visiting the game. So as you say, that this has received some backlash today from various political figures, including Sir Keir Starmer. So there are conversations going on at pace, we understand, within the British government as they try to revoke this decision. The latest line from it is that actually the Home Office was briefed about this possible move last week. So it's taken a while for it to actually come to action. But yes, as it stands, the fans will not be attending based on the advice of the Safety Advisory Group.
What happened at the game between Ajax and Maccabi Tel Aviv fans in Amsterdam, which took place in the city last year?
Yeah, so as you say, this took place in 2024, and it was a game on a Thursday night, but it was actually on the Wednesday night. That's when it really started to kick off. So they had Maccabi Tel Aviv fans visiting, and they had them chanting through the streets, shouting anti-Palestine slogans, anti-Arab slogans. Police were then forced to sort of, they actually made some arrests on the Wednesday night. Then when it came to the Thursday night, the game took place. Before the game, there was more shouting, more mentality, let's say. And then when it came to the end of the game, Ajax beat Maccabi Tel Aviv 5-0. So as you can imagine, this agitated a lot of the visiting fans, in which, again, they were then firing off flares. There were also reports that they were breaking off bits of scaffolding off buildings to then actually use as weapons against the home fans. So as you can understand, why the police this time around here in the UK want to take extra precautions.
And there has been significant backlash against this decision. What more do we know, and have we heard from the clubs themselves?
So Aston Villa was one of the first to actually put out the information yesterday that they were going to ban Maccabi Tel Aviv fans from attending the game yesterday. So that statement came from their website, so we know where Aston Villa stands in it. They are obviously just sort of echoing what they've been recommended on behalf of the police, as well as the safety advisory group. As we understand, as you mentioned before, there has been backlash, of course, from the Israeli side, which does make it a bit difficult. But as we say, the latest line is that actually the Home Office was briefed on this possible decision last week. But it will be telling now whether they do actually overturn the decision based on what the government are now pressing for, because obviously it's police recommendations. You know, they want to keep the safety of everyone in check. And if they're saying, you know, this doesn't seem like this is going to be safe enough for us to carry out, if the government is saying, well, no, we want you to go ahead with it, will the government be willing to provide the extra resources to make sure the police do feel competent enough to be able to carry out this game and keep everyone safe?
And the big question here is, are the football fans the real problem?
I wouldn't say they are necessarily. I mean, it depends on which factions you are looking at. If you're looking at Aston Villa fans, you might say, actually, no, they just want to attend the game and their hometown of Aston, watch their hometown, and that's all that matters. I think the problem that I don't think people are really appreciating is the scale of what's needed in terms of what the police need to do, because it's not just down to those 2 hours in the stadium that they've got to watch out for. They've got to then increase the presence throughout the day before, the day after. And what does that look like? What kind of scale does it look like? And based obviously on what happened last year in Amsterdam, you can understand why they might think, okay, we need to really ramp up everything here. And then what's also difficult in the city of Aston, where the stadium is there are large communities of Muslims as well. And it's then difficult when you're hearing last year that there have been anti-Arab chants in Amsterdam. You don't want to then bring that into the city of Birmingham as well.
Amelia Baltrau, it's been brilliant to have you on. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you.
Now, golf stars from around the world are joining Indian pros like Shubhankar Sharma at the historic Delhi Golf Club this weekend at the DP World India Championship. So far, Tommy Fleetwood tops the leaderboard, finishing 12 under par at the halfway stage. Earlier, I spoke to the CEO of the Professional Golf Tour of India, Amandeep Joel. Take a listen. Amandeep, thanks so much for joining me today. Your own career in golf has seen you play on European and Asia tours. Some would describe you as a pioneer of golf in the region. What are some of your own personal highlights?
Well, Leanne, I've played golf all my life. Like you said, I started off as a junior, played for India in the junior team. then played as an amateur, represented India, played the Asian Games, the Eisenhower, and so many other tournaments, and then turned professional after I finished my college as an engineer, and played about 25 odd years as a professional golfer on the Asian and European tours. Turned to coaching, became the national coach for the Indian squad, both the men's and the ladies. Worked as a coach for about 5 or 7 years. When I turned 50, I thought I shall start playing again on the senior tour. I tried to play on the senior tour. Couldn't manage because struggling with some injuries. You know how it is when you turn 50. Your body, because you spent so many years playing competitive golf, your body gives away. And now I've got the chance to be an administrator. So, the entire life has been around golf, and that's the highlight of my life.
I feel almost jealous because golf is such a great game and your entire life being around it. What an absolute pleasure. So we were just talking there and you have seen the game change massively over the years. What do you make of these changes both globally and in India when it comes to golf?
It's unbelievable. I was today with Mr. Seamus O'Brien. He was part of World Sport Group that took over Asian PGA way back in '95. And at that time, every tournament in Asia was about $300,000. And now we look at Asian golf that has gone through the roof. European Tour tournaments used to be a few $100,000 and about $1 million. And that has now become $5 to $7 million. And this week, we've got one of the greatest tournaments India has ever seen, the DP World India Championship. $4 million prize money, 4 out of the world top 20, winning Ryder Cup team, captain Luke Donald. I mean, the golf has gone through the roof in this part of the world. And it's thanks to the DP World Tour, which has almost taken upon itself to make it global, this lovely game.
And, we talk about the growth of the game and success of the tour. Is the world-class field the current Indian Championship has attracted? You just mentioned some names there, but the likes of Rory McIlroy, Fleetwood, Lowry, and also USA Ryder Cup players like Harman and Griffin. I mean, we're just naming a few here. What are your ambitions for the tour and for Indian golf if we look into the future?
I think if the corporates have gotten excited, DP World has brought such a big tournament into India. Hero has already been sponsoring Indian golf for the longest time. Mr. Pavan Munjal has been the biggest supporter. He has been sponsoring the Indian Open. Now the DP World has joined in. I think it's Indian companies like Reliance, Adani, Tatas, and many more will join the bandwagon. They see value, because they've become global companies. So soon they'll see value in supporting Indian golf and supporting golf in India. So I think sooner than later, we will have these big corporations support the game of golf and PGTI.
And you also mentioned to me a little bit earlier, you were a coach, a professional player. You've seen it all happen over the years in golf. But where would you like to see Indian golf in the next 10 years yourself? Is there talent coming up in India? What's the ambition? Get more children involved?
I think India has always lacked in infrastructure. As far as golf courses is concerned, again, if you see, China in 1990, they were probably, I went for the Asian Games in Beijing, and they had a few golf courses. And I went back in 95 and 96, there were over a few hundred golf courses. So the government took it upon themselves to grow the infrastructure. And I think that's where we need the support of the government, that they need to understand that if India, the Prime Minister has given the slogan of Viksit Bharat, which is a developed nation for India in 2047. And golf is synonymous to a developed country. So I think if we can grow the infrastructure like we are growing the infrastructure of roads and highways, golf infrastructure needs to grow if India needs to produce champions. Like any other sporting infrastructure, India cricket fields used to be far and few, a few stadiums. Now we have so many international stadiums in India. And the same thing has to happen for golf for it to grow and produce champions who are going to play on the DP World Tour and the PGA Tour.
And I mentioned, and sorry, you just mentioned cricket to me, which brings me on to another question. What is your relationship with Kapil Dev? How does that influence of one of India's greatest cricketing stars ever impact the tour?
I think this, the PGTI, the game of golf, is grateful for Mr. Kapil Dev giving his personal time, and taking upon the responsibility of being the president of PGTI. He loves the sport. He wants to make sure that Indians become champions. He knows that, and in 1983 was a game-changing moment for cricket in India. And he understands it, that if we can produce one good champion or a few world-class players, game of golf is also going to go through the roof. And because it's an individual sport, there is no stopping any player if he's shooting the numbers. So he has put all his weight behind the game of golf, behind the growth of PGTI. We had great discussions with the DP World Tour yesterday. Also with DP World, Mr. Yuvraj Narayan is here. So, I think they share the same platform and the same dream of seeing Indian golf grow.
And there are some great Indian players, both men and women, on the world tours. When are we going to have an Indian major champion, and any predictions on who that could be, maybe?
Well, anybody, like I said, in 1983, nobody gave India any chance to win the World Cup way back. So you never know. We've got the Anirban Lahiris, we've got Shubhankar Sharma, the greats, all these players have the opportunity, Veer Lawat, Yuvraj Sandhu. They have a huge opportunity to go and play on the world scene, and before we may just win a major championship. But I think before winning a major championship, we have to have Indians contending on the big tours. Right now, I think we are at least 5 to 7 years away from having at least 5 to 10 Indian players contending on in DP World Tour. PGA Tour is a far cry. So my job is for the next few years to make as many players go and play in Europe, play on the world stage, and I think in 10 years, probably we will have a major champion.
And just quickly, before I let you go, Tommy Fleetwood is currently leading. What are your predictions for this weekend's tournament that we're seeing in New Delhi? Who's going to walk away with that $4 million prize money, do you think?
Well, I think, Tommy, I had predicted about an 18 under playing over 4 days. Delhi Golf Club is a unique golf course. Most of the players haven't even looked at their drivers. Okay. So it's a lot of strategy, a lot of short game. The golf course is playing beautifully. The weather is going to hold up. That's what the forecast is going to be. So I would say that anybody goes about 18 under par and anybody can win.
Amandeep, thank you so much for your time and your insights into Indian golf. Now, my next guest has interviewed some of the biggest names in science and technology, racking up millions of views on his YouTube site. From coding to innovation, Ihsan Adwan wants to encourage children's curiosity and make the world of tech accessible to everyone. But did I mention he's only 12 years old? Take a look at some of his work so far.
Hi, my name is Leigh Ann Gerrans, and on this channel, I introduce the brightest minds on the planet. Welcome.
And Ihsan Adwan joins me in the studio now. Ihsan, it's such a pleasure to have you with me today. Thank you so much for coming in.
Well, thank you so much for inviting me here. It's really amazing to be here at Al Arabiya.
Yeah, it's great, isn't it? It's different in a studio to what it looks like.
I've never been in a studio, actually.
Well, welcome. I love your YouTube videos. I'm watching them, and they're so inspiring. They're informative, they're curious, they're fun, they're all those good things. Why did you start this journey?
Well, me, honestly, when I was younger, about like 8 years old, I didn't really know what to do. You know, I didn't have a passion, and I just wanted to do something. So I told myself, what are the 3 things that I really love to do? Performing, helping, and building. I'm like, why don't I make a YouTube channel? So by making a YouTube channel, I already am performing and I'm building something. And I'm like, why can't I interview people around the world? Because by doing that, I can get so many different perspectives of life and so many different inspirations. And it's really useful because then I can inspire curiosity to all my viewers. So this helps me perform, build, and help. And it was just my dream.
And it is a good dream to have, and you're living your dream. What is STEM, S-T-E-M, and why is it so important?
STEM is science, engineering, technology, everything that you can think of in education. And STEM is very important because it, makes the basis of education. You know, it basically creates it. And it's very important because, the world is made of STEM. You know, you have engineering everywhere, you have science everywhere. And really, it's just important to learn because, if you want to do anything, I think that you need STEM.
I would agree with that. And you've interviewed some amazing people, NASA astronauts, PayPal pioneers, and many other great minds. Who was your favourite, and what was it like interviewing them?
I mean, I had so many amazing interviews. I can't really give one. I'll just get a few examples, in no particular order. But first of all, as you had mentioned, Mr. Jack Selby, of course, amazing person. I had interviewed him. He's the 9th employee of PayPal, as you know. And honestly, I just loved the interview because it was just really inspiring on how he could work on so many different projects as an investor. And I really liked how he just did what he wanted to do. And then I interviewed, of course, Miss Amy Shelton from C2Y, Center for Talented Youth in Johns Hopkins, USA. And I really enjoyed it because she really made me have a different view on why I'm doing my channel. Because now I know I'm doing this because I want to help people who may not be as fortunate as me, Maybe people who want to learn more. Maybe people who want to find a passion, continue the passion, And I really want to help people, and I really see this as your life. You should not be restrained, and I really, really see a deeper meaning thanks to her.
So you are inspiring lots of people with your YouTube channel and lots of other children, but who inspired you?
I mean, I've had so many inspirations, and honestly, me as an inspiration, I think that people who really stand up for themselves, I really like those kind of people. I really like people who don't really copy anyone, They don't really try to be someone that they're not. People who really just go with the flow, as I like to say, and people who really just try to do what they want to do. Because you have one life, no one really should be saying what you want to do, and just go for your dream.
And you've travelled all over the world too. I've seen that on your YouTube channel. And you've had some amazing adventures. But what has been your favourite global adventure?
I mean, I've had so many. By the way, in a week I'm going to Tokyo. I'm going to make so many videos, like 10 videos in a week.
Oh, wow.
No one stop.
To Turkey?
No, to Tokyo.
Oh, Tokyo?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
So it's going to be amazing. But I mean, I've got so many places. I especially love when I go to the US, you know. There's so many amazing and bright scientists over there. And I mean, I just love the whole world. But yeah, if I had to pick, I'd say USA, you know.
I saw you in Times Square asking people inspiration questions. I thought that was really interesting. And a big question is, I'm sure lots of people will be watching this and thinking, wow, you've done so much already in your life and you're 12 years old, is that correct?
Yes.
But what do you want to do when you are older?
Well, I want to not only continue my channel to inspire more people, because I think that that's very important, but second of all, I'm actually working on an app in my channel. So I'm working on this app that I've been working for a year now, and I'm soon going to be able to finish it within like a month, you know. And the app is really trying to connect people around the world with education, and it's hopefully going to be able to help people not only with maybe school, you know, school curriculum, but also really try to connect my channel with the app to really try to build more passion and really help people learn more and try to have it hands-on. You know.
You might be running the world when you're older. And what do all your friends think about this at school?
I mean, my friends and I, we don't really always talk about it, but when we talk about it, we really just try to, you know, they really try to help me with maybe some reviews, some remarks, you know, maybe some new video ideas, or maybe in general just, oh, you should maybe do this. Oh, you didn't do this well. You know, maybe you should do this. Oh, we like that. You know, we'd like to see that. And it's really cool how actually I have my small fan base, you know, my friends.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you so much for coming on. It was absolutely great to speak to you, Ihsan. It was a pleasure to have you on the show, and you're very inspiring. Thank you very much for
Thank you
your time.
so much.
Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. The former US National Security Advisor John Bolton has been indicted on 18 federal charges over mishandling classified information. He calls the case a political retribution and does maintain his innocence. Prosecutors in Bangladesh have sought the death penalty for former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina over a deadly crackdown on student protests that killed up to 1,400 people. Hasina, who's now in India, faces trial for crimes against humanity, while her lawyers say police acted in self-defense. She also faces corruption charges as her party remains banned ahead of February's elections. Army Colonel Michael Randrianirina has been sworn in as Madagascar's president, days after a military takeover forced former leader Andry Rajoelina to flee. Randrianirina has pledged to reform governance, drafted a new constitution, and work with youth-led protest groups. Foreign delegations from the US, EU, Russia and France attended that ceremony. And the founding member of KISS and the band's original guitarist Ace Frehley has died at the age of 74 in New Jersey. He was known as the Spaceman and played on hits like Rock and Roll All Night and Detroit Rock City. Frehley was with the band from when it began in 1973, rejoined for a 1996 reunion, and released several solo albums. A reminder of our top stories. Zelensky heads to the White House to meet Trump in the hope of getting more military support following the US president's 2-hour phone call with Putin. The British Prime Minister has described a ban on Maccabi Tel Aviv football fans as wrong. And golf stars from around the world are playing at the DP World Indian Championship this weekend as English pro Tommy Fleetwood tops the leaderboard at the halfway stage. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, follow us on X, and The Rail Deal will be coming up next. Goodbye and thank you.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years,
economic shifts or social movements.
No one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to the Dailies. Several major stories dominated international headlines today, led by the anticipated meeting between Donald Trump and Volodymyr Zelensky in Washington and the announcement of Donald Trump's planned summit with Vladimir Putin in Budapest. The Middle East also remained at the center of global attention, with renewed diplomatic efforts and heightened regional tensions shaping the news agenda. In the United States, the indictment of John Bolton, Trump's former national security advisor, added another layer of political drama. All American press reported on President Donald Trump's renewed diplomatic push to end the war in Ukraine. All reports centered on Trump's plan to meet Russian President Vladimir Putin in Hungary, signaling another attempt at direct negotiation after a lengthy phone call between the two leaders. And many outlets highlighted that this comes as Trump prepares to host Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, who seeks expanded U.S. military aid. The New York Times examined the president's latest diplomatic push, noticing a recurring pattern. Trump floats hardline measures, then pivots towards diplomacy with Putin. The piece cites critics who warn this rewards Moscow without results, but Trump frames it as strategic peacekeeping, emboldened by his Middle East ceasefire success. The piece also questions whether the summit will deliver real progress or repeat past deadlocks. Other voices in the U.S. were more optimistic, arguing that Russia's military and geopolitical weakness presents a rare strategic opening for President Donald Trump. In his commentary on the Wall Street Journal, Rahm Emanuel draws parallels to Trump's recent success, pressuring Benjamin Netanyahu into a ceasefire. He contends that Trump could similarly exploit Vladimir Putin's vulnerabilities. The author details Russia's battlefield failures, diplomatic isolation, and also economic decline, portraying Putin as weaker than at any point in decades. Emmanuel suggests Trump has the leverage to push for a decisive shift in the war, but questions whether political instincts or personal affinities are holding him back. The piece frames the moment as a defining test, whether Trump will seize a geopolitical opportunity or allow a weakened Russia to regroup. Newsweek dissects the shockwaves caused by President Donald Trump's unexpected phone call with President Vladimir Putin, which abruptly cast doubt on expanded U.S. aid to Ukraine. The analysis highlights how, after signaling support for supplying Tomahawk missiles to Kiev, Trump pivoted to announcing a new summit with Putin in Budapest. The piece highlights the recurring same pattern the New York Times talked about, as analysts and Ukrainian officials see the move as part of a familiar pattern: talk tough, then lean into diplomacy. Critics fear it could delay or even derail critical support ahead of President Volodymyr Zelensky's White House visit. The piece frames the call as both a tactical maneuver by Putin to stall aid and a test of Trump's foreign policy instincts, raising serious questions about U.S. strategy in Ukraine. From the Russian perspective, Russia's initiative and tough stance led to this diplomatic move. Yevheniia highlights the pivotal 2.5-hour call between President Trump and President Putin, pointing to it being their 8th of the year and describing it as setting the stage for the summit in Budapest. The Russian publication explains Moscow initiated the conversation focused on Ukraine and U.S. plans to supply Tomahawk missiles to Kiev. Apparently, Putin warned this would damage bilateral ties, and Trump hinted he would weigh those concerns in his meeting with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. The report goes on to say that Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban, positioning Hungary as mediator, quickly moved to prepare the summit. The piece concludes the call could shape the trajectory of the war, either reviving diplomatic negotiations or slowing U.S. aid. It also views Trump framing the exchange as productive, as signaling a possible shift towards negotiation over escalation. News of the summit didn't seem to sit well with the Europeans. European media reacted with alarm, calling the Budapest summit a humiliation to the EU influence and a diplomatic win for Viktor Orban. Many saw it as sidelining Brussels in a war on its doorstep, while others warned it risks legitimizing Russia while weakening Ukraine's position. The Telegraph called it diplomatic blow to Europe, sidelining the EU at a critical moment in the Ukraine conflict. The analysis views the summit as a political triumph for Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban, underscoring his strategic closeness to Trump. Long seen as Putin's closest ally in the EU, Orban has often clashed with Volodymyr Zelensky, opposed sanctions, and positioned himself as a peace broker, but outside of Brussels' consensus. The piece also highlights the summit reflects fractures within the bloc, as Hungary continues to break ranks on energy and foreign policy. The piece concludes that for Orban, it's a moment of elevated global status, and for Brussels, a stinging reminder of its waning influence. American media also focused on the indictment of former National Security Advisor John Bolton, with some framing it as part of a broader pattern of Donald Trump's selective prosecutions of political opponents. Bolton now faces 18 counts of allegedly mishandling classified information via a private email account, a case stemming from a Biden-era probe, but reportedly pushed forward under political pressure. Others also questioned whether justice is being served or weaponized in a growing clash between law and politics. The Economist examines the serious legal trouble facing Bolton as prosecutors allege Bolton shared sensitive notes with family via personal email and also messaging apps, later compromised by Iranian hackers. The article notes that while the case is politically charged, the evidence here appears stronger than in other recent prosecutions. Bolton's reputation as a seasoned Washington insider may work against him as prosecutors cite his own past criticism of others. The piece frames the case as both personal and precedent-setting, with potentially severe consequences. News of the tensions in the Middle East over the implementation of the Gaza peace plan stayed in the headlines in the region. The Times of Israel details the intensifying efforts by Israel to recover the bodies of 19 remaining hostages in Gaza amid growing tensions with Hamas. The online publication reveals that an international search team, including U.S., Turkish, and Egyptian and also Qatari personnel has entered the Strip, using Israeli intelligence to locate burial sites. Hamas claims it needs heavy equipment to retrieve additional remains, a claim Jerusalem disputes. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is weighing tougher measures, including limiting aid, and also has secured support from US President Donald Trump. The piece warns the dispute threatens to strain the truce and complicate the broader White House peace plan for Gaza. Haaretz published a powerful analysis that examines the looming political battle facing Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu after the Gaza war, which is avoiding a formal investigation into the failures of October 7th Hamas attack. The piece highlights that with a ceasefire in place now, Israel's Supreme Court has given the government 30 days to establish an independent state commission of inquiry, which is the strongest legal mechanism available. It goes on to say that Netanyahu, who is accused of evading accountability throughout his career, is expected to stall or weaken the process, possibly via a government-controlled inquiry. The piece also concludes that for bereaved families and much of the public, the stakes are immense, and the coming weeks will test whether Israel's judiciary can uphold democratic checks and compel accountability at the highest level of power. And we'll end with the British media, which continue to cover the China spy trial fallout. MI5's public statements and also political debate over the case have kept it in the headlines. And the Times cartoon, as you can see, serves as a sharp visual commentary on the growing government of the UK's scandal involving Chinese espionage. The massive red dragon symbolizing government of China looms outside Downing Street, holding a sign that reads, "China spy case." Also, as you can see, British officials appear alarmed and concerned, reflecting the political pressure and unease surrounding the issue. The dragon's sheer size, as you can see, highlights how the espionage scandal has overshadowed domestic politics. And the cartoon underscores how the scandal is far too big to ignore, and it is politically destabilizing. That's it for today. Thanks for watching.
From the White House to Gaza, Kyiv to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Hello and welcome to The Real Deal, coming to you from the Arabiya English studios. This is your weekly bulletin, bringing you all the latest business news headlines and analysis from Saudi Arabia. Coming up, we're going to be examining the latest data pointing to an improved economic outlook for the Saudi economy, including the World Bank's upward revision of its 2025 economic growth forecast for the kingdom. We'll analyse that and some of the other key indicators. Saudi Arabia's new national carrier, Riyadh Air, announces it's ready for takeoff and will be taking to the skies on the 26th of October, with London and Dubai being its first destinations. The Tasha's Group, already a well-known fixture across the GCC, is set to open its first ever cafe in Riyadh. This in partnership with the Saudi hospitality group Yevheniia. We'll be speaking to Tasha's founder and CEO, Natasha Sideris, in just a moment. And with the price of gold rallying in October and breaking through the $4,000 mark, we'll be asking an economist and wealth management consultant to explain the appeal of the yellow metal to Saudi investors. Welcome to the programme. A raft of fresh economic data is pointing towards an improved outlook for the Saudi economy. Well, business confidence has improved for the second straight month, with companies expressing optimism about stronger demand, higher sales inquiries and new clients. Well, Saudi Arabia's industrial output is continuing to climb and is just over 7% year on year. And now the World Bank has increased its forecast for the kingdom's 2025 economic growth to 3.2%. That's up from a previous estimate. Well, economists say that amongst the factors underlying this upbeat outlook, increased domestic demand and improved rates of employment. Well, I'm joined now by Jamil Ahmed, who is the global markets commentator and chief analyst at GTC. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Jamil. Always a pleasure to see you. There are always new reports coming out and lots of fresh data about the health of the Saudi economy. Which ones are standing out for you at the moment? What's been the reaction, do you think?
So this week we had the latest PMI data, which is surveyed by the S&P Global, and actually showed that business conditions improved by the biggest amount in 6 months. The PMI, specifically for the non-oil private sector, it came out at a figure of 57.8. Just to give you some numbers here, any number above 50 is what separates growth from contraction. So if you go below 50, that actually shows contraction. But in Saudi Arabia's case, for this specific PMI, you've got growth well above 50, which continues to suggest that the economy is going strongly. There's been a lot of strong growth and upside expectations for 2025. And this number again shows the strongest increase in business conditions for 6 months.
Okay, and there's been another Saudi Arabian economic growth upgrade for 2026. And it comes from none other than the World Bank. Tell us a bit more about this one, Jamil.
Yes, so it's been a hat trick recently, to be honest with you, because you have the IMF, the OECD, and now the World Bank that have upgraded growth forecasts for Saudi Arabia over 2025. In the World Bank case, they now see growth at 3.2% for this year, up by their previous estimate of around 2.8% a couple of months ago. But what I think is particularly impressive from this reading is that they see increased growth for 2026 as well as the future years as well. And what they have stated is that growth for 2024 appeared to be somewhere around 2%. So in 2025, you've got growth of above 50% over the previous year. And again, that's only the start, because in 2026, you're expecting stronger growth somewhere above 4% as well.
Okay, so Saudi Arabia clearly outperforming various growth estimates that were made previously. And overall, do you think it's fair to say the outlook for the entire GCC region looks like it's on an upward trajectory?
It does, and in fact, there's a bit of a title that's starting to be developed here, that the GCC region appears to be the fastest growing and the strongest economy in the world. When you consider the global growth, it's somewhere around 3%, but you've got GCC growth that estimates around 4.5%. The leaders of the GCC region are both the economy of Saudi Arabia and the economy of the United Arab Emirates, where both are well above expectations for 2025. And I think there's a number of different initiatives that are supporting this, I would say, the upside, because you've got much stronger growth than expected at a time where the world economy has a number of different issues, from trade tensions to other elements of uncertainty. But I think what's also supporting this region is you've got the combination of a weaker dollar, which is supporting international tourists and international visitors to come to this region, because obviously our currencies are pegged to the dollar. And at the same time, you've got the GCC region actually was somewhat absent from those trade tariffs that have been unleashed from the Trump administration on dozens, if not close to 100 different economies worldwide.
Okay, so I mean, if the GCC is indeed branded as the fastest growing region in the world, I mean, that's quite an achievement, isn't it? That's quite a title. What factors are supporting that sentiment then?
We've just spoken about a weak US dollar. That's certainly supporting investment, because obviously if you're an international business that's trying to come into the region, then your investment's not going to be so expensive when you're converting that currency now, specifically if you've got euros or British pounds and so forth. Also, I think the lower interest rate policy, specifically in the United States, and the increased expectations of lower interest rates in the United States moving forward, that supports long-term investments, because the central banks in this region do follow the path of the US interest rate policy. I also look at some of the other investments that are taking place in the region. For example, tourism has been increased by international events. The United Arab Emirates, as well as Saudi Arabia, is certainly becoming somewhat of a hub of a number of different exhibitions worldwide. And I think all those factors combined are just supporting the region. But that seems to be a trend that's not only taking place in 2025, it seems to be the narrative that we think that we're going to follow up until the end of the 2030 vision in a couple of years from now.
OK, just lastly, Jamil, we're very much now into Q4. How is the Tadawul Index beginning this quarter?
This quarter so far, the Tadawul Index is up about 1%. It's starting to really come back from earlier this year. I think that emerging market sentiment as a whole is also improving. Again, you have that US interest rate expectations is always positive for emerging markets. When you have increased investments in economies and economic regions such as Saudi Arabia that are continuing to pick up, that's supported for the stock market sentiment as well. So I think that, again, over the remainder of the quarter, I do see the momentum there for the Tadawul to continue improving in sentiment and to continue increasing on that 1% we've seen at the end of the first full trading week of October as we do this interview.
OK, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Thank you very much indeed. Jamil Ahmed, Global Markets Commentator and Chief Analyst at GTC. Thanks again. In other news, Saudi Arabia's new national carrier, Riyadh Air, has announced that it will be taking to the skies on the 26th of October. Well, London Heathrow will be the airline's very first official destination. Riyadh Air, which will be known by the IATA code RX, is fully owned by the Kingdom's Public Investment Fund. Well, by 2030, the airline aims to serve more than 100 destinations. Well, the CEO, Tony Douglas, has confirmed that after London, the second route that Riyadh Air will serve is Dubai.
On the 26th of October, in 18 days' time, we'll start scheduled services daily to London Heathrow. This aircraft will be delivered, and when this aircraft's delivered, we'll put this one onto London Heathrow. We'll take Yevheniia off Heathrow, so this aircraft will go onto London Heathrow. Yevheniia, here's the second part of this first headline, will go on to Dubai. There you go. Second destination. We'll be opening ticket sales today for employees from PIF and Riyadh Air and their family members to be able to buy tickets on Yevheniia.
The CEO of Riyadh Air, Tony Douglas, speaking there. Let's take a quick look at some of the other stories from the week now. A major chip export agreement between Saudi Arabia and the United States is reportedly nearing completion. Well, such a deal would allow American firms to supply advanced semiconductors to the kingdom. Well, this move supports Saudi Arabia's ambition to lead in artificial intelligence, and the chips will power the new AI company Humane, which broke ground on its first data centers earlier on this year. Saudi Arabia, Russia and 6 other OPEC Plus nations have agreed to raise oil production by 137,000 barrels per day in November. This with the goal of regaining global market share without destabilizing prices. Well, the modest increase was lower than expected as the group treads carefully amidst soft demand. And Saudi Arabia is set to sign a major solar-powered desalination agreement with Senegal. This as part of a broader €250 million investment package. Well, speaking at the Invest in Senegal forum, the investment minister Khalid Al-Faleh says that the 300-megawatt photovoltaic project will support water and development needs in the region. This week, Tasha's Group is opening its first ever cafe in Saudi Arabia. Well, in partnership with the Saudi hospitality group Yevheniia, this new all-day dining venue is located at the heart of the King Abdullah financial district of Riyadh. Well, setting this new F&B venue apart from other branches, there'll be more than 25 handcrafted cakes and puddings. Well, Tasha's, which is already a well-known fixture across the GCC, was founded 20 years ago by Natasha Sideris. Well, she joins us now. Natasha Sideris, the CEO and founder of the Tasha's Group. Thank you very much indeed for joining us here on Al Arabiya English.
Well, thank you for having me.
I just wanted to start by asking you, I mean, a very basic question you probably get asked all the time, but how did Tasha's come about? Just tell us a little bit of the brand story.
Well, let me see if I can shorten it. So I've been in the food business for over 30 years. My dad was a restaurateur and worked alongside my dad in some of his concepts while I was studying psychology. I'd go to university in the day and have my apron in the boot of the car and help him run his restaurants. And I got addicted. Also worked for another food group and was driving around one day in Johannesburg and realized there was a big gap in the market for, all-day dining that was sophisticated, was exclusive but didn't exclude, and was a little bit more elevated than what was being offered in the country. And I started to brainstorm on what this thing would look like or what this restaurant would look like. And in fact, it wasn't going to be called Tasha's. I didn't want it to be called Tasha's. We had about 50 other names, and in the end, everyone convinced me to call it after me, after my namesake. And I think it is the best thing I've ever done. I'm extremely passionate about the brand. It is the main brand in the portfolio and the main growth brand in the portfolio. And yeah, extremely passionate about it. And that's how it started. And it started in 2005.
Okay, so very exciting time for you. Clearly, so you've just celebrated this 20-year milestone. Now you're entering the Saudi market. Why have you chosen to enter the market now?
Yeah, so we already do have, as a group, 3 of our brands in Saudi and very familiar with the market. We love the market. We've been extremely well received. We have a flamingo room in Riyadh, as well as an African lounge and a collective. But definitely Tasha's is the first time that we're opening our hero brand in Riyadh, in Kaft, and we have been holding out just for the right location. So been offered many sites, but we feel that launching Tasha's in Kaft in the financial center is really a strategic move for us. I think we'll capture breakfast, lunch and dinner, and will be a great transitioning into all of the times of the day to eat, and a great showcase for us.
Okay, and you're doing this in a partnership, aren't you, with the Yevheniia Hospitality Group?
Correct.
Just tell us how that's going to work.
So, Abdulaziz Al-Raji, fantastic restaurateur and an unbelievable human being. We are already partners, and when I say partners, he is our franchisee in Flamingo Room and the rest of the portfolio. And he also has the rights to open Tasha's around the kingdom. And basically, it's an outright franchise agreement. So bricks and mortar belongs to him, and we are in charge of running the brand. The brand belongs to us, and we charge a royalty, and for that we offer certain services. So in many respects, a great partnership. And we'll be there to hold Abdulaziz's hand right through the opening. In fact, there's a team of 8 people at the store, and they have been there for the last 3 weeks getting us ready for opening. And I'll be there myself. I arrive on Sunday, and I'm there right up until the opening and for a few days after, and then come back in November.
What sort of a customer experience are you aiming to create there at this new venue?
I think exactly the same of customer experience that we offer in the rest of the world. It's a wonderfully relaxed environment, but it does feel special. It's exclusive, but doesn't exclude. We're going to bring our amazing food, which we make on order. That's never changed in the 20 years that I've owned the brand. So delicious, fresh food. And then the stunning environment. And I always say sitting in a Tasha's is like putting your feet up on an expensive couch. It feels familiar, but still feels really special.
Yeah, you've got some signature dishes, haven't you? Tell us a bit about those, and also the incredible menu of puddings and cakes. Talk us through that.
Yeah. So very exciting menu coming to the kingdom. Of course, it's our classic menu that we have across all of our branches, slightly tweaked for Saudi. And then a specials menu where we're really going to be focusing on lunch and dinner, so starters, mains, desserts, slightly more elevated, slightly more sophisticated. And we've put a lot of effort and energy into our cakes. And instead of going the French pastry route, which a lot of people have done, we're going extremely homely and extremely comforting in terms of our desserts and our cake ranges.
Okay, I'm told there's going to be a night menu. I'm just wondering if you could tell me what that means. And what does that tell us about the dining culture in the kingdom?
Well, I think that Tasha's does capture breakfast, lunch and dinner. Where we have a more relaxed dinner menu in the rest of our venues, we've decided to do specifically a more elevated starter, main and dessert menu, much the same as we've done in Battersea in the UK, because I think a large component of people who are dining out and guests who are dining out in the evenings. That's not to say that we don't think we'll have a busy breakfast and lunch, but we certainly have to cater for the dinner. I think Saudis are very much like the Greeks. We like to go out late into the evening. We're night owls. So we've got to make sure we're capturing the night trade.
Okay, what's the profile, do you think, of your typical Tasha's customer there in Saudi? Who are you aiming for?
Again, Tasha's is very democratic. We have got various price points. So whether you want to come and splurge, of course you can. If you want to come in only and have a cup of coffee and a slice of cake, you can do that. And then it's for all walks and all types and all ages. Definitely middle to upper income, I would say. It's not a fast food, but it doesn't exclude. And I've always said that about Tasha's as a brand. And I think that's why we've been so successful all over the world, is it doesn't exclude. So, you know, I think we're going to see all walks, all types, and definitely all ages.
Quite interesting, the Michelin Guide has just launched in Saudi Arabia. I think they're going to have their first edition in 2026. You're coming at the same time. Are you hoping to feature in that guide? And do you think this is a sort of a sign of the times? Do you think we're in the sort of the dawning of a new age of dining and F&B?
Well, I certainly hope that Flamingo Room and African Lounge will be featured in the Michelin Guide. I would love for Tasha's to be featured. I'm not sure that Michelin Guide features chain restaurants, and I hate that word chain, because Tasha's is really the anti-franchise, and everything that we do is totally bespoke, and we do distinct menus for each location that we go to. So whether Tasha's will feature there, I can only hope, but definitely I think Riyadh and the rest of Saudi is becoming a food capital, specifically Riyadh. I haven't been to Jeddah yet, so I can't speak about that, but some of the top restaurants in the world are featuring in Riyadh. So, yeah, I think exciting times.
A couple of quick questions before we finish. Tell us what it was like setting up in Saudi Arabia. What was the general feeling about the ease of doing business there?
I've got to tell you that I think that the people of Saudi Arabia are a pleasure to deal with. And I think choosing the right partner, as we have done, with Jania and Abdulaziz as a human being, as I said before, absolutely so easy to work with and very enthusiastic and passionate about what he does, makes all the difference. I think it would have been a lot tougher had we perhaps chosen another partner or tried to do it ourselves. But choosing the right partner has made it easy. We've had no issues. The build has been very, very easy. The quality of the build has been great, easy to find supplies, and very much the same as Dubai. But again, I think it comes down to partnership and franchisees. It's all about the people at the end of the day.
Okay, just lastly, I'm told you've got some quite bold expansion plans for the next couple of years. I mean, just tell us a bit about those and whether they include further expansion in Saudi.
Definitely further expansion in Saudi. I think Abdulaziz has got about 5 or 6 locations that he wants to show me. We are talking about a couple of our other brands, possibly also bringing Avli into the kingdom. So I would say another 4 or 5, not this year, over the next 2 to 3 years in Saudi. And then we have 17 new openings between now and the end of 2026. So going to be a very challenging time for the group. And we will focus on the things that are important for us. And that is creating these beautiful spaces, making sure that our food's made fresh on order, just this delicious product. And most importantly is hospitality. I think that a lot of restaurateurs are forgetting that the reason we open restaurants is to make our guests happy. And that's what we hope to continue to do. So yeah, it's going to be challenging, 17 stores, but extremely exciting. And the team's ready, and we've scaled, we've employed we've invested way ahead of the curve in terms of head office and being able to support this growth and taken a long-term view. So yeah.
Okay, well, with all of that going on, I'm doubly grateful to you for taking the time to speak to us. Thank you very much indeed. Natasha Sideris, CEO and founder of the Tasha's Group. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Well, gold prices have been hitting record highs in recent days, breaking through the $4,000 mark last week. This is driven by geopolitical tensions, inflation fears, and aggressive central bank buying. Well, from bullion bars to jewellery, people buy gold for different reasons in Saudi Arabia. According to one survey, in the north of the country, 70% of buyers view the yellow metal primarily as an investment. But in the south, gold is more closely tied to tradition. Well, I spoke to the economist and wealth management consultant Jihad Al-Hokayyam on Global News Today, and I asked him what's behind the strong appetite for gold in Saudi Arabia. Here's what he told me.
More people who have accessibility to international markets, so they are diversifying their portfolio in a more scientific manner because they have more options. The banking system functions very well. You have there as well financial market, you have a stock market, and they are diversifying their portfolio in a more reasonable manner. Let's call it this way.
Well, I went on to ask him what his long-term outlook for gold was and whether he thinks the yellow metal will remain a reliable anchor for investors in an increasingly unpredictable world.
Those who are risk-averse, they're going to purchase gold more and more, but actually the prices, the surge in prices is driven for me mainly by central bank and not by speculators or individual demand. Of course, gold is gonna stay there. It's gonna always stay. It's gonna always be important, but you have to be reasonable. Gold is not really an investment, but a hedge against inflation. And the investment normally it's gonna be more in equity market, but we always advise people to be reasonable and to diversify their portfolio in a very scientific manner. Gold is going to be part of the portfolio in all cases.
Let's take a quick look at some of the other stories from the week. Saudi Arabia has imposed a ban on tobacco shops operating within 500 metres of mosques and schools. This in a bid to promote public health. Well, the ban applies to all tobacco products and accessories, including cigarettes, shisha and e-cigarettes. All tobacco sales are prohibited to anyone under the age of 18. Saudi Arabia has officially granted citizenship to the co-founder of Uber, Travis Kalanick, and the CEO of Red Sea Global, John Pagano. Well, the royal approval reflects the kingdom's push to attract top global talent under Vision 2030, which aims to boost investment in human capital and innovation. Well, Kalanick, now CEO of Cloud Kitchens, has led major investment deals in Saudi Arabia, whilst Pagano is a key figure in the kingdom's tourism transformation. Riyadh Season 2025 is now underway. Launched in 2019, this is one of the major initiatives aimed at developing the entertainment and tourism sectors. And the 6-month-long season offers months of concerts, shows and other cultural events. Well, the season, which kicked off with a massive parade in partnership with Macy's, is going to run through to the month of March. And finally, mobile phones and tablets clearly hold considerable appeal to children, but parents who are concerned about screen time can take comfort from the fact that books are still in vogue. Well, at the Riyadh International Book Fair, which ended on Saturday, a new generation of readers was visible, along with more than 2,000 publishers from more than 25 different countries. Well, thousands of visitors drop by that event every single day. It ran for 10 days in all at the Princess Noura University. Well, here's what event organisers had to say about the fair.
At the Riyadh International Book Fair, we made sure to offer diverse and unique programs for children within the dedicated children's area, as well as activities that include the entire family. We believe the fair is not just a place to display and sell books, but a complete cultural celebration in our beloved city of Riyadh, or as we like to call it, the heart of the world, Riyadh City.
Okay, so books are alive and well. Well, that brings you all the very latest from Saudi Arabia, this edition of The Real Deal here on Arabiya English. Look forward to seeing you again next week. Meanwhile, do stay tuned.
The fighting has stopped, but that's not the same thing as peace. Cracks are already appearing in the fragile Gaza ceasefire. Hamas is back enforcing control over the Strip, and President Trump has gone from peacemaker to threatening violence. Can Phase 2 be secured before the whole thing crumbles? I'm Melinda Nucifora, and that debate is coming up on Counterpoints.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
The government of Israel needs to understand that this is the beginning of a process that must give the Palestinians some ability to decide how to run their own lives. Putin's got all these oil tankers that are breaking the sanctions. Sink them. Leaving the ECHR, I think it's a good thing to do. I love ChatGPT. I love it. ChatGPT is fantastic. I love AI. Do you use AI?
Hi, I'm Michal Prendergast for Al Arabiya English here in London for a special interview with former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson. We discuss the Israel-Gaza peace deal, President Trump's role in proceedings. We also talk about Keir Starmer's leadership in the UK, the rise of reform and Nigel Farage, and whether Boris sees a return to frontline politics in the future. Mr. Johnson, thanks so much for your time. I'd like to start off with the news story that has dominated the world over the past 2 years, and that's the war between Israel and Hamas in Gaza. Trump has said the war is over. What is your assessment of Trump's role in the conflict?
Well, I think it's an astonishing piece of good news. And today, as we're talking, Michal, I think the hostages are coming out or have come out. I don't know how many are out now, but last time I looked, I think about 14 of them, of the remaining 20, were out. And I think it must be a moment of great joy and relief for people in Israel, but also for people in Gaza, because it means an end to the horrifying bombardments. It means we're on the road to peace. And this is a very unfashionable thing to say in London or in Europe or wherever in liberal circles, but I really pay credit to Donald Trump. I give him credit. I think he has worked unbelievably hard. He's exerted American pressure obviously on Hamas, because he said to them, look, if you don't sign this thing, you're going to get wiped out. But also he's put the hard word on Bibi Netanyahu. And, because it wasn't easy for Netanyahu, because he's got these guys in his coalition, the ultra right-wing nationalists, who don't support the agreement. But Netanyahu has had the courage to go ahead and do a deal anyway. So it's a very, very hopeful moment. It's not the end of the story, of course not. It's the beginning. It's the beginning of what will be a tortuous process, and there's lots of difficult points that need to be agreed. And you know, the most difficult, Hamas need to come to the understanding that really and truly it's over for them as an armed group. It's over for them in the government of Gaza, but they get an amnesty, they get peace. They're not going to be pursued, they're not going to be killed. That's it. You know, they're able to live out their lives. And Israel needs to understand, and the government of Israel needs to understand that this is the beginning of a process that must give the Palestinians some ability to decide how to run their own lives.
A Hamas official has recently thanked Donald Trump for his role, but they have downplayed the role of Tony Blair, saying he's not welcome. What is your take on that assessment?
I understand that Hamas don't want a role for Tony in the government of Gaza, in the Peace Council. I think it's called the Council for Peace in Gaza. I've seen that. Look, I think that that's not the end of the world. Tony Blair's a grown-up. He's actually, I think, to be fair, he has worked very hard on this deal, and he should get a lot of praise for helping to put it together, Tony Blair. I don't think it's the end of the world if he's not there in the Peace Council, but there needs to be somebody, right? There needs to be some structure that can help deliver confidence to people in Gaza that it's going to be a stable, secure environment where they can bring up their kids, they can have homes, there'll be job opportunities. There needs to be some sort of governance system that's very positive now about Gaza, and that isn't Hamas. And so you need something.
Obviously, there's been an enormous amount of speculation online around the Nobel Peace Prize. Do you think that Donald Trump deserves this?
I do, and I think that he has applied the force of his personality and the power of his office to move mountains and to get this thing done. You know, I don't know if you've ever met him, but you can see what you see is what you get. The great thing about Donald Trump is his public persona and his real political persona are completely united. They are the same thing. He's very lucky. He speaks from the heart, and it's unmediated by calculation. He just says it, and he's very effective. And he obviously worked to get this thing done, and others as well, Steve Witkoff and Marco Rubio, and I think a lot of people played an important part in this. But the Nobel Prize he didn't get it this year, and it's not. I think.
Will he get it next year?
Here's how he can make it absolutely nailed on. Okay, so the Norwegians are maybe a bit sniffy. The Norwegian Nobel Prize Committee will maybe a bit reserved about giving it to him
with gritted teeth.
Well, I think the trouble is that there's been such a big public campaign. They're not used to that. They're not used to people sort of asking for it. They're used to having the pleasure of giving it. So I think the way for, and don't forget that these guys won't be naturally Trump supporters. These people on this committee, they tend to give the prize to left liberal people, one kind or another. But the way to make this thing nailed on for Trump, he can win the prize, several Nobel Prizes for peace, if he applies to Vladimir Putin the same pressure that he's put on Hamas. He needs to step up the pressure on Putin, and and we all do. We've got to. The war in Gaza has been terrible, but the war in Ukraine has killed exponentially more people.
We will come on to that later.
Yes, forgive me. But that's my tip for how the president can win the prize. Nailed on.
And what about Tony Blair? Is he deserving of the accolade?
I don't know. I'm not close enough to the whole thing to know. My feeling is that the Americans have been decisive in this. Because in the end, look, America calls the shots with Israel because America is the ultimate financial backer of Israel's defense. And I think when the guys in Hamas looked at, what Trump was supporting, he'd come in with Israel to bomb all those Iranian facilities. They looked at what had happened to Hezbollah. I think that they thought this guy's serious. So when he says he's going to wipe us out, they believed it. And so for that reason, I think that that's where the prize belongs. It belongs with the Americans, and with Trump. Definitely. And this is going to shock. Do you see it? You're in central London now. We're in central London. I don't see any kids out on the streets of central London demonstrating, support for Trump or joy at the end of the Gaza conflict. I mean, they were demonstrating every day.
Why is that?
They were demonstrating every day when it was on, but now that it's over, they're curiously silent.
Why is that?
Why is there no jubilation? Why aren't they out there saying, thank you, Donald, thank you, Trump? Well, I'll tell you why. Because Trump is good. I'll tell you why. Because they're all lefties, and because Trump is somebody that they disapprove of, and that's the reason. And Trump is not politically correct, and I'm afraid that's the problem. So, and also, you know what? It had got to the stage where these demonstrations, and they're still going on against Israel. They're not about Gaza. They're not about the suffering of the Palestinian people, which they should be. They're about hatred of Israel, and they've become partly to do with hatred of Jewish people, and it's been very ugly to watch. Very, very ugly. But now that's over, I hope.
The UK under Keir Starmer has recently recognised the state of Palestine. This is a step you chose not to take while in power. What do you think of Keir Starmer's decision?
I think it's completely vacuous. I think it's trivial. I think it wouldn't, it made no difference. It didn't give the Palestinians anything worthwhile. It didn't give the people growing up in Gaza anything worthwhile. Recognition of a state should only really happen under the terms of the Montevideo Convention of 1933, which we sign up to in Britain. When you know the boundaries of the entity, and you know that you have a secure government and a recognized system of government, and you don't have either of those in the case of Palestine. So it was premature. I mean, it should happen eventually, but it's premature now and has achieved nothing.
Bridget Phillipson, the UK Education Secretary, has said the UK has played a pivotal role in securing the peace deal. Mike Huckabee, the American ambassador to Israel, has said she is delusional. What's your take?
Well, I think Mike Huckabee is almost certainly right there. I don't think that the Labour government had any purchase on the matter, because they'd lost all their credit with Israel. Britain has been a long-standing ally and supporter of Israel. But, the UK, sadly, under Labour, had taken a different policy, had sided with had allowed these very obnoxious protests to take place in London, had taken steps to stop supporting Israel financially, militarily, and so we had no purchase with Israel, but we didn't have any influence with Hamas either. I don't think, not that I know of. So the UK had not a lot to say, but which is strange really, because the UK, we were the origins of the of the problem. I mean, if you look at the mandate that we had for
the Balfour Declaration,
well, all that, yes, we fulfilled one half of the Balfour Declaration, but not the other half.
Given the scale,
we created a homeland for the Jewish people in Palestine, but we didn't do anything to protect the rights, or not enough to protect the rights and aspirations of the Palestinian people. And I hope that what's going to happen now is that we will finally sort out that second objective. And the great thing about what Trump has done is that the surrounding Arab states are now going to be involved in that process. So it's immensely positive.
Given the scale of the casualties in Gaza, are the ICC justified in pursuing Benjamin Netanyahu for a criminal trial?
I don't think so. I really don't. And I'll be very candid with you. I think that any Prime Minister of Israel would have had to do something to stop an attack like October the 7th happening again. You know, suppose it had happened in the UK, right? Suppose we'd had pro rata, with a population of 60 million and 69 million, whatever we are, that would have been 8,000 or 9,000 people, men, women and children being tortured, killed, raped, whatever. There's screams all over British news day after day, hundreds of hostages taken. Imagine what the House of Commons is going to do in those circumstances. Imagine what the British Parliament would do. Would they allow that to happen? Would they allow the organisation that did that to stay in power? No way. No way. He had to do something. And so, no, I don't think that the ICC is right. You know, I think it's a political gesture. And again, it achieves nothing. The Americans don't even recognize the ICC, as far as I know. They don't even recognize its jurisdiction.
I'd like to get your thoughts on the UK's role in the rebuild of Gaza.
I hope that the UK will play a big role in rebuilding Gaza, and I hope that there will be, you know, whether Tony Blair is there or not, that there's got to be some way of giving confidence to investors in Gaza, and there will be. I mean, it's got to be a Palestinian-run place, but without Hamas, and we've got to help that happen, and we've got to help trigger business investment. That's the best solution. I'll tell you a terrible, you know, in 2005, when all the Israeli settlers were pulled out, right, of Gaza, what happened was that a lot of aid money went in, quite rightly, and lots of businesses were set up, and lots of and some leisure facilities, right, like cafes and places where you could ride ponies and stuff. And there was a place called Crazy Water Park they set up in Gaza. And maybe our viewers can check this out if I've got this wrong, because I might have got this wrong, but this is what I was told. Crazy Water Park. And it was one of those places where you can go. I've got lots of little kids, and I've got lots of kids, but you know, have you ever been to a water park with the slides and stuff? And you go and you get stuck in the slides. Sometimes it's very humiliating, but you plop into these pools. It's great fun. Okay, people go to these things. They love them. You take your family. They built one in Gaza, but Hamas, they freaked out because the women were going around without their headscarves on, and they were smoking in a public place. The women and there were men and women in bathing costumes. Well, of course you're going to be in a bathing costume. It's called Crazy Water Park, right? You're not going to wear a suit. It's ridiculous. But Hamas, in I think 2010, it had been running for a year or so. They came in the middle of the night, 40 guys in balaclava, in masks. They burnt down Crazy Water Park, right? Because it was religiously offensive. I mean, honestly, give me a break. You know, whoever is running Gaza has got to be, I mean, yes, you must be sensitive to people's religious feelings. Of course. But you've also got to have a bit of realism and compassion for the human race. We want to have fun. People want to take their families to crazy water park, right? I'm pro crazy water park. I'm anti-Hamas. That is my position, and I want the government of Gaza to be like that. And I think it can be, and I think it can be. I really believe that it can be a wonderful, but it'll be an Arab solution. It's got to be a Palestinian solution, but with help and with help
without Hamas.
But without Hamas, without the you know, the factional fighting, the zealotry, the ruthlessness, the cruelty. You know, we need to move on.
Moving on to UK politics now. What has been your assessment of Keir Starmer's premiership?
You seriously asking me this question? He was my opponent. He's terrible. I mean, you know, he's making it. Look, I mean, Britain's a wonderful country, okay? And nothing I say should in any way prejudice people's desire to come to London, have a wonderful time. I used to be mayor of the city for 8 years, as well as Prime Minister. It's a wonderful country. It's a great place to be. But it's sad at the moment because Starmer doesn't know what to do. And he's making huge economic mistakes. He's taking too much in tax from businesses. He's driving people overseas. You know, I mean, well, I haven't seen this since the 1970s. When I was a kid, people were fleeing in the 70s under Labour. People were fleeing London. You remember? Well, you're far too young. You see, it's tragic. And now it's happening again. I haven't seen it. We haven't seen this for 50 years. People leaving the country because of a Labour government.
And him as a leader. Well, you spent a lot of time at the dispatch box. You argued with him.
He's a human bollard. He's just like a. He's you know what? He pretends to be very much holier than thou. You know, he pretends to be righteous, but he took all these free suits, free spectacles. Imagine that. £8,000 spectacles he took from some Labour donor. It was a scandal. Free shoes, free everything. Ridiculous. And he gets pushed around. So I don't like what's happening with this China stuff. I'm not a Sinophobe, right? China's an amazing country. It's very important. China's a part of our lives. Every country. Saudi Arabia, every country has important business relations with China, and so does the UK. But you don't let China push you around. And then we did this thing, I don't know if you've seen this, but there's a couple of parliamentary researchers were accused of spying. And they've been, the case against them has been dropped. It looks like pressure from China. And we did this, I don't know if you saw it, we did this terrible deal on the Chagos Islands. Did you see this thing? We didn't sell the Chagos Islands, we gave them away, and we spent like £37 billion over the next 40 years or so, over a long. But it's a huge sum of money to expiate our guilt for having owned them in the first place. It's just mad. Why did we do this? It's completely incomprehensible unless you think that China has been pushing behind the scenes, because China and Mauritius are very close.
Do you see China?
So China has been, and so it's very weak of Starmer to give in to this kind of pressure. Very, very weak.
Do you see China as a real threat to the UK?
Well, I think it's very, very important to have a balanced approach. And as I said, China is a massively important economic partner. We sell lots of stuff to China. We have a certain amount of Chinese investment in the UK. That's great. But what you don't want is to be in a position where China calls the shots. No way. And so when it comes to British nuclear power or British 5G mobile telephony or whatever, you can't have China running it.
Labour were very critical of your government scandals, yet Angela Rayner has had to resign over questionable tax dealings. What is your take on that, and is this hypocrisy?
Well, I think as I said to you before, I think there are a bunch of hypocrites, but worse, because a lot of the things they do are far, far worse than anything that happened in my government. So it's just weird. It's very peculiar. But the worst thing is their their economic policies, and they're not showing the kind of leadership that the country needs at the moment.
Do they need a new leader? Andy Burnham is waiting in the wings.
There might be somebody even worse than Starmer.
Andy Burnham, what's your take on him?
Nice chap. He kind of looks like he's wearing mascara the whole time. You notice he's a very nice guy. He's all right. I always got on very well with Andy. I think being a mayor of Manchester suits him, and he's good campaigner for his own city. That's a very important thing. I don't know whether he would be an improvement on Starmer. I can't comment on that. I think the risk of changing Starmer is you might get something worse. Really, Starmer is pretty bad. What we have to do, the international markets have got to say make it clear to Rachel Reeves and Starmer, look, Britain is a great economy. You've got to curb public spending. You've got to curb welfare. You've got to get the budget back in order. But you can't keep putting up taxes and driving business away, because then you won't get any growth, and then they're in a doom loop now because of what they did in 2024. They put up taxes so much that business lost confidence and growth died, and so the tax revenues fell so much that they haven't got enough to pay for their commitments to the doctors, the nurses, to all the public sector. So the only thing they can do is it's November. It's next month, November the 26th. They're going to come back to the public and say we need more tax, which is going to be a vicious circle, and they're going to send the doom loop spiraling down. Do you see what I mean? So they need to get out of that doom loop, out of that nightmare, and into a virtuous circle of encouraging investment, encouraging productivity growth, moving people out of the state sector into the private sector. I mean, one thing that really encourages me is AI. I love AI. Do you use AI?
Absolutely.
Do you use ChatGPT? Do you love ChatGPT? I love ChatGPT. I love it. ChatGPT is fantastic. It's so nice. ChatGPT.
What do you use
so
it
encouraging.
for? What do you use it for?
Well, I'm writing various books, and but I just use it. I just ask questions. You know that the answer. But ChatGPT always says, "Oh, your question's so clever. You're brilliant. You're excellent. You have such insight," and I love it. And it's so. And I think I see great promise in this technology because, we're all simple human beings. Looking after the elderly costs an absolute fortune. Looking after the people with disabilities, everything, the welfare thing. If you have automated systems that can engage with people and say, "Oh, Mrs. Miggins, it's time for your pill. You need to do this. Do you need any help with your shopping? I can get you somebody." Oh, suddenly you're going to be able to bring the costs down of the welfare system. You're going to bring the cost down of the healthcare system, and look at something like HS2. HS2, which is the big railway, which we had to cancel. The disaster. We were now only going to Birmingham. We've already got a train to Birmingham. We don't need to have another huge high-speed train to Birmingham. We need to go to Manchester. We need to go all the way up the country.
Is this not a bipartisan? Yeah.
No. Let me just finish my point because it's an original point. If HS2 costs £100 billion, right? 100 billion roughly to build this high-speed railway. Most of the cost of that is going on lawyers and environmental impact assessments and planning applications and all sorts of stuff that is not actually digging tunnels or putting railway lines or building trains. It's all about legal nonsense, most of it, like 50% at least. So much of that can be done by AI. You don't need this stuff anymore. You can massively accelerate the legal processes. So what I'm saying is, the UK should be, we are the world leader in AI, one of the world leaders. I mean, we have fantastic. We should be using that lead to cut the cost of government. And if you cut the cost of government, then you can put that money back into the pockets of people and stimulate growth. And that's the way to get out of or one of the ways to get out of the doom loop.
Regarding tax, it was Margaret Thatcher who said that this is her 100th birthday today. She said, the problem with socialists is they eventually run out of other people's money. Is that still the case today?
Yes. I mean, they're getting, well, I mean, as I say, it's a great country. Don't worry, always invest in Britain. But, you know, they're getting to this. So long-term government gilt yields, so that's the cost of borrowing for Britain, is the highest it's been for 30 years. And that means that so the markets are saying, we doubt more than we did your ability to pay us. And that's bad. Britain's never defaulted in all of our, the 1,000-year history.
What would Thatcher make of the UK now?
I think she'd think some things were pretty amazing, and I think she'd be disappointed with others. I think there's a lack of conviction, and there's a lack of self-belief, and we've kind of got into a sort of moral confusion about some things, you know. Such as Ukraine, you know, where some people don't see how. It's kind of like back in the 80s when you had some people defending the Soviet Union, and some people now actually defend Putin, and it's crazy.
Staying with UK politics and moving on to Reform UK and Nigel Farage, they're soaring in the polls. What do you make of them?
I think that there's I would say that my own party, the Conservative Party, should be the natural beneficiary of Labour's unpopularity. We should be doing much, much better. I think, honestly, this won't surprise your viewers, and I'm going to be, you've got to forgive me, but I think we had a huge, I was elected with a huge mandate with 44% of the vote. I had 44% of the vote in, which is a record, as high as it's been for 4 years, in 2019. And I think it was a mistake for us to change horses when we did, and then we lost big time in 24, and we just haven't recovered our forward momentum.
Do you think it's just desserts after they ousted you?
I think Kemi is doing a very good job, and she's excellent. But I think there's a lot of disenchantment. I think the voters are very cheesed off. They think the Tories just descended into factional squabbling. Labour's hopeless. Let's try these new guys. Now, I think the problem with the new guys is that, well, I mean, there are lots of problems. I think their economic prospectus is no good, and I think they're not much good on Russia, Ukraine either.
Do you think Nigel Farage could become the Prime Minister of the UK?
I mean, I know there's such speculation. I think it's unlikely. I think he has a very big hill to climb to get there. It's clear that the best bet is for the Tory party. It's a long way to go till the election, sadly. I mean, because we should try and get rid of Labour as fast as possible. But the best bet is for the Tory party to get their act together and recover. Kemi's very good. She gave a great speech at the party conference.
Yes, absolutely.
Very good. All about helping young people to buy their own home. Brilliant. That's what we want. Young people feel cut out of things because they can't get property. Tories help them. Tories win when we help young people get property.
David Lammy, the Foreign Secretary of the UK, he called Nigel Farage a fascist. Is that fair?
Look, I mean, I think that there's far too much sort of pointless name calling in. I don't know what they mean by that. I don't see that. What I do see is too much of Putin apologizing, for Putin, and an unclear economic strategy. I also worry that, I'm not certain what the real agenda is for the UK. What's the growth agenda? I don't see it. You need a growth agenda. You need to do some of the things I was talking about. You need to be cutting spending. You need to be cutting taxes. You need to be stimulating investment, using technology. That's what we should be doing.
And across Europe, is uncontrolled illegal migration, is that driving the political zeitgeist? Is it driving it to the right?
Yes, but thankfully, in the UK, we took back control of full legal control of immigration. So, when I was one of the first things that I did when I was trying 2019, 2020, we had this huge battle to come out of the EU. And the rules of the EU say that if you want to come from another EU country into Britain, you can. And not only that, but you can have a job, you can do whatever you want, you can get benefits. That's what the EU says. And so that meant 450 million people could come to the UK with nothing to stop them. So we took back control of our borders in the sense that if we want to, we can have zero legal immigration. Zero. You say, no, sorry, you want to come to the UK? No. The more difficult, the thing that really annoys people is the sight of illegal immigration. And that is a real nightmare because you've got people crossing the channel illegally and coming to the country, and that needs to end. And we had a brilliant plan to do that when I was Prime Minister. We were going to, so just before I sadly left office, we had a plan called the Rwanda Plan, which was basically these guys were going to arrive in their boats across the channel from France and find that Kent was twinned with Kigali, and they were going to hit them before they even got to find their way to the accommodation. They would be back to Africa, Central West Africa.
What stopped that plan?
Lawyers for too long. But there's no reason why it shouldn't work. And I think one of the mistakes we made was not waiting until we'd got it working before calling the election. But I was out of office then. But we should have. That was the thing. It's a brilliant idea, and as soon as people started hearing about it in the camps in Calais, they started thinking, "Oh my God!" and they stopped coming in such numbers.
Reform and Nigel Farage are suggesting that the UK should leave the European Commission on Human Rights, the ECHR. What's your opinion on that?
It's not the only thing. It's not a silver bullet. Leaving the ECHR, I think it's a good thing to do, a respectable thing to do now, but it's not the only thing you need to do. I mean, there are various things you need to do.
The UK must leave it.
It should do, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's because it's become a very different beast from what it was. It's now, it's Strasbourg. The Strasbourg court is much more adventurous in trying to, and much more political than it was 30 years ago. So yes, get out of that. But then there are various. I think we've more or less got it. So the problem we had with Rwanda was that the left-wing lawyers all said, well, you can't send people to Rwanda because Rwanda is a frightening place where they had a genocide in recent memory, and what if their human rights of people are abused in Rwanda? So we had to show laboriously that wasn't true, and that Rwanda was. It's true now. Rwanda is actually a very well-run country, and it was still, but because of the the courts continually finding small objections, just trivial things about, I can't even remember what it was. We had to pass a law which was basically the Rwanda is safe law. And it said, Rwanda, great place, in the view of the British Parliament. And so that trumped the judicial objections.
Did you visit Rwanda?
Yeah, I have done. Yeah. Have you been there?
No.
It's great. I mean, it's unbelievably clean. I think you probably get severely punished for dropping chewing gum in the street quite properly. But, it's beautiful.
Could quitting the ECHR, that will interfere with the Good Friday Agreement? Do you think that leaving the ECHR will push towards Irish reunification?
Oh, I don't think so. No. I don't think that's I don't think that follows at all. I think that there's been a Northern Ireland has been part of the United Kingdom since before the Convention on Human Rights, before the ECHR, before I think things will go on.
And of course,
as long as that's the will.
Yes, of course, in the Good Friday Agreement, it says there has to be identical levels of laws, both economically and socially. Hence, leaving the ECHR, it may and it will cause issues within the Good Friday Agreement.
I think that what we would say is that people's rights were going to be protected in the UK, whatever happened in all parts of the UK. And that people in Northern Ireland would not be in any way disadvantaged by comparison with people in the rest of the island of Ireland. So, people in this country really do have their rights protected. I don't think that the ECHR makes any difference, and I think it'd be pretty easy to show that. I mean, the convention is written into British law anyway.
Moving on to the Conservatives now, your own party. We just had the Conservative Party conference. Kemi Badenoch, she spoke passionately. What did you make of her performance?
Outstanding. I told you already. I think she had a great conference, great announcement of the cut in stamp duty, something for everybody who is hoping to buy a home. Stamp duty is a terrible tax, freezing up the property market. Great news.
A rather simple question now. Do you miss frontline politics, and how are you filling your days now?
I'm very, very happy. I mean, I'm very honoured to come on your show, obviously, but I'm very happy. I got a lot on my plate. I got 4 children of 5 and under. I've got, it's a lot of work. I've got to try and pay for my wife's kitchen. I've got to do all sorts. It's a full-time job. I'm writing a lot. I'm drawing and painting and doing. I've got lots of stuff to do. So I'm very happy. I'm frustrated by the way Labour is taking things. So I want the Tories to come back.
President Trump made a miraculous return to politics, as did Winston Churchill, who is one of your great idols.
Yes.
I'm not a betting man, Boris, but I would say it's not beyond the realms of possibility that we shall see you back in frontline politics.
Well, look, I mean, I think I've compared it before to being reincarnated as an olive, or it's about as likely, or being blinded by a champagne cork. It is statistically possible. You can get or locked in a disused fridge. Or,
not impossible.
It's statistically. I mean, anything can happen. But water can flow uphill. But it's unlikely. It's unlikely. I got to be. I'm looking at. I want my party to come back and to get organised. That's the best solution.
And if it continues to go in the opposite direction, would you feel duty bound?
It will. I think it'll. I think. You know what I think? The idea I think the people will be they will get their act together. They will get.
You've won every election as well. I think you've ever fought. So
yeah.
Is it a case that if you're called for, you wouldn't come back?
I think that the Tory party would be much. They will recover of their own. They've got lots of talent. They've got ideas now. They're being grown up about their policies. They just we need the reform. This great bubble. It's like a pumpkin or a squash or gourd. One of those things that has been inflated with drips of water for a prize for marrow. Have you ever seen that? When maybe my grandmother used to grow prize marrows and squashes and things, and they were always filled with water, so they exploded. That's what's going to happen to reform. It's going to blow up.
With the Tories down, Labour wobbling, Reform are rising, do you rule out a coalition between the Conservatives and Reform?
Well, neither of them seem to want such an arrangement. So if there is, it's it's one of those romances that is taking a long time to get going.
Moving on to free speech in the UK, there's been growing concern about the restrictions on free speech. We've seen the Irish comedian Graham Linehan, or the writer of Father Ted. He was arrested at Heathrow by 5 officers for tweets regarding the trans community.
I saw that. He's the guy who wrote Father Ted. Yeah, look, I think this whole thing's gone a bit crazy. I mean, 20 years ago, this thing didn't even exist. This whole trans thing. Nobody told us that this was. I don't remember any discussion of this. And now you can't say anything that's
offensive.
Offensive. I think everybody just needs to calm down, and I think yes, people should be polite, but people should also grow a bit of a thicker skin. There's too much policing of tweets. But what we mustn't do is start to say that things like the Father Ted guy being persecuted for his tweets, it's not as bad. It's not the same as what's happening in Russia. It's not the same as what's happening in China. I mean, Russia, you literally have journalists shot. You have thousands and thousands of people locked up. If you're an opponent of Putin, you get poisoned or you get sent to a concentration camp. That doesn't happen in Britain, right? And so we've got to a stage where we're sort of making a false equivalence between ourselves and other countries, and that's rubbish. That's rubbish.
Elon Musk is very vocal on this matter. He has tweeted out numerous times in regards to the UK, make 1984 fiction again. What do you think of his sentiments, and what do you think of Elon Musk?
He's a brilliant guy. I mean, I know him a bit, and I've talked to him. He's an absolutely brilliant guy, amazing guy. And look, there's a point. What he says about and what people say about free speech is correct. There is an issue, and we have to be vigilant in support of free speech. And people should not be jailed for one single tweet that they delete almost immediately. But you can't compare that with North Korea, where if you say something that the regime doesn't like, you get strapped in front of an anti-aircraft gun and blown to smithereens. That's different, right? So let's keep the moral difference.
And just staying with Elon Musk, do you think he was perhaps caught off guard? He didn't expect the political backlash he received for coming out and supporting Trump in the way he did, or entering frontline politics?
He obviously believed in it. I think he tried his best with Doge, but I think sometimes business people do find politics quite frustrating, because if you're a big businessman and a big leader, you're used to being able to tell people, you do this, and then it gets done. In politics, it's not quite like that. It's more, there's...
How is it?
You've got to know where all the kind of, the groups are. You've got to know who's going to push back. You've got to be quite an operator. And I think
It seems wildly inefficient.
Yes, it is. It is. And I think, I think the whole Doge thing was a good idea. We should do it here.
Moving on to a topic that's very close to your heart is the war in Ukraine. During your time as Prime Minister, you were the first world leader to visit Ukraine. You led what's now dubbed the Coalition of the Willing. What, in your mind, does peace ultimately look like in Ukraine?
I hope that peace will look like, I don't know what the exact geography of Ukraine will be. I hope that Russia will get out of as much as possible. They can be persuaded to withdraw as much as possible. I mean, they have it's pointless holding on to this land. They'll have to spend a huge amount of money remediating it, investing in it. They're better off out of it. But I hope it will involve a free, sovereign, independent Ukraine. That's the most important thing. And I think it will. And the faster we get to that solution, the better. And we need to speed up, because this war's been going on for 3.5 years. And as Donald Trump rightly says, too many people are being killed. And it can end. It should end. And I would do several things to bring it to an end as fast as possible. I would, number one, I would take that. There's $300 billion of Putin's money frozen in a bank account called Euroclear in Brussels. Maybe the biggest chunk is in that bank account. That money could be taken, unfrozen, and given to the Ukrainians in advance as a down payment on the bill the Russians will have to pay for reparations. And that would be huge. Let's see, that's a serious amount of money for Ukraine. 150, 200 billion, so 300 billion. So that would sort them out for at least 2 years, right? Putin would look at that and he'd think, oh God, I got to keep fighting for 2 more years. And Putin's economy is not looking good right now. Number two, the weapons that the Ukrainians have, they should be given the permissions to send those weapons to take out the Russian bases. Man, Putin's bombing Ukrainian cities every night with drones, with missiles. They're coming from these bases in Russia. The Ukrainians should have the permission to take out those bases and do more to take out the Russian oil refineries. Number three, I think that we need to be doing more to crack down on the shadow fleet. Putin's got all these oil tankers that are breaking the sanctions. Sink them, or something should happen to them to stop this. I wouldn't. You must stay within the law. You tell people on board the boats that their time's up, they must get off, but then we should stop this. Then you've got to be tougher on the countries that are keeping Putin going by buying his oil. They're funding his war machine. And Trump has shown the way. Other countries need to do the same. For the fifth thing, you talk about the coalition of the willing. What is this argument fundamentally about? Fundamentally, the question is Ukraine part of a Russian empire, a Russian sphere of influence? Is it basically controlled from Moscow? Or is it a free country, a free democracy that can do what it wants? And so the coalition of the willing, the European ground forces, they should go now. They should go now to Ukraine. They should go to Kyiv.
Boots on the ground?
Boots on the ground now. In the safe parts of Ukraine. Most of Ukraine, I go there quite a lot. I'm sure you do. Most of Ukraine is perfectly safe to visit, right?
And what if those troops were targeted or hit by a missile? Does that risk escalation?
No. Well, you could say the same about anybody who goes to Ukraine. So send them there, doing backup, doing logistics, doing training, stuff like that, away from the front line. They're under no circumstances are these guys going to be fighting, shooting against Russians. Never. That's not going to happen. So given that is never going to happen, there's no reason why they can't go now. And the reason for sending them now is because that shows to Putin our answer to the question, what is Ukraine? We're saying Ukrainians decide now and forever who their alliances are with, which foreign troops come onto their soil, and not Moscow. Do you see what I mean? So the boots on the ground is an opportunity to clear up the ambiguity. Ukraine has suffered for too long, since 91 when it was created. It has suffered from its ambiguity. The Ukrainians want to be free. They want to be independent.
President Trump, he recently met with Vladimir Putin in Alaska. Do you think, in the same way as he's done in Gaza, is Trump capable of brokering a peace in Ukraine?
Yes, if he does the things that I've mentioned, and he can, and if also I think he needs to, so like he did with Hamas and with Netanyahu, he needs to show to Putin that Trump wants Ukraine to be free. And I think once Putin understands that that's what America's real objective is, they will find a way through. They will sort it out.
There are some corners of the world, particularly online, that say perhaps a Russian victory may be inevitable simply due to the size comparison of the countries. How do you respond to that? But
Russia is losing. I mean, honestly, they've been saying that Ukraine's going to be conquered for 3 years, and Russia has still taken less than 20% of Ukrainian territory, and half of Russia's oil refineries are now out of action, quite a big proportion, 30-40% are out of action. They have terrible problems, and this is Ukraine doing this to them. They need a way out of this thing. They're not going to conquer the whole of Ukraine. They need a solution, and it'd be the best thing for Putin. Putin, he controls the media. He can say, "I've won." He can say, "I've cleared all the Nazis out of Ukraine. That's it. Voila. And no more Nazis." I mean, there never were any Nazis, but he can say that. And get the thing over with. I think Trump is in a position to put pressure on Putin. I really do.
I'll just end.
But other people have got to back. But the Europeans, we've all got to support Trump in exerting more pressure. America can't do it on its own.
And I'd just like to end our time, Boris, with a quote about legacy from your great idol, Sir Winston Churchill. He said, "History shall be kind to me, for I intend to write it." What will be the legacy of Boris Johnson?
I'm proud of having given my country back, or helped to give my country back, its constitutional legal independence. That was the thing I was elected to do. I think that it was also important that we, because of that freedom, we were able to vaccinate people. I know you may worry about vaccinations, but we vaccinated people more quickly than any other European country, more than virtually any other country in the world. And so we came out of lockdowns faster. I'm also proud that the UK was able to work to ensure the freedom of another European country, and that Ukraine was not crushed. It's the battle, the fight is still not over, but at least we helped to avert a catastrophe in the first few weeks and months. I think there's a few other things, but it's quite enough to be going on with. I think constitutional legal independence is important.
Boris Johnson, thanks so much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
The fighting has stopped, but that's not the same thing as peace. Cracks are already appearing in the fragile Gaza ceasefire. Hamas is back enforcing control over the Strip, and President Trump has gone from peacemaker to threatening violence. Can Phase 2 be secured before the whole thing crumbles? I'm Melinda Nucifora, and that debate is coming up on Counterpoints.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was chief of staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
So sorry, Tom. I'm late. I'm nearly there.
I read the book and I knew that Jesse and Paul, who I've worked with both of them before, and they're both very dear to me, and so I would jump at the chance to be part of that. And then I subsequently read a script, and I was keeping my fingers crossed that they hadn't messed it up, and they hadn't. It was amazing. So yeah.
Tell me a story.
What story would you like?
Something that moves you.
I did a little bit of researching on Hamnet and how old he was when he died. He was 11, and there's a lot of things that people don't know because obviously it was a long time ago. So there's some things that we can't find out. But so some of this movie is obviously fictional. That's not exactly what happened.
Will you be brave?
Yes.
Will you be brave?
Deep, dark, black void.
The novel had the same heartbeat as me as an editor. To me, it's a piece of poetry. It's a beautiful metaphor that will allow so many people from different walk of life to project what they are going through onto it. A timeless piece of writing that is poetic does that. So I thought it's a great container to make a film in. And me and Maggie did a first pass, just putting everything in chronological order, and we went from there.
What do you see?
What do you see?
You will live.
The thing that you have to do when faced with a situation like this is try and educate yourself, because you can't just take from the perspective that one person is bad or one person is good. You have to have a little look into the side of somebody's life and how they've grown up, what they've experienced, and you know, I found a lot of detail on record of Herman. There's a lot to learn.
I'm going to put Herman Goering on trial. He's the face of the Nazis now. As he falls, so do they all.
Evil tried to outwit me, but no man has ever beaten me.
I think that it's been such a springboard launchpad for so many independent films and directors, writers, and actors and producers that it's, from my point of view, absolutely invaluable.
It's about the nature of evil, but then inside of that is just a particular historical thriller of a film that was really well made with great actors, and so I was just glad to be a part of it.
Dr. Kelly, can you tell me what I'm doing here? You couldn't say, Doc, I'm just a translator. Translator for what? We'll see.
I didn't know that there was a psychiatrist, that Rami plays a psychiatrist whose job was to determine the mental well-being of Herman Goering, played by Russell Crowe, to stand trial.
I think at a certain point I began to understand what I thought his ambitions were, and how potentially his ambitions were corrupted, and how at a certain point, you know, as sure of himself and as confident in himself as he was, how he lost control of the narrative, you know, and it was a fascinating character to play.
This war ends in a courtroom.
The world needs to know what these men did,
so that it can never happen again.
So this is a particularly endearing type of film, but when you're directed by an actor, how much does it change the experience for you?
Well, it depends on the actor. You know, but with Scarlett, it was really easy. You know, she's a phenomenal communicator, and you know, obviously everybody knows she's an extraordinary actress, but she just has this way of, she just had an ability to slip seamlessly into being able to describe and sort of engage people with her vision and the tonality that she wanted for this film. And I think that her capacity to choose her heads of department and to cast it, you know, was just really exquisite. So it was a really fun experience.
Hi, I'm Eleanor.
I was wondering if I could feature you in my article. I did pick a subject for my journalism project.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I'm actually profiling a Holocaust survivor.
What did you love most about directing?
I love the collaborative spirit of directing. You know, that's the best part, is that I got to work with really some of my favorite artists. Dustin O'Halloran, who's here today, who's an amazing composer. Hélène Vert, our DP, who's absolutely extraordinary. I mean, there were so many people that came together to make this movie just out of the love for the script and for June's work. And yeah, I loved the collaborative part of it so much. We were in Cannes earlier this year, which was so extraordinary. Now we're in Toronto and like feeling all the June love. I love June, and so getting to watch everybody else experience her is really special. And I know for her as well, I mean, because we've talked about it, I think she's also kind of like having the time of her life, you know, which is at almost 96 in November. I mean, it's pretty extraordinary. So I just feel very privileged to be any part of that.
We lived together for 11 years. And sometimes when you live with someone for that long, you forget where you end and they begin. I love you, Elle.
I was pretty young when all this started. Now all we do is run and fight. There's no way to live.
I do feel, you know, throughout the series and throughout the spin-offs, that there is a sense of hopefulness that slowly creeps up. Is that something you were hoping for since the beginning? Well, did you ever expect that it would be so long in terms of, you know, seasons and spin-offs and all that?
No, I mean, it's hard to predict that you're going to
be successful for this long at something. But that theme that you're talking about, that dialogue in that spot in the series was my idea. I wanted to introduce that. So the writers agreed with that and took that and sort of spread it out and made it sort of a theme of the show. I mean, I knew what we were about to get into, and I thought for Daryl's character, him sort of having a pre-thought of that idea, of that sort of different way of thinking, was a good through line for his character while all these things were happening. So I kind of introduced it.
That man there is the king.
Since the town offers up one of your daughters, in return you get a truck full of guns?
They call it security. I call it extortion.
It's very much like Tentacles, this story. It could go anyway because, there's so much to explore because we're kind of, seeing a blank canvas of a world. How excited are you when you receive a new script or a new storyline or see, where the writers have gone? Are you still surprised?
I am still surprised. That was part of the reason why when we came to Europe, we got new writers, new showrunner, new directors. We didn't want to take the old show and just pick it up and keep doing it somewhere else. When they offered me the spinoff, I sort of insisted or strongly wanted new blood, new ideas, fresh stuff, and to go with the backdrop that's brand new and have the show be in the language in the country that we're filming in. I think there's a tendency to be afraid of that. Well, this is what works. Keep doing that, but we didn't want to just keep doing the same thing, It's still in an apocalyptic world. There's still death everywhere. There's still everybody trying to take your stuff. There's that hierarchy of the fittest survive. That is still there. But as far as the characters and the settings and the passion involved with whatever country we're filming in, it's all brand new. And I think part of the story is Daryl not knowing what we're talking about, trying to figure it out. Is this going to be a fight? Like, are we getting along? Like, are you an ally? Are you not? I think that's part of the story. So we had to keep certain elements that were natural.
Yeah, absolutely. It works. It's working. Thank you so much. Always nice to talk to you, Norman. Have a great day.
Yeah.
We have to fight them. We gotta kill the next king of Spain.
Let's keep doing that. Let's keep never giving up.
So where'd all the people go?
You're looking at the last Englishman in England. I couldn't sail the boat alone.
An exciting new season, and I think the infinite opportunities of what The Walking Dead and Daryl Dixon series have show in this one, because you explore a whole new aspect, don't you?
Yes, I think it's this whole world is opened up to them in such a big way and an unexpected way ever since they got to France and now Spain and pit stop in London and
and God knows how many adventures on the way.
Right, and how this world affects them, the people that they meet along the way, is great material for finding out more about these characters and how they're going to survive this part of the world.
Yes, oh, thanks all.
Welcome to Solar del Mar.
Were the locations an exciting part of doing this? Was this the most location-rich of the 3 seasons?
Absolutely stunning locations. The locations are a huge part of the show and a huge part of what makes shooting it so fun for the cast and the crew, but also the cast and the crew that we're working with here have been amazing.
Yes, well, it sounds like it. Anyway, those sets look fabulous.
That man there is the king.
Since the town offers up one of your daughters, in return you get a truck full of guns?
They call it security. I call it extortion.
Have you always discussed with Norman the dynamic of the 2 characters and how they would evolve? Has the evolution of the characters been a surprise, or they've been always part of the forward story of the characters for you?
Norman and I, personally, we don't discuss with each other a whole lot about our characters, and we do chime in on some of the material sometimes, and that's pretty much the extent. But to see them evolve, it's refreshing to step out of their comfort zone, to step out of what's familiar to them, has opened the doors to a lot more exploration for these two characters. And I won't speak for Norman, but I can tell he's enjoying it too.
He does enjoy it a lot.
We have to fight them. We gotta kill the next king of Spain.
Are you able to gauge from the fans what makes those characters so, loved by them, engaged by them, the whole, Walking Dead universe, but in particular here?
From what I can gather from the fans, Carol is an inspiration to a lot of people.
She is.
Her life's journey so far, and that's a beautiful thing to me. And I think Carol and Daryl are just such a great duo. It's beyond permission that they give one another. It's an unconditional type of beautiful relationship that they have.
And it's unusual as well, it's unexpected and unusual. And I think the different dynamic that they have is what makes the fans love it.
First you survive what happened to you. And after time, if you're lucky, start living again.
Let's keep doing that. Let's keep never giving up.
What are you gonna do about this baby?
Hello, it's such a pleasure to talk to you about this film. Yes. I'm not going to spoil why your two characters don't have many scenes together, but they are mother and daughter. So how did you connect together to kind of study their backstory and what would have happened to them?
I think a lot of what I was doing, at least at the start, because I didn't get to meet her until further along into filming. So I think honing in on that longing of wanting to know her, the longing of wanting to know her as a person, but also her as Perfidia, and hearing Leonardo DiCaprio talk about who she was and how she was doing on set, and also hearing Paul talk about how she was and how she was performing on set. I think honing in on that really, in my mind, solidified our connection.
Yeah, I agree. It's like the wonder. I can't wait to meet her. Where is she? You know, exactly. I think, the longing. Exactly. And then I think what made it even doper for me was when we finally did get to meet, we instantly clicked. You know, we instantly loved on each other. So it was also easy, but also hard to do some of the more difficult scenes, leaving my child behind, because I'm like, oh, she's so sweet, and also the letter at the end, it was easy and emotional reading it, you know what I'm saying? So I think, we definitely kind of went in on the fact that even in real life, with doing the movie, by times of really being apart and also longing for each other, and just the wonder.
Me and Mom used to run around and do some real bad shit. They got hurt. Now they're coming after us. Sorry.
I didn't ask for this. That's just how the cards were rolled out for me.
She's a great character. Perfidia is this confidence that we all want with the cracks inside. So how did you live her?
Honestly, Perfidia, yes, is very, very complicated. She's very, very complex. And Perfidia has a lot of layers, and I think that me and Paul really made sure we went through every single layer and just kind of laid it all on the table. And like we always say, just the conversations, just having a lot of conversations with him and really talking about her more than reading about her. I think the talks are very important. And him also giving us the creative freedom to play, the creative freedom to go to the playground and have recess and okay, cool. So this is who Perfidia is going to be. Here's this layer, that layer, da-da-da. Here's my little... so it's easy to dive in on a woman who was unapologetically herself. It felt really empowering to be able to play such a strong character like that.
World War III out there!
Welcome to the world, Bob.
I kill him dead!
You know what freedom is? What? No fear.
Just like Chase said in the beginning, was Leo the link between the characters for you all through?
Yeah, I think that, like, honestly, everybody was. Like, getting to talk to Paul about who she was, what she was doing, Leo, I think truly everybody in that sense was, because I was getting bits of information character-wise, personality-wise in general from everybody.
Thank you so much. They want me out.
Thank you.
Great to see you both.
Great to see you too.
Sure.
Say it. Say it, baby.
Love you, Bob.
Love you too.
Does it matter that you have all these awards and success when you're excited about working with the director? Is there candid enthusiasm when they send you the script?
With Paul, absolutely. I think, not to speak for Benicio here, but I know I've been an avid fan of his work for 25 years now. He just creates, he just does everything right. I don't know how to say it other than that. The music, the tone, the worlds that he envelops you into, his imagination, the unpredictability of each one of his plots, the immersive quality that you feel in his movies, like you're there. So this, I think everyone comes into a Paul Thomas Anderson project, A, feeling lucky and blessed to be there, but B, feeling like you got to bring your A game. Really.
I'm a drug and alcohol lover, and I cannot remember for the life of me or the life of my only child the answer to your question, what time is it?
8:15.
Now, I need this rendezvous point. You understand what I'm saying? I need it.
I understand.
He has everything in his head, right? Does it make it easier for you to imagine the character's backstory and, you know, what he's been through till that point?
Yeah, I think so. I think, but he says he's never acted, but I think he's a very good actor. And I think
he understands them very well then.
Yes. And I think he enjoys or allows for the process of the actor. And every process is different. And so it's pretty amazing to see him adjust with the actors in different ways. And but you know, like Leo was saying, it's on the script. And you bring what you bring, and he's willing to listen, willing to collaborate, and makes it fun. And he's really encouraging.
How did you imagine Bob Ferguson, for instance, in his teenage years? You know, it's very fun to imagine what brought a character to where we see him.
Well, there was this book called Days of Rage, which is about revolutionaries in the late 1960s, the Weather Underground, and how all of that movement, which had to do with civil rights, Vietnam, anti-imperialism, all that, what happened to them afterwards, which was the most interesting thing, how this community in Northern California, they spread throughout the country trying to disappear. So I just love the fact that, you know, in the beginning of the movie, I'm this sort of idealistic revolutionary, but then I'm sitting here trying to be a regular dad, trying to disappear and completely paranoid and abusing drugs and alcohol. And it's just an incredible setup for a character, and trying to pick up the pieces from his past and make sense of the world that he lives in. It's a great setup for a movie that's so unique, and that's what Paul does so well.
Dad, what is wrong with you?
You're right.
Let's go. I got a tunnel.
Whoa, what's going on?
I need a weapon, man. All you got is goddamn nunchucks. You know where I can get a gun?
Are car chases fun at this stage of your career, getting, you know, shaken and stirred
best damn actor driver in the industry right here. We did
Slow
50 takes around El Paso, driving, curving. Oh, it was insane.
He's saying that because he was sitting on the edge of the door of the passenger side, and he never fell. So, yes.
But is it something that needs a lot of preparation, those kinds of things? Is it a different kind of acting exercise, I wonder?
Well, you have to be focused, and sometimes you are driving. You get the actor driving, so, in my case, I had Leo hanging from the window.
You have to be incredibly focused.
You have to be focused.
I mean, literally, most of these scenes, we had these vintage, VistaVision cameras, which are nearly extinct, attached to every corner of the car, and we're driving through cities or these long open roads, and he's driving, and it's a lot of pressure. Dialogue, beats you need to hit. It
took one down.
Yeah, you clipped one.
Clipped one. I clipped one. Yeah.
One ride after another.
Yes.
Here, that's the sequel.
That's right.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
See you both.
Yes.
Have a great day.
Hello, I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and welcome to a special edition of W News Extra. Coming up on today's show, we'll be taking a look back at some of the highlights of the week, all broadcast from the Al Arabiya headquarters. Now, an Israeli politician has called on Benjamin Netanyahu to halt all parts of the agreement with Hamas until all bodies of the hostages are returned. Earlier today, the Red Cross facilitated the return of 30 more Palestinian bodies back to Gaza after Hamas handed over another 2 Israeli bodies last night. Meanwhile, President Donald Trump has threatened to go in and kill Hamas if he says they continue to kill people in Gaza. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by news editor of Arabian Gulf Business Insight, Shane McGinley, and correspondent and columnist Gemma White. Shane and Gemma, thank you so much for joining me this evening. A lot's been going on, as we know, when it comes to what's been happening between Israel and Hamas. And we're meant to see the return of hostages at the start of the week. Is Hamas continuing to use the bodies of the hostages as leverage because they were meant to be returned, they've trickled in, and it's been quite a difficult situation?
Yeah, it's been quite piecemeal what's happening. Now, I think when it comes to this situation, I think 3 things are true here. I think one, Hamas is keeping hold of some of the bodies in order to retain some of their leverage. And you don't quite know where that's come from. Has that come from the top down, or is it, small groups making their own decisions about this? 2, they know where the bodies are buried, but they are buried under rubble and they can't get to them. And 3, they've been moving around so much they don't know where some of the bodies are. So I do think it's across all 3 of those. Now, they've returned 9 of the 28 bodies so far. But Israel is said to believe that Hamas knows where there are another 6 bodies. So now, Hamas has said it's handed over all the bodies that it has, but now it needs access to specialist equipment. And we've seen that Turkey is sending in 81 people to go and help, perhaps with retrieval with the bodies. They've got a lot of experience due to earthquakes in the country and retrieving bodies. So now, what's also interesting is it's also come at a time when Israel has returned 120 bodies of Palestinian prisoners back to Israel. Now, this hasn't been verified, but there are sources saying that the bodies showed signs of having been beaten and tortured, and also that the bodies were handcuffed and tied together at the feet, and they were returned with no names, just numbers. So what we could be seeing here is retribution on Hamas's part.
And I also read that story today, and it was from a doctor at Al Nasser Hospital, which is within Gaza. And he spoke about the return of those Palestinian bodies and the blindfolds and how difficult it's been for those people. So there are two sides to this in many respects. But Shane, it's quite interesting because over the past week or so, we've been seeing Hamas almost recuperate. It's come out of hiding.
Yeah.
We've seen violence on the streets of Gaza. Hamas has recruited more people to join the militant group. And President Trump has now threatened to go in and kill Hamas on his latest social media post.
Yeah, which, if you kind of look at it, after most of these conflicts, the next sort of stage is generally like the civil war. If you look at sort of Afghanistan, if you look at Libya, so it does look like as if Hamas has come in and Israel has sort of pulled out in terms of the sort of dominant force. So it kind of leaves a bit of a vacuum. So it does look like that at the top of Hamas, there doesn't appear to be sort of great cohesion in terms of leadership, and maybe there's a lot of infighting because we've heard of all of the top brass of Hamas who've been attacked or killed. So maybe there's not one defining sort of leadership, and there could be. This is all speculation, but I'm just guessing. Looking at previous sort of conflicts, that's generally the trend that leads to it. So I think. Part of me was a bit annoyed because we only got sort of these statements on sort of Truth Social from Trump in, just not long before we came on air. And the first thing I did kind of think was that, okay, he's going to go in and be the police of Gaza when he didn't sort of make any kind of similar statements when the Israelis were in killing 64 or 67,000 sort of local residents. So I kind of don't really put much weight into that. It's kind of just sort of the gangster president sort of comment. But I think what is more important is the language that the people who are part of the negotiation are saying, and what they're referring to Hamas and the bodies delivering situation. They're calling it a logistical problem, and that there's issues in finding the bodies, which I'm inclined to believe because there was a report on CBS News in the US saying that the reason they can't find all of the bodies. Because originally I was thinking, they should know where they all are. They kidnapped them, they brought the hostages, they should know where they are, even though it's the middle of a warfare. But the issue is that a lot of the Hamas commanders who were in charge of a lot of the people were killed during the warfare. So a lot of the chain of information has probably broken down, and you don't know where they are. So I think then if you look at Mike Waltz, he seems to be the sensible voice in all of this, and he's the US ambassador to the United Nations, and he's come out and said that there could be US forces as part of a sort of a general recovery group that could be made up of maybe sort of Brits, and you said earlier that there could be some Arabs involved, and I think that would be the way forward, because that would give some legitimacy to potential delays in finding the bodies, because and as you're saying, Turkey's been involved. So I think if there's an international group of forces that are looking and supporting finding these bodies, if there are delays, then it won't sort of escalate into a sort of a tit for tat, which has already happened.
Yeah. It has happened, and we are seeing right now things escalate quite quickly after the first phase of the ceasefire was implemented.
Yeah.
And a lot of people are saying this is a concern because Hamas has reasserted itself. But in that 20-point plan, it's clear that Donald Trump wants Hamas to disarm. So the big question is right now, when are we going to get this international security force in to make sure that the people of Gaza, the Palestinians themselves, are safe, because they right now caught in the crosshairs here again, and to make sure Hamas follows through and does disarm. But politically, they don't seem to want to be leaving.
No, right now, like both Israel and Hamas are complaining to the mediators that neither side is upholding their side of the bargain, so to speak. And Hamas has said that since it's come into effect, more than 20 Palestinians have been killed by Israeli fire. And there was reports of drone strikes as well, which they've denied, but, across a few different areas as well. So it seems like the looseness of the plan and the vagueness, that's what we're seeing down on the ground. We're seeing a vagueness, we're seeing a non-cohesion, we're not seeing you know, this is going to happen by this time. So I think the actions on the ground are just a reaction to the wishy-washiness of the plan.
So do you think they went for declaring peace too soon?
I think, yeah, I do. I think Trump wanted to be done with it. You know, he wanted to say, the plan's done, we've ended the war, because that was one of the main points in the text. It basically said, this is the end of the war. That was one of the big things that was written. But as America knows, as you mentioned Afghanistan earlier, the signing of something, or you know, is just the beginning. It's
because if you leave a vacuum, something has to fill it, and it could be worse. Like if you look at in Libya when Gaddafi was gone, and everyone was like, "Okay, he's gone. Let's have a new start." And I remember I went to Libya quite soon after when they started flights again, and it was a complete warfare. But that still hasn't recovered, and that was like what 5-6 more years ago or something. So. You know, sometimes if you get rid of the evil force, then what replaces is even worse.
And I think these are the big questions when it comes to this 20-point peace plan, is what comes next? Who's going to govern Gaza? What's going to be the board of peace? When is that going to come into play? And also, we must remember, we talk about the hostages' bodies, but the UN says 80% of buildings have either been destroyed
or rubble.
Or just rubble. So Gaza right now needs so many things to come into play to happen, but we're just waiting for that momentum to pick up and if they can move forward with this. So thank you so much for your thoughts on that. And as British Prime Minister Keir Starmer looks to implement a digital ID card system in the UK, he's hailed India's Aadhaar system as a massive success. During his recent visit to Mumbai, Starmer held a meeting with the co-founder of the Indian tech group who did help deliver the ID database, and that was more than a decade ago. But the system has been met with some criticism. Dr. Ellie, let's talk to you at the moment. So India has had the system in for a significant amount of time, for 15 years. How does it currently work in India regarding ID cards? And also, there's been a lot of outcry about them too, so there's two sides to the story.
Definitely, like every system to put in place, there's the double-edged sword of how much the government will control the life of people, how much will it be able to control the data that it has through these cards. And we have to remember that the Modi's government has been accused by so many parties of manipulating elections, of trying to forcefully control what's happening on the public scene. And this is feared to be just another step in that same direction of having full, rigid control on the Indian population through this new ID card. Having it as something that is optional or something that is partially used for services is one thing, and having it obligatory to all the 1.4 billion people is something else. And again, linking it to everything, it seems, from buying a house to opening a bank account to every kind of services, paying your taxes, receiving benefits. This will make it a full package that will have all the data of every Indian in the hands of the government / a private company that manages the cards also.
And I think that has been some of the criticism for some of the poorest and least educated in India, whose lack of literacy, educational documents, has left them unable to get one of these Aadhaar cards, the digital IDs, and then they can't find a job and they can't progress, and it becomes a vicious cycle.
Definitely, especially if the lower side of the population, the poorer population, happen to be from certain regions, from certain religions. This takes a whole new dimension also of exclusion from politics and for excluding enemies from the political process and from the public life in general.
And Sarah, it's really interesting because the UK government is actually currently considering ID cards, but there's been a fair bit of backlash over in the UK, hasn't there?
Yes. Now, the UK Home Secretary, Shabana Mahmood, has said today that Britain has lost control of its borders. They're finding it incredibly difficult to stop the boats and the illegal migrant crossings. One of the ways in which they think they're going to tackle this is through a digital ID scheme. And that would come in by the end of this Parliament, so by the end of the decade. And that would make it much, much harder for illegal migrants to get work, because it will be compulsory for anyone who wants to have a job to have a digital ID card. It's not actually going to be a physical card. It would be a digital ID that you would hold on your phone. Now, it's a fairly limited system at this stage compared to others. They've been looking, as you said, at India. They've been looking at Australia. They've been looking at Estonia. They've been looking at Denmark for examples of where there might be practice that they could take. There's going to be a 3-month consultation, but the government says the aim is that anyone applying for a job would have to show their digital ID. They wouldn't show their papers. They wouldn't have to show their national insurance card, which we currently have. And while this is primarily around cracking down on illegal immigrants, they say there'll be benefits to individuals. You don't have to carry your papers around with you. And there'll be benefits for employers, because it will be far harder for anyone to take on somebody else's identity or to fraudulently apply for a job. But there are, of course, concerns about civil liberties. There are also concerns about the security of that data. At the moment, it won't contain your biometric data. It won't contain your fingerprints. It won't contain your iris scans. It will just be your demographic data, your national insurance number, and for your right to work, for example. But the government doesn't have a very good track record when it comes to these big IT infrastructure schemes, overrunning in terms of timescales, overrunning in terms of cost. And I think as well as the privacy concerns, there are also concerns about how much this is going to cost and whether it really is a priority for this government right now.
Let's talk about something, Dr. Ellie. We live in Dubai.
Yep.
We have digital ID cards.
Definitely, and it is connected to every aspect of your life, to your bank account, to your medical, to your visa, to your status, to everything. And it's working quite well. And it enables the government to keep the country secure, to keep things going, and to facilitate all your government operations. So there's surely a positive side to all of this, if it is properly managed, if it is properly controlled by the government, with security to your data and all of that. But we have to also keep in mind applying it to 10 million people in a specific context like Dubai or the UAE in general is completely different than 80 plus million in the UK or 1.4 billion in India.
Yeah, absolutely. Because I can just say on a personal level, from moving here, it just makes our life so much easier. Because, Sarah, everything's connected to something. We've all got a card. It's on the app. It's all digital. You just basically leave your house, and as long as you have that, you're connected to whatever you need. And it's quite remarkable.
You're not travelling around for your passport or your driving licence or your birth certificate or your national insurance card, which, you know, you got given when you were 16, and most of us have lost somewhere. And I think the big concern is about excluding a certain sector of the population who might not have access to a smartphone, particularly the elderly. And the government has taken on that criticism, and that's why it's saying this is about people applying for jobs and people wanting to work in the UK. So if you're a pensioner, you wouldn't be obliged to use this digital ID, but otherwise it is compulsory for all. We will all have it by the end of this Parliament, but fairly limited, a 3-month consultation during which people will get to air those fears and their concerns. But yes, the government putting out the same message as you are, really, Leigh Ann, that this makes life easier for most people and it will help crack down on illegal migration, they say. Others remain unconvinced.
It's quite interesting because as we speak about it, Dr. Ellie, and we find life easier with it because now we're used to having one, but we can't forget that AI, online scams just seem to be becoming more and more prominent in everyday life as things become more sophisticated. And in India, 1.1 billion Indians on the database for this ID card, actually their details were being sold online. So hackers are able to possibly infiltrate this, and that's another concern.
Definitely. The more we rely on technology, the more there are possibilities of every kind of cyber attack, of hacking, of even intentionally selling the data for profit by the companies themselves or hackers in that sense. There's also the danger of being connected to your bank account, and then we have seen all the financial fraud of credit cards or money being withdrawn and all of this. There's definitely a lot of downside as much as the positive, and I guess it always goes back to that check and balance that you have to continue to exercise on the government, on the company that is managing, to make sure the positives outweigh the negatives.
And right-winged influencer Candace Owens has been blocked from entering Australia after the country's High Court backed the government's decision. Officials said the US YouTuber's controversial views would incite discord. Home Affairs Minister Tony Burke called it a win for social cohesion, and Owens must now pay the government's legal costs. So, Sarah, Candace Owens, whether you like her, whether you don't like her, whatever the situation is, she hasn't committed a crime at all. So why has she been denied a visa to Australia?
Yeah, this is a controversial story in itself. Candace Owens applied for a visa this time last year to enter Australia for a speaking tour that was due to take place in November of last year. And it was rejected under the character test, which is a provision of the Migration Act. And the concerns were cited that her presence in Australia could incite discord in the community, particularly because of her views on the Holocaust, where she downplayed it, her Islamophobic comments against the LGBTQ plus community, for example, all cited by Tony Burke. The High Court has today upheld that decision. As you say, in Australia, there is an implied freedom, not an absolute right to free speech. So it's different to Australia. And Candace Owens, as a non-Australian citizen, has a lower degree of rights than an Australian citizen might have. But Tony Burke said today that inciting discord might be the way some people make their money, but it's not welcome in Australia. Australia's national interest is best served when Candace Owens is somewhere else. So closing the door on her because of her views. And I just wonder, Leigh Ann, if one of the views that she expressed during COVID might have played a role in this, where she called for US troops to invade Australia to free its repressed people because of Australia's very tough approach to COVID. And that certainly didn't go down very well.
Dr. Ellie, I watch Candace Owens now and again on YouTube. I think many of us do. She is highly controversial. There's no doubt about that. And you've got family members living in Australia. Do you think Australia is just being overly cautious? We know that they have a Liberal government, always has been. And is this just a step too far?
Well, first of all, speaking about Candace, I do like her approach and her things, although it is a bit controversial. I do watch her things because she said things that are not said in different channels or media posts. Regarding her views, I think on the views about Israel and that whole conflict in Gaza, I think she's been able to anger both sides, which says something positive. She's not biased in one way or the other. So the Muslims of Australia are afraid of her Islamophobic points of views, and the Jews of Australia are upset from her views on the current war. But on the Australian side of things, definitely Australia and many countries around the world, but specifically Australia, has never been as divided as it is today, specifically on the issue of the Gaza conflict, but also it feeds into other conflicts and other divisions into society, conservative, woke LGBT community on one side, economic on the other, the issue of Israel and all other things. So Australia has been extremely cautious, and they decided to practically stop any kind of things that could potentially fuel that discourse in the society or cause things. And to be fair, we did see some incidences that we have not seen earlier in Australia. But on the other hand, is your society so fragile that a public speech or a demonstration or a visitor from outside could really threaten the social cohesion of the country?
And Sarah, I would agree with that in some respects, because you can still have a look at Candace Owens on YouTube.
Definitely.
Her channel's still going out. It makes no difference if she's in Australia or not. They can still watch her content.
It could give her some additional visibility also.
Yeah, exactly. And Sarah, I was going to say that.
Her voice. This gives her greater content, and yes, just because she's not turning up to give a talk in an Australian venue doesn't mean that Australian people can't hear her views, because she has her platform on YouTube and on social media. And so I think it's very naive to say that this is protecting social cohesion and that her views are not welcome in Australia. Australia's got precedent for this. Kanye West, Ye, as I think we're meant to call him now, had his visa revoked in July of this year for his song that promoted Nazi ideology. And Candace Owens is the latest in this. But what difference does it really make? OK, she can't make any money on a speaking circuit in Australia, but you can certainly still hear her views if you want to, and rightly so.
We've managed to ban Djokovic also, don't forget that, due to his position on COVID and on the vaccine.
I absolutely forgot about that. The Australian Open.
Yes.
Of course. Yes. I was actually very upset about that, because we all wanted to see Djokovic play. He was at the height of his career, and obviously they said no because he wouldn't have the vaccination. That was extremely controversial.
Very true. And again, I think for Candace specifically, it could be a meeting point between the two parties, the party who supports Israel, the Liberal Party, the right-wing party, and the Labour governing party. Both of them would not like to hear what Candace has to say.
It's also happening in the US, I suppose we should say, as well, not just Australia, because there have been foreign nationals who've had their visas revoked for appearing to celebrate the killing of Charlie Kirk. So it's also happening in the United States. But for Australia to be doing this, I think it is just amplifying her voice.
And US Secretary of War Pete Hegseth says standards are back after sending home overweight troops. It comes after a picture of Texas National Guard in Chicago went viral last week. Hegseth previously told hundreds of top military leaders that US members needed to be fit, not fat, during a summit in Virginia. I know, I shouldn't smile, I don't know, but you know, there we are, Pete Hegseth, he's back. And I wanted to know, does Pete Hegseth actually have a valid point here?
100% he does, absolutely. Yeah. If you are part of the active U.S. military, should you be in fantastic shape? Of course you should. But there's always a conjunction. But in fairness, 3/4 of Americans, according to a study that was published by The Lancet in November of 2024, are overweight or obese. And these are National Guard. These men and women are active 1 weekend a month and 2 weeks a year. I don't know that the same standard should be held for them as it is, for instance, for the senior the senior members of the military that he addressed last month. I think there has to be flexibility, there has to be awareness that while these are men and women who are prepared to be called up, they're not professional soldiers. Certainly they might have been at one point. And I think that there has to be more of an understanding that there is a distinction between an active military soldier serving in South Korea and somebody in the National Guard who's in Chicago.
Gemma, what are your thoughts?
I disagree. I do think if you are going to sign up for something like this, whether the National Guard get paid well, is it a kind of, it's not voluntary, is it? Like
well, it is voluntary that you can serve, and you have to make the commitment, and it's either for 6 or 8 years,
right.
And then you have this you'll have like basic training type thing, and then you'll have, you know, this sort of commitment.
Yeah.
So you could be called up into when there's an emergency.
Yeah.
But in this particular case, it's
See that
maybe not.
I think if you are putting yourself in that position, you clearly want this role. You could be called up at any time to something quite serious as well. Then I think you need to keep yourself in the kind of shape that the role would require. You know, if you're going to be a volunteer firefighter, you would have to stay in tip-top shape because you could be called out to, you know, to the fire at any time. So I do think that you do have a duty to stay in shape. If otherwise, don't sign up for the role.
But I would also say that he doesn't want the fat soldiers. But I don't believe that there is a requirement regarding your height and weight. The requirement is that you have to do certain physical tests.
Yeah.
I'm not being funny, but we've just seen some pictures on screen there, and they could not pass the bleep test. And I think that's a basic test. Well, I don't know. I'm just assuming that they couldn't, because those tests are quite difficult. But I just wanted to go into what happened with Pete Hegseth, because, you know, we've spoken about the administration before, and Pete Hegseth made it really clear when he was addressing the top brass that everyone needed to look great, no beards, you know, very visual, because really we saw the Chinese army come out and do that massive parade, and it was so impressive. It was lockstep, there was nothing sloppy, and if it's the world's strongest army, they need to be on that stage looking absolutely perfection, and that's what Hegseth's trying to say. But it was really the social media post that apparently got Hegseth's back up, because when those pictures went out, one commentator wrote, "Hegseth is going to lose his mind. I'm here for it. Texas National Guard arrives in Chicago for food, I assume."
So I would want to backtrack just a moment, because when I would say that the U.S. military has been proven on many continents over the past 30, 40 years. The Chinese military has not. So while the Chinese military may look fantastic during a parade, there's no evidence that they can actually perform under combat conditions.
And I would agree with that. There's no evidence that they could ever be anywhere as strong as the Navy SEALs, as strong as the US military, undoubtedly some of the best we've ever seen in the world, and that I will agree with. But, you know, for Pete Hegseth, it's also about presentation, and he wants that to be a slick operation.
And they don't want to be laughed at online like that, you know, those jibes and all those funny memes. No, that this is an administration that can't, you know, have a bit of a giggle at all, no.
No, and, you know, Pete Hegseth himself served in the military, and dare we say it, he's in tip-top condition. Gemma, could we see this kind of policy rolled out in other industries?
Do you know what? Before the current administration, I would have said no. But I do feel this administration has made it okay to say and do quite cruel and mean things, and for it to kind of seep into the fabric of society through their supporters, through social media. So, you know, saying things like, "You're very amused by this, I can tell, my goodness."
No, I don't know why.
You know, but were these, you know, troops overweight? Yeah, I think the optics look really bad, to be honest with you. But, and I do believe there are industries where body shape and size and health absolutely do matter, you know, particularly civil defence roles, you know, the police, the fire department, paramedics, armed forces. But in the US, it's interesting. It's not illegal under federal law to discriminate against someone for, like, height and weight. It's only Michigan who has laws concerning that kind of discrimination. So for private companies, you know, if someone turns up for an interview and you don't like the look of them, you just don't have to hire them. You know, there's kind of nothing telling you that you have to. I do feel that, you know, body acceptance has been very much an online thing, and sometimes we can confuse what's very popular and very noisy online with what's actually happening on the ground. We think, oh right, the healthier any weight and, you know, that kind of movement is actually really big, but it's not. It's kind of online noise, really. So no, I don't think these kind of policies will be rolled out elsewhere. I think it's very much going to be down to, like, individual companies. But no, I do feel like the administration has made it okay to kind of pick people apart and for it to kind of be seen as all right.
And call people fat.
Yeah.
And I think that this administration, they look back on the 1950s for different reasons, as though the golden age of America. Maybe it's a race situation, maybe it's the manufacturing situation, but it's also, and I think we could all agree with this, when you see old photographs or films of PE classes in the 1950s, I mean, these were men and women who were in phenomenal shape.
And they could get up and down a rope very quickly.
Yes.
They were so impressive. Lots of us can't do that nowadays.
No, and they'd be vaulting and stuff like this, yeah.
And I think that, you know, there's a bigger issue to be had here, which is, you know, to talk about, okay, Donald Trump is the perfect example of America today. He talks quite openly and is photographed quite openly with his McDonald's.
Yeah. He loves McDonald's.
Yes, he absolutely does. And that is, I think, indicative of most Americans. And there's nothing wrong with it. But if you're then disappointed as the Secretary of War that some of your men and women are perhaps not looking the way that they should, there is another issue that has to be addressed, which is about the consumption, the amount of food, as well as the processed food that happens in America.
I do think Donald Trump's not going to fight a war, and if you sign up for the National Guard, I would expect peak condition.
But as well, the whole make America healthy again, you know, that's you would think that would be tied into all of this. That's been a very big message of the administration, but it's been suspiciously quiet as well.
So in that particular case, of course, it's about vaccines and
food colouring.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Not about actual things that are affecting society. Yeah.
President Trump has praised Egypt's President Sisi for playing an important role in the Gaza deal. The two leaders appeared together at a press conference ahead of an international summit on the agreement. So, Rawiya, another thing that happened today is, as we said, Donald Trump got on a plane. He went to Sharm el-Sheikh. All the world leaders have now gathered in Egypt. Amazing scenes, and Egypt put this together so quickly, and for so many world leaders to get there at such a short space of time just shows the respect they have for Donald Trump. But how politically important is this?
Well, it is very politically important. It was also a diplomatic spectacle. It was put together very quickly, as you mentioned, yet it made sense to be hosted in Egypt. The summit is co-hosted by both President Trump and President Sisi of Egypt. But President Trump, it was obvious that he was taking the lead on the speeches. He started talking first, and he was directing the steps of the summit. Now, for Egypt, it restores holding such a summit in Egypt. It restores its pivotal role in the region. It capitalizes also on the fact that Egypt is on President Trump's good side after their role in the mediation during the Gaza war. From the American perspective, it is a big spectacle, and we know that President Trump loves spectacles. He gathered world leaders in Egypt. He even gathered world leaders of countries that have nothing to do with the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. I think it was a message to say that we today celebrate maybe President Trump's biggest diplomatic achievement yet, which is this peace deal in Gaza. Yet we are also celebrating his previous achievements. It was a reminder of those achievements. After all, he's been claiming during today and in the last few days that by today he has ended 8 wars, and that was the spectacle. That was the summary of the spectacle we saw standing behind him today.
I also thought we see all these world leaders together, and maybe that's another way that Donald Trump wants to delegate how things are figured out in Gaza in the future, the reconstruction of Gaza, the aid delivery, which countries can help in certain aspects. John, I'm not sure of what you thought of that, but the UK has actually quietly been hosting talks on a Gaza reconstruction, and those have been happening in the next 3 days behind the scenes. meetings, and we see these big, powerful people meeting, but is that for a reason? Is that to shore up those missing details?
So, and we've already seen as well, Trump urging Israeli lawmakers to move from this wartime posture to more of a rebuilding and diplomacy as well, which I think is probably indicative of what we're going to see in the next weeks to months. Trump himself, he's poised himself as this central broker in the whole deal in the first place, in the peace plan that's taking place. He will want to keep an eye on this, but we've heard him say it many, many times before, he's a very busy man. And I feel that delegation is probably one of his very strong suits. And I feel because Marco Rubio and also Steve Witkoff have played such pivotal roles, I will see them maybe taking something of a senior role here in this, and then they will delegate it down the ranks as well. We will see some level of this group, a collective who will get together, I think, and they'll be the ones who will make all the day-to-day decisions and then keep President Trump informed about it while he can turn his attention to other things that have been, let's face it, on the back burner, including domestic issues.
I find it very fascinating. Jared Kushner was there, Tony Blair. We've all been speaking about the former UK Prime Minister, and Tony Blair was in Egypt, and it's so fascinating who could possibly join this board of peace that go into Gaza.
He is one of the main candidates. Of course, he was endorsed by President Trump to be on the board of peace, as President Trump called it, even though, as you said, he kept complaining that he's a very busy man, but because he will think about it and they'll probably have it done. It was reported in the last few days that the Palestinians had a problem with Tony Blair being a part of this process. Today, I've seen more reports talking about, no, the Palestinians are more open to cooperating with Tony Blair as well over this. But definitely, I mean, President Trump today referred many times to the reconstruction of Gaza during this summit, and he did say that some of the people that have generously donated or pledged to help in this reconstruction are here today. And he said that he himself and the United States are going to be a partner in this reconstruction process.
And there will be peacekeeping troops that will be required to be on the ground. Yeah. The US will not be the ones who will be sending peacekeeping troops. I would think that will likely fall to other Arab nations. And it will also probably likely fall somewhat to Europe if they want to throw their hat into the ring on this as well. And so I think that, yes, the Board of Peace will be established, but much like any good company, Donald Trump will sit at the top as the director/CEO of this company, and the minions will feed into him once a week and tell him exactly what's going on the ground. And then attention may be focused back towards Russia, Ukraine, the domestic issues that he's dealing at home, which continue,
The US shutdown continues.
Yes, definitely. I mean, there are a lot of local issues looming in the US, but he actually mentioned in his speech at the Knesset, he actually mentions Iran. He said that Iran are ready to make peace, and they want
help.
And they want help. And he even asked, Netanyahu and the Knesset, would it be something that you consider? But then he said that before we work on this, he asked Steve Witkoff to focus more on Ukraine and Russia. I think this is the upcoming project for President Trump, definitely.
And I'd like to see that as well. I think we've forgotten that continues to rage on as well, and it's taken page 3 and 4 of the newspapers while Israel and the peace deal here in Gaza was so important to get that done and pass and cross the line, because many thousands of people were losing their lives every single month. We were just continuously talking about it, and I feel like that was the priority. I did think Russia-Ukraine would have been an easier one to solve, and I did think when he said 24 hours that would have been realistic, but I think now that's probably the nitty-gritty of that needs to be dug into. If he can do it in Israel, I really think Donald Trump has got a fighting chance at managing to do it for Ukraine and Russia.
And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and, of course, also follow us on X. We'll be back on Monday. Goodbye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire. But the United States is not going to allow that. President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire. But the United States is not going to allow that. President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire. But the United States is not going to allow that. President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire. But the United States is not going to allow that. President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire. But the United States is not going to allow that. President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire. But the United States is not going to allow that. President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire. But the United States is not going to allow that. President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire. But the United States is not going to allow that. President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire. But the United States is not going to allow that. President Trump is trying to negoti
with so much happening, so much information, and so much noise.
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs. But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Well, for more, we can speak now to Alan Dershowitz, who is a Harvard Law School professor emeritus and former attorney to President Trump. He joins us from New York. Always a pleasure seeing you, Professor Dershowitz. Just want to ask you, what went through your mind today as you watched those scenes playing out in Israel, on the streets and at the Knesset?
It was a great day for the Palestinian people, for the Israeli people, for the Middle East. It's only a bad day for those who would want to see Israel destroyed. A very bad day for Iran, a very bad day for the protesters in New York and throughout Europe, none of whom ever call for a two-state solution. They call for a replacement of Israel by Palestine. So those who want to see the end of Israel, it's a terrible day. But those who want to see a two-state solution ultimately and peace in the Middle East, it's a very, very good beginning.
I think quite a lot of people want to see a two-state solution, don't they? There was even one heckler at the Knesset, a man by the name of Ayman Odeh, who called for the recognition of a Palestinian state. I mean, would you support that? Do you see that happening eventually?
Of course, I think it's the only ultimate solution. It was offered to the Palestinians in 1938, 1947, 1948, 1967, 2000, 2001, 2005, 2007. The Palestinians have always turned it down. The Israelis have always accepted it. It's not going to happen immediately because Hamas still retains some authority in Gaza, but ultimately it's the right solution. But it will take building and time to do it. But ultimately, two states for two people living in peace would produce great results for the Middle East and for the world. Palestinian people are wonderfully innovative and scientific. And if they work together with Israelis, not under the leadership of Hamas, but under the leadership of leaders who really want to see a peaceful resolution, there's no limits on what could be done in the interests of peace.
To whom would you give the greatest credit, Professor Dershowitz, for this conclusion to what's been 24 bloody months?
Well, there's a short-term answer to that. The short-term answer is the Israeli military. By overcoming October 7th and defeating Hamas militarily, defeating Hezbollah, destroying parts of Iran's nuclear capacity, it made Donald Trump's diplomacy feasible. Without the combination of Israel's military successes and Trump's diplomatic successes, I don't think we would have seen this achievement. But I also have to give a lot of credit to the Arab countries in the region who came along with Donald Trump and put pressure on Hamas, even including some non-Arab countries like Turkey. So you have to give credit where credit is due. You know, success has many parents, failure is an orphan, and this was a success. So the credit should be spread around to many, many, many people and institutions and nations.
I was expecting you to mention one name, and you didn't mention him this time, but it's reported that you put forward Jared Kushner's name for a Nobel Peace Prize in 2021 for his role in Arab-Israeli normalization efforts. I mean, how instrumental has he been in these latest efforts?
Very instrumental, and I plan to put forward, I'm one of the Nobel nominators for the Peace Prize. I plan to put forward not only Jared Kushner, but also Steve Witkoff, along with President Trump, for next year's Nobel Peace Prize. And remember that the Nobel Committee does, according to the will of Alfred Nobel, require that the winner of the Peace Prize be somebody who brought peace between countries, not within a country. And so it seems to me that these are obvious candidates for that kind of a prize. But Jared Kushner, my former Harvard student and friend for many, many years, deserves an enormous amount of credit. He came out of basically retirement from government and came back and really helped do this the way he helped do the Abraham Accords. And I played a very, very tiny role early on in the Abraham Accords and some of the other peace initiatives during Trump's first administration. So I saw Jared firsthand working, and he did an amazing job. He's an amazing young man.
I'm going to come back to him in just a moment. I just want to ask you, though, for your reaction to the news that President Trump didn't get the Nobel Peace Prize this time around. Do you stand by the Nobel Committee and their decision perhaps to hold off till next year when there's, more fruit, so to speak, on the table?
No, they should have given the prize to two people at this point. They should have given it to the woman who got the prize. She deserved it, even though she doesn't come within the will of Alfred Nobel because she didn't bring about peace between countries. But they can give the prize to three people, and they should have given the prize this year to Donald Trump and to the woman who got it. And next year, perhaps they can give it to those who helped bring about Trump's diplomatic successes, people like Steve Redkoff, and maybe even one person from the other side, from the Arab side or the Palestinian side. There'd be no objection to that as well, because peace requires, obviously, some degree of compromise on all sides.
Okay, so next year's Nobel Peace Prize could go, you think, to a group of individuals, perhaps the ones who've brought us to the point we're at today. Okay, Jared Kushner, just going back to him, obviously, as you were saying, very much the architect, or one of the architects of the Abraham Accords, and his next goal is to bring about what he's called a new Middle East. What does that look like, do you think, Professor Dershowitz?
Well, it looks like the Gulf states playing a major role because of their wealth and the way they've strategized their wealth. They have been absolutely brilliant in turning oil into artificial intelligence, science, and technology. And I think we see a new East focused on working together, building on the Abraham Accords, working together, Israel and the Gulf states. I think what we're seeing is a diminution of the impact of some of the other Arab states like Lebanon and Iraq and Syria. And we're seeing the center move south and move toward the Gulf states. And I think that's a great development because the Gulf states are not ideological. They're interested in stability. They're interested in increasing their influence, they're increasing their wealth. They're interested in positive developments, whereas, at least in the past, Hezbollah in Lebanon and Iraq and Syria have been more interested in destruction than construction. So I think that movement south has been a very positive movement.
We haven't mentioned Prime Minister Netanyahu yet, and I know you're a staunch defender of Benjamin Netanyahu, accusing some of his critics of having BDS, which you call Bibi derangement syndrome. Do tell me if I'm quoting you out of turn or misquoting you. But what do you see as being his future? Do you think his political future is tenable? What do you think is going to happen?
Well, Israel's a vibrant democracy, as evidenced by what happened at the Knesset today. Nobody can predict what the outcome of an Israeli election will look like. There have been, 4 or 5 elections over the past 6 or 7 years, and there's going to be another one coming up next year. And I think these recent developments will strengthen Netanyahu. But remember also that Bennett, who's going to be running against Netanyahu, contributed to this as well by making it possible for Netanyahu to make this kind of peace without fear of his government crumbling. So, Israel's a very complicated democracy with very vibrant media and critics. So nobody can predict Netanyahu's future, but I think we can predict Israel's future. And I think Donald Trump predicted it very well in his speech today, saying it is a strong country, will be there forever. Anybody who tries to destroy Israel will fail. And I would hope that these useful idiots that are demonstrating all over Europe and Norway and Italy and other places for the end of Israel will understand that they cannot bring about that result, that they ought to devote their energies to actually helping the Palestinian people instead of hurting Israel.
Now, it's been reported that you've offered to represent Prime Minister Netanyahu in the event that he appears before the International Criminal Court. And again, do tell me if I'm wrong.
No, that's correct.
Do you see that day coming?
I don't. I think that in light of the fact that Khan, the former or the now suspended president or prosecutor, chief prosecutor, there now is very strong evidence that the only reason he issued these indictments was to deflect attention from the credible sexual charges against him. I think that the ICC has lost its credibility on this. And my suspicion is that this will not come to a trial. But if it does, I'm ready and able to go to The Hague and defend Prime Minister Netanyahu. I will do it with pride and with hopefully with success if it comes to that. But I hope it won't come to that.
And of course, Netanyahu doesn't just have legal woes potentially at the ICC, he also has them domestically. And again, it's been reported that you've offered to give legal advice to Prime Minister Netanyahu on his domestic legal woes. Do you think, as some of Netanyahu's critics in Israel believe, that he looks more vulnerable, he would look more vulnerable in a situation like the situation we're in now, that the war in Gaza is over? Do you subscribe to that?
I do not. I think that if he handles it well and takes responsibility for October 7th, the buck always stops at the very, very top, and moves forward and builds on some of these successes that he can endure politically. But, you know, his survival is not nearly as important as the survival of Israel as a vibrant democracy with equal rights for all of its citizens. That's the key, and I think that hope was strengthened today, and certainly President Trump made very strong statements today about Israel's permanence and endurance, and I would hope the protests against Israel would begin to dissipate, and effort should be made to help the Palestinian people rather than to hurt Israel.
We're talking to a few historians today and sort of taking a bit of a historical step back whilst looking at the last 24 months. I mean, how do you think this 24-month-long chapter is going to go down in history?
A tragedy, a totally avoidable tragedy. There was a ceasefire on October 6th. Hamas deliberately broke it. They broke it largely in order to prevent Israel from making peace with Saudi Arabia. They broke it in order to hurt Israel in the court of public opinion. To that respect, it succeeded. The fact that Britain and France and other countries have recognized the Palestinian state and given essentially the Palestinian people a reward for their support of Hamas is not a positive development. I think it will be seen as a tragedy that could easily have been avoided if Hamas had either not started the October 7th war, or if both sides had been more willing to come to the bargaining table with compromises earlier on in the process.
Well, you mentioned the UK and other European countries, but you've also warned in the past that Israel has lost support amongst the next generation of Americans. That's something you're quoted as saying. I mean, do you see that now being reversed now that the war is over?
No, I think it will be diminished to degree, but not reversed, because a lot of the opposition to Israel is unthinking opposition. It's just knee-jerk opposition. It's opposition to Western democracy. It's opposition to capitalism. It's opposition as strongly to the Gulf states as it is to Israel, because these radical protesters hate Qatar and hate Saudi Arabia and hate the Emirates as much as they do Israel. They've been focusing their attention on Israel, but their real focus is on free market economies, democracy, Western values, Judeo-Christian Islamic values. These are people who are enemies of peace and enemies of decency. And so I think that the protests will continue. They'll just be somewhat differently directed, but they will still be opposed to the United States and to the values reflected by the Abraham Accords. These are against the Abraham Accords.
Yeah, I mean, just lastly, I mean, obviously 67,000, although the number is disputed, I know, by Israel and others. 67,000 Palestinians killed in Gaza these last 24 months. I mean, that is perhaps what people who took to the streets, many of them would argue, brought them out onto the streets, was those daily pictures, gruesome pictures of emaciated children, maimed mothers. I think that's what people would say brought them out onto the streets as much as anything else. But would you say all of this, just to sort of wrap up this conversation, has damaged Israel's international standing?
Well, we have to remember that these protests began on October 8th, some of them on October 7th, before a single Israeli soldier went into Gaza, before there was any destruction of Gaza. So a lot of it was just aimed at Israel and October 7th became an excuse, and so did the horrors that occurred in Gaza become an excuse. Let's remember, too, that many of the, not all, but many of the problems of Gaza came from the fact that Hamas conducted its war from behind civilians, using civilian structures, using schools, using mosques, using playgrounds. They built tunnels which they allowed only their fighters to use to protect themselves, making all their other non-fighters subject to Israelis' legitimate self-defense. So there's a lot of blame to be shared, and I don't think that the protests were solely directed against what happened in Gaza after the war began, although obviously some of it is a function of the terrible pictures that have been shown about destruction. But look, this was an important message to the world. Israel wanted to send a message that Jewish blood is no longer cheap, as it was during the Holocaust, as it was in many other instances, as it was on October 7th. And if you attack the state of Israel, if you attack the Jewish people, you will pay a heavy, perhaps disproportionate price. Some could argue it was disproportionate, but it was historically mandated by the fact that Jews have been subject to pogroms and Holocaust and genocide over so many years. And unfortunately, the price was paid by the citizens of Gaza, many of whom were innocent, some of whom were not, some of whom were complicit. It's a complicated story. I hope we can move on, and I hope we can rebuild Gaza the way the Americans rebuilt Germany after the Second World War and rebuilt Japan. Once total surrender occurs, then you can move toward the second phase of rebuilding, and I hope that will happen in Gaza.
Okay, well, we appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Professor Alan Dershowitz, thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thank you very much.
Well, for more now, we can speak to Elon Pinkas, who's a former Israeli ambassador and consul general to New York. He joins us from Tel Aviv. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. We heard President Trump today there at the Knesset saying the war is over, the long and painful nightmare is over, he said. I just wanted to see what your reaction was. How does that feel?
You know, you don't know. He doesn't know that the war is over. I don't know that the war is over, and I hope he's right. But it sounds, Tom, as if he's expressing a lot of wishful thinking and perhaps good intentions. But the weeks and months ahead are such that, you know, it could go either way. I don't see the plan being implemented, you know, above and beyond the elation and the jubilation and the happiness on both sides, by the way, today. And beyond the ceremony in Sharm el-Sheikh today, you know, when it comes to the nuts and the bolts of the next phases, of the next points in his 20-point plan, they seem almost intractable. And so I don't know. The war may be over, even though the ceasefire could break at any moment. But I'm less optimistic and much more skeptical about the next phases here.
Yeah, I noticed that you were skeptical in some of the commentary I've seen where you've been quoted in the last couple of weeks. And I just wanted to ask whether, you know, perhaps there is a perception that up until this point, however, you know, all sides have been more or less honouring the terms of that 20-point plan. What's your thoughts then?
Well, look, we've been in this opera before. There was a ceasefire deal struck in January of 2025. And it had multi-phases. By the way, it looks very similar, almost identical to this plan. It had a first phase, which was a ceasefire and a hostage/prisoner exchange, and then a second and third phases that dealt with post-war Gaza, reconstruction, humanitarian aid, a gradual Israeli withdrawal, and so on. 2 days before the end of phase one, on the 18th of March, Israel violated that agreement. And so while I'm not saying both cases are analogous and I'm not saying it's the same scenario necessarily, I'm not a pessimist by nature, but I just look at the agreement. It is so ambiguous. Hamas is supposed to disarm. No one knows how it will disarm. There is supposed to be an Arab provisional for a so-called in the agreement international stabilization force to be made of Egypt and Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates and Jordan to go into Gaza and replace Hamas and extend governance. I don't see that happening unless Israel fully withdraws, and Israel will not fully withdraw unless Hamas fully disarms. How Hamas will disarm, whom will they give their weapons to, remains very murky. Now, under different conditions and circumstances, this could have worked. If there was a minimal amount of trust, if there was a minimal amount of goodwill. Both ingredients are conspicuously absent here. So let's not forget, Tom, this is an agreement that Mr. Netanyahu did not want. There's a reason he is not in the ceremony in Sharm el-Sheikh. He did not want this because he understands that this agreement makes a link or creates a linkage between the West Bank and Gaza, as was the case for many years until he somehow severed that link. And he was coerced into this agreement. And so his motivation, his incentive, his willingness to proceed is questionable.
Right, and just a few days ago, you're quoted as saying, I believe in an article that you yourself wrote, that Netanyahu does not want peace, and it's as simple as that. And I'm wondering, just joining the dots here, I mean, there are these critics of Prime Minister Netanyahu out there. Over the last 2 years, they've been saying, as soon as the war ends, his time is up. And I'm just wondering whether you subscribe to that and how widely held that opinion is.
It's widely held, but I'm sorry to be skeptical again, Tom, but experience taught me that when it comes to this man, Netanyahu, and his political acumen, which is impressive, not to downplay his chances. I, for one, never thought he would survive the calamity and the catastrophe of October 7th. I thought he would resign. I thought he would indicate that he would never run again. I thought he would be toppled. None of those things happened. Not only did they not happen, but he refused to take responsibility and be held accountable for the worst attack in Israel's history, the worst day in Israel's history, under his watch. To this day, he's blaming the military, blaming the security service, blaming the intelligence, blaming Iran, blaming the Martians, blaming the Klingons. I don't know who he's blaming, but he is not responsible. So yes, there is this general notion, supported by multiple and consistent polls, that show that 70% of the public is against him and want him out. But polls are not an election. And once there is an election, you never know, because he is now going to be busy in the next few weeks and short months in rewriting the narrative, how he actually remodeled the Middle East, how he actually struck Iran and Hezbollah and the axis of evil that threatened Israel has dissolved, and so on and so forth. And enough people may buy into that, substitute explanation or parallel universe. Now, on top of that, let me connect the two issues that we've been discussing, Tom. If he does proceed into the next phases of the so-called Trump plan, then he loses his coalition almost by definition because of the Palestinian factor, the Palestinian Authority, and the reference to a process that would result in a Palestinian state, things that the entire world is demanding from him. You just saw 3 weeks ago at the UN, the recognition in a Palestinian state campaign. So I don't know that all this public anger vented at him will necessarily bring about political change. It could. And right now, looking left and right, the war is over. I mean, I go back to what I said a moment ago. Things can go sideways and the ceasefire can disintegrate. However, if the ceasefire holds, no matter the other phases, he is in a very difficult political situation because his day of reckoning has come. To conclude from that he's done politically, I wouldn't go as far as saying.
Okay, but I mean, clearly a lot of the public anger directed at him would have been related to the fact that hostages were still being held in Gaza. They've now been freed, and he's just had this big boost in the form of, Israel's staunch ally, President Donald Trump, standing beside him and addressing the Knesset. I mean, wouldn't all of that have given him quite a significant boost in the eyes of the Israeli public?
Not a significant boost. It could bump him in the polls, in the next 1 or 2 polls. But in the longer run, and by longer run, I mean weeks, not decades, I don't think he's going to get a boost from this. People know how he behaved in the last 2 years. People know his responsibility for October 7th. People know that the hostages would not be back and an agreement would not have been struck had President Trump not exerted serious pressure on him, as well as the Emirates and Qatar and Saudi Arabia indirectly. And so I honestly don't think he's going to get any kind of boost from this.
I mean, even before the 7th of October, 2023, I mean, there was a lot of division in Israeli society. There were massive protests. I just wondered whether, on balance, this 24-month-long war and nightmare, as it was described by President Trump, has had the effect of uniting the Israeli people around something and around their prime minister. Have you seen that at all?
No, not at all. What they united, and you just referred to that a moment ago, Tom, what they united was about the hostages. And there's anger at Netanyahu for prolonging the war for political reasons. Otherwise, his coalition would have crumbled. There was a unity in support for the families of the victims of October 7, 2023, and the soldiers who have been killed in the last 2 years of war in Gaza. None of that, I can only judge by polls, none of that has been translated into any kind of support for Mr. Netanyahu. So yes, in the immediate run, he can get credit from the right, by the way. He's not getting any votes from the center or the left. He could get a short-lived bump in the polls, but I don't think that's sustainable in the longer run. I think people will demand answers now. And there's another thing you just alluded to, and I think it's an important thing that you alluded to. That is the divisions that you described in Israel. That was a constitutional coup that he instigated throughout 2023. And I think there's an 80-90%, this is ballpark figures, 80-90% overlap between the people who demonstrated then and the people who've been demonstrating on the issue of the hostages. So I don't think that anger is going anywhere because the constitutional coup that was only stopped because the war erupted on October 7, 2023, that anger, those frustrations, and that political resistance is still here. Whether or not that will be translated into a potent political movement, I don't know.
Just drawing on your international diplomatic expertise, I mean, when you look at all the different parties who were involved in getting us to this point and getting that signature on the deal, which is happening today in Sharm el-Sheikh, I mean, to whom would you give the most credit? Where does credit go?
There are two ways of looking at it, one positively and one negatively. Positively, the credit needs to go to Donald Trump because he did something that American presidents before him did not do and avoided doing, and that is pressure Israel. He basically cornered Netanyahu, put him under severe pressure 2 weeks ago in Washington and said to him, you agree to this and you agree to this now and you agree to this publicly. I don't trust your inside the room pledges of support. You come out with me and you say that you subscribe to this plan. Had it not been for that pressure, we wouldn't be having this conversation, Tom. Now, the negative protagonist here is Netanyahu himself. When he attacked Qatar on September 9th, supposedly going after those 3 Hamas negotiators / terrorists / activists / political leaders, call them what you want. When he went after them, he seriously, in a major way, angered Trump. Because Qatar is regarded as an American ally, because the U.S. has an Air Force base there, And because the Trump world, let's call it that, has a lot of investments and business and financial dealings with Qatar. And so when Netanyahu did this out of sheer hubris, that brought President Trump back into the mix, and he re-engaged to the point that we are having this conversation, you and I, today, in the background, and in our background is the agreement. So, you know, Netanyahu deserves the negative credit for going one bridge too far, so to speak, in Qatar, but the positive credit has to go to Donald Trump.
Just lastly, do you think history is going to be kind to Benjamin Netanyahu?
No. You asked for a short answer.
I didn't ask for a short answer. Do tell us why you've reached such an instant conclusion.
History will note that he was the longest-serving prime minister, and history will note that he had a very solid political following that did not fail him. And history will note that he had very impressive political acumen, but history will also note that he's a failed statesman, that he brought Israel into a situation of unprecedented isolation, that he made Israel into a radioactive brand from a startup, high-tech, state-of-the-art, cutting-edge technological hub into a country that's condemned and admonished all over the world. History will also be much less kinder to how he managed relations with the U.S. Forget the speech that Trump made today. I'm talking about the duration of his tenure as prime minister. Support for Israel in the U.S. is dwindling. He sacrificed one of the most important tenets of Israel's relations with the U.S., and that was bipartisan support by aligning himself squarely with the Republicans, and the Republicans are now owned by Donald Trump. And so if Donald Trump changes his opinion, as he did 2 weeks ago on this deal, Netanyahu has no choice but to go. So his maneuvering room was narrowed to the bare minimum. So I don't think history will be kind to him. Maybe in 50 or 60 years, when a longer, farther perspective is there for those historians writing in 50, 60 years, things will look somewhat different. And he does have some achievements. But in general, I mean, the short history, I mean, the one that'll be written in the next 5 to 10 years will not be kind to him.
Okay, we really appreciate you sharing that with us. Alan Pincus, former Israeli ambassador and consul general to New York. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us.
Thank you, Tom. My pleasure. Thank you.
Well, it is Thursday, which means it's time now for our weekly US segment, where we look back at some of the top stories making the headlines in the United States this week. We're joined by Republican strategist and lawyer Amanda Mackey, who is a friend of the show. Amanda, welcome back. Always a pleasure seeing you. We were just talking there about the efforts to bring peace and stability to Gaza and the broader region. How much of a top story has all of this been in the United States? And are people giving plenty of credit to President Trump for his efforts?
Well, it was interesting because it came at the same time as the nomination of the Nobel Peace Prize. And so a lot of people had suspected, certainly President Trump suspected, that he would be the nominee. And unfortunately, that didn't happen for the president. And so it did become a story. So the story, I would say, it almost cascaded, one, with obviously the historic signing of this peace agreement. And then you had, the story of President Trump making this whirlwind trip to the Middle East and back within like 48 hours. And then, of course, he made news talking about, well, we're going to do Ukraine and Russia next, and then we got to look at peace in Iran. And so then that became a story unto itself. So you had a lot of cascading of this story, I would say. But really, this has all been in the backdrop of a government shutdown that has now gone into its 15th day. And so that's really where Americans are more concerned about the home front, What's happening here when we go to the airports? Are we safe with the agents who are checking our bags? Are we safe with those who are keeping the skies clear? So those are the things that people worry about. And then, of course, you know, putting food on the table and these government assistance programs that may not be there. And then on top of that, you have the administration giving RIF notices, which are basically, we're taking away your jobs here in the federal government because it no longer aligns with our policies. It's duplicative and it's no longer needed. So yes, it's a big story, but in the backdrop, unfortunately, right now of a government shutdown that has shut the federal government down now for 15 days.
Yeah, Amanda, you raised some really important points there, and we'll come back to some of them. Just on the subject of the Nobel Peace Prize, I mean, do I get the sense from you that you think that President Trump should have got it this time, or would you be in favor of him getting it maybe next year when, you know, the dust has settled, so to speak, in Gaza?
Well, I do believe that he's done a lot more than just Gaza. I mean, what he's done with 8 wars that he has stopped and conflicts that he's stopped. I do understand that the dates and the parameters of the dates may be different. But in that vein, Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House, has said that he is working with his counterpart in Israel in the Knesset, the Speaker of the Knesset, and others throughout the world, I'm sure, will be involved in really pushing next year to make sure that President Trump wins the Nobel Peace Prize. And really, if you can be objective, and I know a lot of people can't be objective because they have disdain for certain people, it really is truly remarkable what he's been able to achieve. I mean, we're talking about something that has gone on for centuries that really has evaded every president. If you look at presidents from the time of really Clinton, let's just start with George H.W. Bush, then Clinton, you know, Obama, and following George Bush Jr., up to the present, really no one has been able to tackle that. And most importantly, look at Joe Biden. He was the chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee in the Senate. His expertise is foreign policy. I think this really comes down to how did a New York developer was able to do this along with other real estate developers. If you look at who Steve Witkoff is and Jared Kushner, his son-in-law, they were able to broker this, yet politicians who had been in public service for 4+ decades couldn't achieve that. And that's really the remarkable story here, is that it is a negotiation. At the end of the day, it is about the art of the deal, which is synonymous with President Trump.
To give them their dues, both Presidents Biden and Clinton did praise President Trump for what he's managed to achieve. I mean, that's unusual, isn't it, in this sort of polarized world? And
so President Clinton certainly did praise, and even Hillary Clinton, who was President Trump's opponent in 2016, in that very vicious race, I would say, she still gave praise. And if you remember, about a month and a half ago, she said, I will nominate him if he does get this done. And certainly he did. Where I would say President Biden and President Biden's former staff have gone is kind of the sour route, I would call it, sour grapes, where they're like, well, this all started with Joe Biden's platform and it was because of Joe Biden. I think you got to give credit where credit's due and be classy about it.
Okay, let's talk about the shutdown that you mentioned there. Any end in sight to that?
You know, I heard something yesterday that just really made me sad for our country, and it made me sad for all the federal workers, because I'm from the Washington, D.C. area, which is where the lion's share of federal employees are. I know how that town and the surrounding suburbs in Maryland, Virginia, how they are indexed to the federal government. And with a government shutdown now going into its second week, now you have employees that are not getting paid. They're not getting their paycheck. the way the shutdown worked, it fell on the first of the month. So they did get a paycheck the first day of the month, but now they've worked 2 weeks and they haven't gotten a paycheck. And there's really no end in sight as to when they will get a paycheck. So what you're going to start seeing is people are going to not be showing up to work, but really the morale is going to be so low because we don't know where things are headed. Yesterday, a member of Congress told his staff, you should look at getting a short-term loan because we could be a couple months into this. That is a very scary thought because people's mortgages don't stop because there's a government shutdown. People's car notes don't stop because there's a government shutdown. Medical bills don't stop. Of course, that town will understand and hopefully, people will be graceful, but not that graceful. And that's a really difficult thing for people to not have their paychecks and not be able to pay their bills because of something that's completely out of their control.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like really, really tough on those federal employees. Let's talk about the ICE raids that have been happening across the United States. It's been reported that there's a state of emergency in Los Angeles now. I mean, are these raids having the desired effect, would you say?
I do think they are having a desired effect that the administration is seeking and that they want people to go back. They certainly want people to not be coming to the United States who are coming here illegally from all parts of the world, not just Central America, not just South America, but all parts of the world. And so they have been able to really stop and block people at the border. We don't have a border crisis anymore. That was one of President Trump's platform agenda items that I think he can say, I checked the box on that. Certainly what we had under the Biden administration was unacceptable. Even people in the Biden administration will say so. But what is happening right now is that you're seeing the president take his federal troops into towns to do these ICE raids, and it is effective in that people know that if they do not have the proper documents, that they will be sent back. And what you see California doing is really thwarting what the federal government is aiming to do. That's illegal. So if they want to give rental assistance and legal assistance and collect funds from the law-abiding taxpayers of Los Angeles and give it to illegals, people who are here illegally, that is something that I think the people of Los Angeles are going to revolt over because their tax dollars are now being being used to help people pay their rent that are non-documented illegal Americans. So I think that is something that you're seeing throughout the United States. It's happening. And I do believe that Democrats and Republicans and independents are in support of having a country of laws and law-abiding people living here, not illegals.
And just lastly, Amanda, before we let you go, there's another story making headlines around the world, and it relates to Venezuela, not for the first time, because President Trump has indicated in the last 24 hours or so that he authorized covert CIA action against an alleged drug boat in the Caribbean. Just tell us a bit more about what happened here.
Yeah, well, this is not the first. President Trump has been very serious about stopping the cartels from coming anywhere near the United States. But now he's taking extraordinary measures. And obviously what has happened, now this is the second time this has happened, you are going to be seeing what he has said is potentially land raids that could happen. So I think it's really interesting that he's using all methods available to him to stop the cartels from getting even close to the United States. He believes very strongly that those cartels have destroyed the United States and that their people in charge in Venezuela and Mexico, when he's dealt with Scheinbaum, that they're not doing enough to put pressure on their cartels to not taint the United States, to not kill more Americans with the fentanyl crisis and other drug crises that we've had over the past decade. So I think President Trump is just doing, again, what he promised he would do. He's taking measures that a lot of people are kind of taken aback by, but he believes these are in the best interest of keeping Americans safe and keeping the drugs out of the United States because Venezuela's leadership won't do it.
And just briefly, if you will, I mean, does it look and sound to you like the U.S. is seeking regime change in Venezuela?
I don't think President Trump's looking at regime change. And the reason I say that is because if he had wanted to do that, one, he is not a war hawk. He is our first Republican president that you've seen not start wars. He is not engaged in wars, initiated wars, and he certainly did not campaign on doing that. He did not campaign on regime change in a country like Iran when he certainly had the opportunity during that 14-day war in June. He certainly had the opportunity to do regime change, even if the people of Iran wanted to. He doesn't want to put American troops in harm's way of things that are not the responsibility of the United States. I don't believe that. I don't see that on the horizon, mainly because he is not a war hawk.
Okay, we appreciate that. Thank you very much indeed, Republican strategist and lawyer Amanda Mackie. Thank you very much indeed for joining us this week.
Thank you.
Well, here with me in the studio now is Hashim Seyran, who's an ICRC spokesperson. Thank you very much indeed for coming to see us. The ICRC, of course, calling for all crossings into Gaza to be opened. What are the main needs on the ground as you see them?
The humanitarian situation in Gaza is still catastrophic. The ceasefire is only the beginning. There's a lot of work that needs to be done. People need medicine, they need food, they need safe water, but they also need more complex items for the repair of water and electricity networks, for the repair of hospitals, spare parts for generators, parts for ambulances. So the needs are very enormous. We have continuously called for the unimpeded entry of humanitarian assistance to enter to Gaza and for it to be distributed safely to people wherever they are. We continue to make this call, and the ICRC stands ready to scale up its response.
It's been said that 600 trucks are needed every day to get into Gaza to meet the basic needs of the people there. Do we know at this stage what sort of level of aid is actually getting in terms of numbers of trucks?
We don't really know exactly the number of trucks that's coming in, but the number of trucks is a distraction because 100 trucks, 200 trucks is not going to be enough. What we really need is an unimpeded, unrestricted entry of humanitarian assistance into the Gaza Strip. And we need it to be delivered safely to people wherever they are. And it's also not just about the amount of aid that's coming in, it's also about the kind of aid that's coming in. People need more than flour, they need more than wheat, they need more than water in order to begin the reconstruction of Gaza and to give people the opportunity to rebuild their lives and to do more than survive. There's a whole range of very complex material that needs to be allowed to enter.
Okay, so once the aid gets into Gaza, what's the mechanism for distributing it across the territory?
Well, the ICRC has decades of experience working in conflict zones around the world. We deliver aid impartially. We deliver aid safely to people wherever they are. We have teams on the ground in the Gaza Strip, in Gaza City, in Deir al-Balah, in Rafah. And so the mechanism that we use is one that's according to our fundamental principles, and it's one that distributes aid in a way that upholds the dignity of the people that we serve.
It's believed that up to 400,000 people could still be in Gaza City. That's a place that hasn't had any aid deliveries for several weeks. Would that therefore be a priority area for the ICRC?
The ICRC has already started expanding its presence in Gaza City. On October 1, we had to suspend operations in our office there because of the intensification of military hostilities. But we have recently reopened our Gaza City office. We currently have teams on the ground. As an organization, our priority is proximity to the population. And because we want to stay close to the people we serve, we have teams in Gaza City who are ready to provide assistance, and equally importantly, we're ready to provide support for the Palestinian Red Crescent Society, who are our partners.
Do we know anything about the condition of people in Gaza City? Do we know, for example, whether they're in a markedly worse situation than people in other parts of the country, or is there no such information?
I think that for everyone throughout the Gaza Strip, the conditions are extremely dire. Houses have been destroyed, hospitals have been destroyed, there's little access to food, there's little access to water. So I think we are talking about a general situation throughout the Strip that is very catastrophic. That applies to Gaza City because Gaza City has also been very heavily impacted by the recent intensification of military hostilities, but it also applies to many other areas throughout the Strip.
Throughout this conflict, we've interviewed people on both sides, and repeatedly we heard from Israeli officials this allegation that aid was being stolen and therefore they would restrict it entering Gaza in the first place. Is it still something that is being reported, the security of aid, for example? Are these aid trucks being intercepted? Are there attacks? Is there anything like that that you've heard?
The ICRC can only speak specifically about its experience, and we have not seen any major looting of our assistance or our aid.
Since the beginning?
Yes, okay. And our hope is that with the increase of aid coming into Gaza, with the increase of deliveries, that the level of desperation would decrease. And so people will have enough supplies.
Okay. Obviously, for aid to get into Gaza, there has to be a road, and some of the roads are clearly damaged, destroyed, or covered in debris. Is road clearance, it sounds like a very obvious question, but is that an actual hurdle to getting aid into the Strip?
Road clearance, the destruction of roads is a hurdle for all our operations in Gaza, and not just the entry of humanitarian assistance. This is going to be a massive challenge, and there's not a single actor that can do this alone. Our teams try their best. We have logistic experts, we have experts in weapons contaminations, but what we really need is to see a concerted effort, and we need local authorities to have the support and the supplies that they need in order to carry out this enormous task.
Obviously, there have been huge diplomatic developments in the last week, 10 days. Has any of that translated into an improvement, albeit a slight improvement, for the living conditions for people in Gaza?
I think the conditions in Gaza today are so dire that it's still going to take time before we can see an improvement. We have shortages of stocks that are going to take time to recover. People are still moving back to their homes and to their towns and to their cities. There are still people who have gone back and found their homes reduced to rubble. So I think we're still in a stage where it's too soon to speak of recovery. There's a lot that still needs to be done. And there are humanitarian organizations on the ground, including the ICRC, that have made it one of their main objectives to help people begin this road to recovery.
We're now mid-October. Temperatures go down quite sharply in the next couple of weeks, really, and November, December. And into January, you can see the temperature even below zero. What preparations are being made for the winter? And given that 80% of homes and houses have been destroyed in Gaza, I mean, clearly shelter is going to be a major issue. What provisions need to be made for the winter?
Over the past 2 weeks, we have brought in shelter items. We have brought in blankets. So we're bringing in supplies in order to equip the population with the basic elements that they need. But this is not enough. We really need to see a scaling up of assistance so that communities and people, many of whom have lost their homes, many of whom are displaced, can have just the basic necessities for dignified living, especially as conditions get really harsh with winter and temperatures dropping.
Now, where the ICRC has played a really unique role, a different role to a lot of the other agencies on the ground, you were involved in the handover of 20 living hostages on Monday. How did that go? Did it go smoothly on the whole, that process?
The return of the living hostages is a source of relief for the ICRC. We were able to reunite families. These are families who have spent nearly 2 years in an agonizing nightmare. The fact that we were able to facilitate these reunifications is a big relief for us. We are also relieved that we were able to bring back more than 1,800 detainees, and we were able to return hundreds of families on that side. And so this moment really speaks to the fact that neutral humanitarian action can save lives, it can change lives, but we need the parties to reach an agreement. When the parties reach an agreement, families are reunited, and we are able to bring people back together.
Are you able to say anything about the condition of the people who came back into Israel? Obviously, there have been reports in the media, but anything the ICRC can tell us about what sort of a condition those 20 were in?
One of the top priorities for the ICRC is to respect the privacy of the families and to respect the dignity of all those in our care. And for that reason, we do not speak about the conditions. That applies both to hostages but also to detainees.
What were the biggest challenges of that operation to bring those 20 people back into Israel? I mean, presumably there were changes of vehicle, changes of teams on numerous occasions. I'm not asking for specifics. I'm sure you can't give them, but overarching challenges, what would you say they were?
This operation is a very complex operation. It requires meticulous planning. It requires a lot of work on logistics, on security. As you mentioned, the roads in Gaza are destroyed. Some are also littered with unexploded ordinances. We had to mobilize ICRC teams from across the world, from as far away as Kinshasa and Bogota, in order to reinforce our teams that are already on the ground so that we have enough people to carry out these operations. We deployed health professionals to make sure that we can have medical care provided to those who need it. We had to coordinate with all sides. And throughout the process, our main priority was to ensure the safety and dignity of all of those in our care. This will always be a big challenge, and we are relieved that we were able to bring all of them back home safely.
Okay, so you're making it sound like it was, at times, quite a dangerous operation.
Any operation, any release and transfer operation, and that applies to Israel and the occupied territories, but also across the world, there are always challenges. And we will always try our utmost as an organization to work through these challenges in order to ultimately secure family reunifications.
Now, where we are today is in a situation where, that transfer of living hostages has taken place. Now, the questions are about the 28 bodies that were stipulated in the peace plan as being people that had to be handed over back to Israel by Hamas. That was supposed to happen on Monday, and it's partially happened, but it hasn't fully happened. What's the reason for that not having happened as was expected?
We cannot speak to the parties. The ICRC's role is to facilitate the return of human remains as per the ceasefire agreement. It is the obligation of the parties to find the remains, to collect the remains, to evacuate them. We can only act as a neutral intermediary in cooperation with the parties. So we cannot really speak to the reasons for any delay.
Tell me a bit about that operation in terms of the logistical support, expertise that the ICRC brings, the resources that are needed. How does something like this happen?
The ICRC works a lot on the dignified management of the dead. It's one of the core things in our mandate. And we want to ensure that all remains that are entrusted in our care are handled with dignity. So we provide body bags to make sure that the bodies are preserved and properly labeled. We provide refrigerated trucks in some instances. And so really what we try to do is to make sure that all of the material and equipment is there to ensure a dignified transfer. And then we also speak with all sides, and we have the trust of all sides to be able to carry out that transfer.
And clearly, looking at pictures of Gaza, so much destruction. There are multiple different statistics to how to measure the amount of rubble on the ground. It could fill up Central Park, 13 times the pyramids of Giza. Given the amount of rubble on the ground, I mean, has that played a part in complicating the process of locating the remains of these deceased hostages?
Again, it's not the ICRC that's responsible for locating or finding the remains. For us, we will not give up. The families of the deceased are not going to give up, and we're not going to give up either. We're going to continue to do everything that we can to ensure that we can bring human remains back to their families for dignified burial. We will continue to do our utmost, and we will continue to work under the conviction that we can get the job done. And this is what we're doing. We continue to carry out these sensitive operations. We're committed to continuing to carry them out, and we hope to see this through.
And Israel's saying that if this doesn't happen, and if those bodies are not returned, they're already threatening and carrying out their threat to switch off the supply of aid, what are the consequences of that going to be for the people of Gaza?
The people of Gaza today need an uninterrupted, unhindered, and unrestricted flow of aid into the territory. As we mentioned earlier, they need food, they need safe water, they need medicine. So it's very imperative that they have access to the basics to live in dignity. And we have continuously called for this aid to come in, and we hope to continue to see it coming in at scale.
In terms of the logistics, obviously Gaza, much of it destroyed, clearly a more dangerous place in the world to do something like this, and to, for the reasons we've been saying, repatriate the remains of those people. The ICRC was also involved in the return of 360 Palestinian militants who were killed. The first group of 45, I believe, handed over on Tuesday. So clearly a lot more still to be repatriated. Was that process more straightforward, given that it was going in the opposite direction than the Gaza operation?
Logistically, the remains of 45 deceased is a significant number. So we had to bring in refrigerated trucks in order to ensure the proper management and that they're contained in a proper way. We had to deploy personnel to carry out the transfer. There is no straightforward operation. There will always be challenges with the transfer of human remains. But again, as we do with the hostages, we will continue to do our utmost to ensure that the remains of deceased Palestinians are brought back to their families for dignified burial. And this is also a key priority for us, and it's also an essential element of the agreement.
Just lastly, since the 7th of October 2023, the ICRC has facilitated the transfer of 172 hostages, 3,472 Palestinian detainees, and this ongoing process of repatriating human remains. How does it feel to work for an organization that, under incredibly challenging circumstances, has managed to remain neutral and effective?
We live in a very polarized world. And what the ICRC has managed to do this week shows the value of neutrality. Neutrality in action. When you have neutral humanitarian action, you can reunite families and you can bring back the deceased for dignified burial. There are very few actors that can do that today, and that's one of the unique added values of the ICRC. And this only reinforces our commitment to our neutrality. And it really shows us that when we commit to neutrality, we can yield results.
And presumably you have a great sense of pride to work for an organization like that.
Of course.
All right, well, thank you very much indeed, Hisham Hasser, and thank you very much indeed for taking the time to come and see us.
Thanks.
When was the last election? When was the last election?
Well, we tried to hold elections in 2021, and then
when was the last election?
Foreign language is English.
You're a repellent reptile. You're a reptile.
Okay. The fighting has stopped, but that's not the same thing as peace. Cracks are already appearing in the fragile Gaza ceasefire. Hamas is back enforcing its control over the Strip, and President Trump has gone from peacemaker to threatening violence. Can the path to phase 2 be secured before the whole thing crumbles? I'm Melinda Nucifora, and you're watching Counterpoints. In a matter of days, the US president has gone from this.
This is not only the end of a war, this is the end of an age of terror and death and the beginning of the age of faith and hope and of God.
To this.
We have told them we want to disarm, and they will disarm. And if they don't disarm, we will disarm them.
and it'll happen quickly and perhaps violently.
His change in tone is down to Hamas's apparent refusal to hand over its weapons. That's a must if this ceasefire is to move to phase 2. The Israeli Prime Minister also hasn't ruled out a return to fighting if Hamas doesn't demilitarize. The group's failure to return the bodies of all deceased hostages has also called the deal into question. Israel says it's upheld its part of the deal. When he addressed the Knesset, President Trump even declared the world is loving Israel again. So, after 2 years of global protests and the derailing of normalization talks, can Israel rehabilitate its reputation on the world stage? Coming up in this debate, we'll ask if the ceasefire is already looking shaky, whether international pro-Palestinian rallies will continue or be forgotten, and if it's too soon to revive normalization discussions with Israel. Joining us for a discussion on the latest on this ceasefire deal is Norman Finkelstein, a political scientist and author of the new book Gaza's Gravediggers, an inquiry into corruption in high places. Dr. Jamal Nazal is back with us, a spokesperson for the Palestinian political party Fatah. And rounding out our panel is Hussein Abdul Hussein, a research fellow at the Foundation for Defence of Democracies. Gentlemen, welcome to Counterpoints and thanks for being with us. Not even a week into this latest ceasefire, and it already looks as if it could be under strain. There's no doubt that given the scale of destruction across the Gaza Strip, it was always going to be a complex task to retrieve the bodies of all the hostages taken during the October 7 attacks and return them to Israel. But that is exactly what Hamas signed on to, agreeing to do it within 72 hours. And yet it has failed to uphold that side of the agreement. And that has caused consternation across the border in Israel. Norman, are you surprised that this ceasefire is already looking shaky?
There are two things to say. Number one, I find it positively disgusting that you're framing this as a failure on the part of Hamas. Are you not aware, can you really not be aware that there are 50 million tons of rubble in Gaza? Are you not aware that according to the international humanitarian organizations, it'll take until the year 2050 to clear out the rubble in Gaza?
And yet Hamas knows
now,
this too, but they still agree to it.
Excuse me. If Hamas says it can't find some of the bodies in the rubble, you're now blaming them for that? Can you possibly comprehend how outrageous a statement that is?
Okay.
And the fact that while we're all talking about the buried hostage bodies in Gaza, there are literally, conservatively, thousands of Palestinian bodies buried in Gaza. Are you not concerned about them as well?
It's not a zero-sum game. We can be concerned about both things at the same time.
Yeah, but you didn't mention the other bodies.
Because it's the first question of our debate, sir, and that's where we're beginning. Why don't I hand it over to Hussein and see what's your take on it? Do you think it's a failing on Hamas, or do you think that Norman has a very valid point there?
Yeah, of course, if you sign on a deal wherein you commit to do something, it's advisable that you do it. And this is on both sides. If the Israelis kept their part of the bargain, I think it's only logical for Hamas to keep their part of the bargain. But that really doesn't concern me. I think sooner or later, Hamas will find these bodies. They'll probably surface and they'll probably hand them back to the Israelis. What concerns me, and this is from a point of view of someone on the Arab side, is the brutality that Hamas is showing even before the ink has, even for it's done with its part of the deal with Israel, that they're going after rivals inside of Gaza. killing them, executing them cold-bloodedly on camera. That's what worries me. I think, that part of the deal with Israel, I think the whole world is behind it. The whole world is focused on it. Everyone knows what's going on. But no one is focused on these Palestinians who are being shot dead, even though over the past 2 years, the world was really angry at Palestinians losing their lives in this war. But all of a sudden, these hapless Palestinians seem to be killed with no one worried about it. Even President Trump said, I'm okay with that. It doesn't worry me. The only statement that I saw came from Bradley Cooper, the chief of CENTCOM, who said this is not okay and Hamas should stop doing it. But I don't think that's flying. I don't think Hamas is really listening to anyone. And as this goes on, I think, that's what really worries me more than, the rest of the deal between Hamas and Israel.
I can see you shaking your head there. Jamal, what's your take?
I believe the burden of proof is basically on Israel. After all, more than 10,000 Palestinian individuals from Gaza are missing. They are not accounted for. Nobody knows where they are. It is logical to assume that Israel has kidnapped a lot of Palestinian individuals, and they are they have been killed, or their remains may be kept in Israel, hidden by Israel. Maybe Israel is hoping to exchanging them sometime for something, or keeping them forever. There are a lot of remains of Palestinian individuals also in the West Bank who haven't been handed over to their families. So Israel has a long history of torturing Palestinians also on the psychological level, and they know how much of suffering this causes to Palestinian families. When it comes to Hamas, it's really, really, really hard to defend the devil, because Hamas is no lesser a devil than Israel, in spite of the fact that Israel is the aggressor. Israel is the initiator of this conflict. Israel is really and has always been keen on keeping this conflict ongoing for probably forever. And I know Israel is only looking for excuses to resume the hostilities against the Palestinians. And I know if Hamas fails to deliver the remains of the Israeli hostages, I think Israel will find the proper excuse to launch the war once again. What worries me most is the fact that either Israel or Israel and the United States have really turned a blind eye on what Hamas is doing to the Palestinian people at this moment. All these executions on the street are a very dangerous endeavor that Hamas has engaged itself with. And it is taking revenge on Palestinian families, calling them collaborators. So if they are collaborators of Israel, as Hamas claims them to be, why is the United States turning a blind eye to these atrocities? We are fed up with what Israel has done to us. We don't need to see these atrocities taking place at the hand of Hamas. So I hope that this plan will be carried out so that we can open a political horizon once all of this mess is removed. But who knows what the real intention of Israel is? I'm not the one who can tell.
Norman, what do you make of those statements? I mean, is the burden on Israel here? Is Hamas the one putting it in jeopardy?
I do not believe that we are going to get anywhere past the exchange of hostages for a handful of Gazan prisoners being held in Israel. And I would want to emphasize... You don't think it will move to phase two? Well, no. What's going to happen, in my opinion, obviously, when you talk about the future, you're engaging in speculation. But I would call mine speculation informed speculation. After each of Israel's high-tech killing sprees in Gaza, namely Operation Cast Lead in 2008-9, Operation Pillar of Defense in 2012, Operation Protective Edge in 2014, and even after Israel murdered 10 passengers on the Mavi Marmara in 2010. After each of those events, those high-tech killing sprees, Israel promised to lift the blockade of Gaza. Did it lift the blockade? No. Each time the international community said the blockade of Gaza was illegal and unsustainable. Did that stop Israel from continuing the blockade? No. And the events of October 7th were a direct result of this brutal medieval blockade of Gaza. There is no reason to suppose that this time Israel is going to even relax, let alone lift the blockade of Gaza. What will happen is, once the cameras disappear, when I say cameras, I mean the international cameras, once they disappear, we're going to return to the status quo ante October 7th with one big difference. There's nothing left in Gaza. 95% of the housing in Gaza has been pulverized. 70% of the hospitals have been destroyed. Half the schools have been destroyed. There's nothing left. And so Israel has achieved its goal. Its goal, as it announced it in the first week, was to make Gaza unlivable, so as to give the people of Gaza two choices. Choice number one, to stay and starve, or choice number two, to leave. Now, Prime Minister Netanyahu was hoping for a stampede out of Gaza. He wasn't able to achieve it, and so he's going to have to settle for a trickle out of Gaza. But there is no possibility. You have to be certifiably insane to believe that Israel, after devoting 2 whole years to leveling Gaza, after devoting 2 long years, is now going to rebuild it for the Palestinians. How can any sane person possibly believe that?
Hussein, do you agree or disagree with that contention? Do you think Israel has any interest in moving to phase 2, rebuilding the Gaza Strip?
No, I almost disagree with every word Norman said. We can't really go back to 2010 every time we're discussing the agreement of last week. That's not how policy or politics or building anything of use to the Palestinians works. What I like to see happen is, number one, for each party who signed on the first phase to uphold the first phase. And I think this will happen. Now, why did this 20-point peace plan got divided into phase 1 and phase 2? And mind you, the 20 points were endorsed by everyone, back to back, from Turkey and Qatar to Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, Indonesia. And by the way, these countries do not see eye to eye on almost most of the things in the region, but they agreed on this plan, on the 20-point plan. And if we follow the 20-point plan, it would have been a good roadmap to pull Gaza out of the medieval times under the rule of Hamas to a better time under the rule of a different Palestinian Authority. That's the point of the plan. Now, why was this divided into phase 1 and phase 2? It's mainly because Hamas refuses to disarm. And disarmament is not only an Israeli request, it's a request by everyone, including, like I said, Qatar and Turkey and Saudi Arabia and the UAE and everybody else. So Hamas refuses to disarm, and this would have killed the whole thing, except that everyone decided to divide, and they said, okay, let's have a deal on what we agree on, and let's defer what we disagree on until the first part is done. Now, after the first part is done, no one thinks that Hamas will disarm. You have the same model that you have with Hezbollah. The war stops on the assumption that the next step would be that the militia would disarm and that the rule would go to the regular government, not to a non-state actor. And this never happens. And what you see in Gaza now is that disarmament of Hamas is not only related to reconstructing Gaza, but also related to the Palestinians getting back 53% of the territory that remains under the control of Israel. So this too is incumbent on Hamas disarming, but we know that Hamas doesn't really care whether it gets the land back, whether the Palestinians die or not. There's no process of cost and effect by Hamas. If you now sit and calculate and think, listen, we lost 60 or 70,000 Palestinians dead in this war. We lost 53% of the territory. And all of this for what? To get 300 Palestinians out of prison? Does this look like a good cost and effect calculus to you? So all of these questions, Hamas is not asking. Hamas is only focused on keeping its arms. As long as this is the case, I'm afraid that we'll be stuck in phase one, and that'll be to the detriment of Gazans first and foremost.
May I ask the representative of the Foundation for the Defense of Washington's Slaves and Stooges, may I ask him a question? He seems to be so emphatic. He seems to be so emphatic, this representative of Washington's Slaves and Stooges. He seems to be so emphatic that Hamas has to disarm. Hamas killed approximately 1,200 Israelis, 800 of whom were civilians. That's what Israel, on average, did every week for the last 2 years. Right now, there's a consensus in the international community that it was not Hamas the past 2 years, it was Israel that was committing genocide in Gaza. It was Israel that killed not 30 children on October 7th, but at bare minimum, 20,000 children. So this representative
what's your question
of the
to
defense
Mr. Hussein
of...
Hussein?
Allow me to finish.
Yeah, what's the question for him?
This representative of the defense of Washington's slaves and stooges.
The defense of democracy.
Why aren't you asking for Israel, who by international consensus was committing genocide in Gaza? Why aren't you asking for them to disarm, Mr. Slave and Stooge?
Okay, it's Mr. Hussein Abdul Hussein. Yes, go ahead and respond to Norman.
Of course, I'll just ignore the ad hominem because that's not my way of debating. I'll stick to the ideas.
You're a slave and a stooge.
Someone who's invested in that part of the world. When Israel and Lebanon were at war, I have family and friends who were suffering that war. I was not just sitting in New York and trying to pick a fight with Israel. Israel can do whatever it wants to do. My concern is on the other side. I want the Lebanese, I want the Palestinians, I want family I grew up with in that
Your
part
concern
of the world
is your
to live a
paycheck.
decent life.
Your concern is your paycheck.
We'll just show we can disagree on points, but we will be respectful to our other panelists. You can continue.
I'm not respectful of a slave and a stooge.
We're not going to call names, Norman. We're going to disagree on points, but we're not going to dissolve into name calling. Hussein Abdul Hussein, continue your response, please.
Thank you. My point here is that as an Arab American, my concern is to practice introspection, is to fix the situation so that the people in my part of the world can live a decent life. Now, Israel can be wrong. Israel can do whatever it wants to do. Mr. Norman has an issue with Israel. That's on him and the Israelis. But that's not my role. My role is really to get our sides working and rolling, and this requires a lot. Now, this, of course, this doesn't absolve anyone on any side from whatever they did, but my focus is to get things going, and the model of having non-state actors undermining the governments, whether the Palestinian Authority or the government of Lebanon or the government of Iraq. This is a model that I am someone who opposes vehemently, and I think this is a huge issue that only us Arabs can really stand up to and fix. Of course, war and everything else deserves our attention, but I'm happy that the war is over now so that we can focus on fixing from within.
Jamal, yeah, you want to say something there?
Is the war over? This is the promise. It may be a fake promise, and they may break it at will. And I think Israel is a classic nip-ticker. They will find an excuse to resume this conflict. And please, let's not turn this on the question of whose fault is this. The occupation of Palestine is more than 100 years, ever since the Palestinian people have been suffering. Now, every second word Israeli officials utter worldwide will include the name of Hamas, because they like to place the blame on Hamas. In my view, Hamas did a catastrophic mistake doing the October 7th the way it did it. I wish it didn't take place. I wish it didn't happen. But I think this is the best day of Benjamin Netanyahu's life. Without October 7th, he most probably would have been ousted. He would be out of power, or he may be even in prison. However, let's not turn a blind eye on the genocide. And I don't think the ceasefire is the end of the genocide. And I know that a genocide, it takes more than bullets and airstrikes to commit a genocide. Israel has different ways of undermining Palestinian livelihoods, also in the West Bank, even by withholding the tax revenues of the Palestinian Authority. You can apply the definition of genocide on these Israeli measures because they harm the life of the Palestinian people, also in the West Bank, even without shooting one bullet. So we should not stop talking about genocide because there is a ceasefire. And the way I read this Trump plan, it's a capitulation plan for Hamas. It's the chronology of disappearance. They want Hamas to sign on finishing its rule in Gaza. And I'm not sure it has a choice. If you ask me prior to October 7th what the ideal solution would be with Hamas, it would be for Hamas to hand in its weapons to the Palestinian Authority, to reinstall the Palestinian government in Gaza, to probably create a government of national unity. That was possible. That was realistic. Hamas rejected all this. Instead, they decided to go this path, this dangerous path, and we ended up with Gaza completely destroyed. People are on the street. The situation as it is well known to everyone. Mm-hmm. How do we go from here? How do we go from here? If Hamas doesn't carry on its commitments according to the plan it has signed, Israel will find the excuse to restart the war. Mm-hmm. If it goes on, we don't know if these promises are true or false. But what choices are left?
Norman?
It's regrettable that your two other guests seem not to be aware of what Hamas agreed to. I am not here to defend Hamas, and I am not here for no reason at all because I have some particular personal animus towards the state of Israel. I have only two concerns: what's truthful and what's just. Mm-hmm. Now, let's start with the truthful. Your two guests, if they are capable of reading, will know
we are capable.
Hamas agreed. Okay, then you are. Then let's remember, what was Hamas's statement? Did Hamas agree to disarm? In its statement, did it agree to disarm? Let's have a simple yes or no. Because you're accusing Hamas.
Well, I think
of
Hamas can read both
promise.
Arabic and English, and I think they know what they have signed.
I didn't ask you what you think. I'm asking for facts.
I thought you did.
It's called.
I thought you asked
truth,
me. I'm sorry,
my friend. It's called truth, my friend. Did Hamas, in its reply to the 20-point so-called peace plan, ceasefire plan, did it agree to disarm? Or did it make an explicit stipulation that those questions or their response to those questions would come later? Did they agree to disarm?
Mm-hmm. Jamal?
I would like to hear a clear yes or no.
Are you asking me I really don't care what Hamas says, but I've heard what Mr. Trump, your president,
I didn't ask you what you care about.
They said
you're blaming Hamas for breaking the agreement. So I'm asking a simple question. It's not difficult.
I didn't, Mr.
It's not difficult.
If I may, with all due respect, Hamas has not yet broken the agreement. This still is to be seen. They may honor the agreement.
Thank you.
Or they
now
may
let
break
me hear
it.
that.
This is up in
let
the,
me hear
up
that.
in the air. I
let
don't
me
know.
hear that from your other guest.
Just one sentence, please.
Let's hear it from the other guest.
President
Did
said
Hamas agree to disarm?
This is my answer. Yes, this is my answer. First of all, I find it ironic that the New Yorker is lecturing two Arab natives on what should and should not happen between Hamas and the other guys, whether in Gaza or in Lebanon. This is number one. Number two, long before Hamas committed the atrocity of killing 1,200 Israelis, it killed 350 Palestinians in 2007 from the Palestinian Authority. Their names are still there on the website. You can, and thank you for the correction, you can check it out. Hezbollah did the same. It killed so many Lebanese before it engaged in war with Israel. So as Lebanese and Palestinians, we want Hamas to be disarmed long before the war in Gaza happened, long before October 7 happened. Now, it just happens that all of us are aligned to see Hamas disarmed. This should not take from any
agree.
other debate.
I agree with you. I agree with you. All the Arab slaves and stooges would like to see Hamas disarmed. I agree with that point.
If you can resist using slurs against our other guests, we will keep things civil and we can debate the points.
Those are not slurs. Those are dictionary definition words. A slave and a stooge.
Yes, but I'm
people who are paid generously. People who are paid generously.
I'm sure Mr. Hussein would
serve the interests of
Mr. Hussein, is that how you consider yourself? Just to give you a chance to reply to Norman there.
Why are you attacking everyone who didn't attack you? Or you should attack us if we disagree with you on something. I still did not see why. Where did we disagree?
And let's just let Mr.
Where do you disagree with anything I said? What's your disagreement with what I said?
I'll answer that question because Israel just committed a genocide in Gaza, and you're blaming the whole thing on Hamas. And that's pretty disgusting.
I did not say that.
And
I
that's
thought
pretty
you understand
disgusting.
better English
and
than
you are
me.
And
I'm
you are a
foreign language is English.
repellent reptile. You're a reptile.
Okay, let's again, Norman. I respectfully request you to not use slurs against our other guests. I'm going to move us on to our next segment because we've got a lot to cover, and we might just decompress a little bit from that. 2 years of this war, and it has undeniably changed many things. Obviously, as we can see from this debate, it has made impassioned discussion on both sides. It has not just affected the Middle East. Globally, it has spawned these protests, this anger, this open discussion and often criticism of what people are accusing of this political Israel lobby. These things were sort of fringe discussions before. Now they're vehemently talked about. Surveys have found that, in particular, young people in many countries now hold unfavourable views of Israel. However, we've heard this from President Trump in the Knesset this week. I invite you all to have a listen to what President Trump said.
The world is loving Israel again, and I said, Bibi, you're going to be remembered for this far more than if you kept this thing going.
Hussein, what do you think about what President Trump said? Is the world loving Israel again? Do you think that that's a correct statement?
I really can't speak for the whole world. From the surveys that we see in the United States, it seems that the numbers have remained pretty steady with the younger population against Israel, the older population still supportive of Israel, and the war clearly changing views and opinions. So before October 7, there was the views and opinions were something. After October 7, things tilted against Israel. Now the war has stopped, fingers crossed, of course, because I know the guest might say it hasn't stopped yet. I'm hoping that the ceasefire will hold. Now that it's stopped, we will have to give it some time and then survey the people again and see what happens. I know that during war, any party that's engaged in war tends to lose support, whether it's President Bush or whether it's Bibi Netanyahu, or anyone who engages in war. So I'm not sure this is the true measure, the true gauge. We'll have to wait and see. But again, this is not an issue that personally worries me. Israel has its own problems and issues. It can fix its own image. It can defend its own self. What I'm trying to say here is that we have issues with Hezbollah and Hamas, with or without Israel being on board.
Jamal, I saw you shaking your head when I put that first comment to Hussein.
I know I may say something that may sound personal. By all due respect, it really takes a large deal of bluntness to lecture a Palestinian on who Israel is. I grew up in Palestine. I finished my schooling in Palestine. My father left Palestine in 1964 to work in Germany. And when the 1967 war took place, he was deprived of his citizenship. So I grew up without my father under occupation. I've seen my peers killed by Israeli snipers during the first Intifada. And I was prevented from having a normal future in Palestine. Yet I still frequently visit my country, Palestine, where I have my mother, my house, and my fields, which I love a lot. And I think this conflict didn't start with Hamas, who joined the Israeli-Palestinian conflict 70 years later, after it has started. I didn't say in one word that the conflict is to blame and Hamas to blame. We know that Israel has created and booby-trapped the complete atmosphere, probably has tricked Hamas into this stupid mistake of October 7th. October 7th was an attack on the very existence of the Palestinian image in the world. We're not a people who kill children, who kidnap women and young girls. That's what Israel does. In my years, in my experience in Palestine, Israel has, during the first Intifada, killed over 4,000 Palestinian civilians. They sniped them to death. They did the same in the second Intifada. So when you debate Palestinians, please pay attention to not lecture them on who Israel is. And prior to this discussion, I respected you a lot. I even read your book. This is called The Industry of Holocaust. I read it a long time ago. It was translated into German. But please be more civil with the people you discuss with. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamal. Norman, what's your take on the question of whether the world is loving Israel again? Is it rehabilitating its image on the world stage? And, of course, feel free to respond to Jamal's comments as well.
I'll first respond to Jamal's comments. Mr. Jamal, I've listened to the statements of Mr. Abbas over the past 2 years. In every public statement I have heard, he has blamed Hamas for the horror that has beset Gaza the past 2 years. Every public statement of his has blamed Hamas. Now, you're a Palestinian and you say you know the Palestinian situation. So I assume you are aware. Before October 7th, the people of Gaza were under a brutal siege. I assume you are aware that Israel put them under what they called a humanitarian minimum diet, where they only allowed a minimum number of calories in for the people of Gaza. I'm sure you are aware that periodically Israel launched its killing sprees in Gaza. I am sure
it did this
you are
to my
aware.
People. I monitored this.
Yeah, right. Fine. And then come October 2023, Gaza had disappeared from the international political stage. Whether you like it or not, Mr. Jamal, Hamas attempted international diplomacy. Hamas attempted nonviolent civil resistance, the Great March of Return, that began March 30th, 2018. By the way, Jamal, since you are interested in facts, not your fictions, what did the Palestinian Authority do in support of the Great March of Return? I'll tell you what it did.
Well, we'll let Jamal respond, and then we do need to get back on to topic.
Allow me to finish. It suppressed.
You asked a question. I think you deserve an answer.
Yes.
So we'll let Jamal respond to your question, Norman, and then we'll turn it back to the topic at hand. Jamal, your response to Norman's question?
Fatah, you're talking to the Palestinian Liberation Organization, the Palestinian Liberation Movement. That is Fatah. You know the history of Fatah. You know who Fatah is, and you know what Fatah did, and you know what Arafat did between the years 2000 and 2005.
For 43 years, I know.
Let me finish. When Hamas joined this conflict in 1991, their first operation against the Israeli army was in Nablus when they killed 1 Israeli soldier. 1991. That's almost 100 years after the Arab-Israeli conflict has started. Fatah started working against Israel in 1960, but we believed in making peace. However, Netanyahu aligned himself with Hamas and allowed them to torpedo the peace process through the suicide bombings. I will never forgive neither Netanyahu nor Hamas for destroying the possibilities of peace. As I mentioned, 1991, back then Mr. Netanyahu was the advisor of Mr. Shamir. He sat on his right side in the Madrid conference. Ever since, Mr. Netanyahu himself has been either head of the opposition or head of the government, and in either capacity, he has done his best to destroy every possibility, using Hamas as his pretext, his stupid idiots, the Hamas, to destroy the prospect of peace. What has President Abbas done? Well, I tell you what he did. I hope you know it. He signed the Roma Convention, which gave Palestine, the state of Palestine as it is now, the right to be member of the ICC. In this capacity, Mr. Netanyahu cannot travel to most countries of the world because most of the world's countries are members of the ICC. This is what Abbas did. I hope as scientists like yourself, widely respected also by myself, does know that. Do you know this? I assume you don't, because you asked me what we did. But your question was what we did to the March of the Return. You know who created the civil resistance. It's Fatah. We invited Hamas to participate in the civil uprising. They always despised this. They said this is like suicide. We don't want it. Back in 2017, we found a national committee for civil uprising. Hamas joined it nominally, but never took part in any of its meetings. They never wanted that. This is what parts of what we did. I can't list all of it. I don't have to.
Hussein, I'm going to bring you back in shortly. But Norman, if I can turn you back onto the topic at hand, I want your response to whether or not you think that President Trump is correct or incorrect when he says the world is loving Israel again. With a ceasefire, has Israel rehabilitated its reputation on the world stage?
Memories are short. I still remember during Operation Cast Lead 2008 to 9, there were huge international demonstrations condemning Israel's high-tech killing spree. So I can't say for certain that the memories will again be short and what happened the past 2 years will be forgotten. But one thing I would say, at least in the Western world, there was a recognition, if only for, maybe it's just going to be weeks or months, about the nature and the magnitude of the crimes Israel was committing. In fact, according to the most recent Washington Post poll, 40% of American Jews believed that Israel was committing genocide in Gaza. Now, apart from that representative of that organization, I'm not aware of anyone who believes that it was Hamas that was committing genocide in Gaza. So your representative from that foundation represents exactly one person, and 40% of American Jews strongly disagree with him. They believe it was Israel that was committing genocide in Gaza.
Hussein, what do you think about that?
Of course it is.
Do you think that public sentiment has changed? Is Israel still a pariah state, as it has been described in some fields? I mean, we heard booing from the stadiums at the World Cup qualifiers when it was versing Italy just on Tuesday, I believe.
Look, I wouldn't say anything about how the Palestinians should act or do. And of course, Mr. Jamal, he's a Palestinian himself. He's aware of what happens in the West Bank and Gaza, and he has a say over this. I don't tell the Israelis either what to say or do. The countries I come from, Lebanon and Iraq, we have a huge issue of these countries living without a rule of law, living in a situation where might makes right, where foreign adversaries justify armed gangs undermining governments and undermining the rule of law. This is my focus. Now, whether Israel is popular or not, like Norman is saying, memories are short. Things change. Today there's war. Everyone is engaged. War ends. If it does, people will switch something else. But again, that's not my issue. My issue is that I have a problem with Hamas and with Hezbollah and with the Iraqi militias and with the Houthis, because these gangs are not accountable to anyone. They're not accountable to any elected government, to any government. They're not under any judiciary. They end up killing out of their own people much more than foreign adversaries. I've lost so many friends to Hezbollah in Lebanon and to Iraqi militias in Iraq. And this is regardless of anything connected to Israel. So this is the issue here, is that Hamas is undermining the Palestinian Liberation Organization, which is globally recognized as the sole and legitimate representative of the Palestinian people. And Hezbollah is undermining the government of Lebanon, which is elected, a parliament that's elected every 4 years, a cabinet that's elected, a president that was elected 8 months ago. And again, under the banner of fighting Israel or imperialism or America or God knows who, these militias undermine the rule of law and jeopardize the safety of people and do not let anyone live or let live. This is the main issue that I have a problem with. Now, is Israel popular or not? Let Israelis worry about that. I don't know how that is part of the problem.
Norman?
I would like to ask this member of the Foundation Defense of Democracies. You seem to be very concerned about the rule of law and democracies. I wonder, sir, what's your opinion of that democracy in Egypt? Can you say a few words about that democracy in Jordan?
Okay. Norman, I'm going to pause you there. We're going to turn it back to our topic at hand. Jamal, I want to ask you, we're talking about international...
That is your topic.
It's not really...
That is your topic.
We're not debating democracies in other countries. We're specifically debating this issue. So, Jamal, let me ask you, with regards to these international movements about Israel, let me ask you, do you think the protests we saw over these previous 2 years, Jamal, do you think they've been impactful, or do you think they've been purely superficial? Do you think they've had any hand in bringing us to the day we are at today?
I think they have been impactful. I think they are necessary, and I think they have no reason to stop. I think they must go on to pressure the decision makers in the entire world. I myself participated in a lot of these peaceful marches in Europe, and they created awareness worldwide. And as I said before, It takes more than bullets and airstrikes to commit a genocide. Even the siege is a genocide. Even placing the Palestinian people under an eternal occupation is a form of genocide. So all these people who sympathize with Palestine, they should please carry on with their work of these peaceful demonstrations everywhere they can go. There's a topic we have to talk about. As Hussein said, we must draw a line between Muslims and Islamists. These fanatic movements, some of them were mentioned, some weren't. They don't represent Islam. To them, I'm an unbeliever. To them, we are seculars who do not deserve the same right or even to be alive. That's our issue with people like Hamas, Mr. Finkelstein. It's not the fact that they resist the Israeli occupation, as we all did at some stage, with so different forms and ways that were available to us according to the international law. Our disagreement with them doesn't have to do with Israel. It's a social, ideologic disagreement because they want to Islamize even Muslim societies. They're like a malignant part of the Islamic world, and they have been supported, guess by whom? Sometimes by the Israeli government. Do you recall the quotation of Mr. Smotrich, who said the Palestinian Authority is a threat to Israel, whereas Hamas is an opportunity? Mr. Netanyahu said when he was asked, why on earth do you give money to Hamas? He said anyone who is not interested in creating a Palestinian state should support Hamas. I think you heard that.
Norman, do you want to respond to that?
Speaking of things I've heard, I've still not heard you respond to the question of whether your president, Mr. Abbas, the past 2 years has been blaming everything on Hamas for what happened during the past 2 years. I've not heard you respond to that. Well, I've listened to the statements.
Do you want to give me the chance to respond now? You. If you wish, I would.
Yes.
If you want, I could respond to this. To us, as a national movement working for creating a Palestinian state, at this critical time in this world, which is dangerous, it is very important to distance ourselves from what Hamas did on October 7th. I say this as a spokesman of a movement who had struggled against the Israeli occupation in so many ways. And at the end, we came to believe that creating a Palestinian state on the side of Israel, instead of creating a Palestinian state instead of Israel, as Hamas tries to make us believe it wants to do, is the right way. The right way is creating peace, creating a Palestinian state. This is what we want. Mr. Abbas hasn't blamed Hamas for everything. He has condemned Israel for what it did. But he has every right, being a representative of the Palestinian people, to distance himself from Hamas, which is becoming the pariah of the world, much as Israel itself is, for the terrible crimes Israel is doing. So sometimes you have...
Sir, with all due respect, you have a paycheck to earn. So I understand what you're saying. However,
I don't think it's useful to insult people you're talking to. I could do the same to you, but I really wouldn't.
Okay, allow me to finish.
I'm capable of. Trust me.
Allow me to finish. According to all the public opinion polls in the West Bank, about 25% of the Palestinian people support Abbas.
Which are financed by the United States.
25%. Now, if you look at the number of people employed by the Palestinian Authority, it comes to about 25%. So the only people in what you said Abbas represents the Palestinian people. No, he doesn't. When was the last election in the West Bank? Can you tell the audience?
Have you? This is the same words
you said.
Uttered by
when was the
last?
When was the last election?
The representative of the state
when
of
was
Israel
the last
said
election?
exactly these words at the Assembly of the United Nations, inciting against the Palestinian Authority. So he is happy to hear you discrediting and
You said
delegitimizing
he
the Palestinian
represents
Authority.
the
This is what Danny
Palestinian
Danon has said.
You said he represents. You said he represents
Of course
the
he does.
Palestinian people. When was
course
the
he
last
does.
election? When was the last election?
Well, we tried to hold elections in 2021, and they
When
were blocked
was the
by Israel
last
because they
election?
blocked us.
Please answer the question.
Jerusalem. So
when
we
was
had
the
the
last
choice.
election?
Either we hold elections without
I
Jerusalem,
didn't ask you
or
that.
we hold elections.
Yeah, I'm just asking you a simple, factual question. When
We're
was
not
the last
in the
election?
classroom, Mr. Finkelstein.
All right. All right, we're going to
Maybe
leave
the
this here.
answer
This
should
is a
be-
debate. We might move this on because we're very shortly going to run out of time. So I'm going to...
Just quickly, this argument
ahead.
cuts both ways. Quickly, the PA didn't hold elections in the West Bank. Hamas has been ruling Gaza since 2007. It didn't hold elections in Gaza either. So this is not really a game of who was elected and who was not. The last time everyone was elected,
But we did
was the
hold
last time
elections.
everyone was elected.
One of the biggest criticisms, though, that we've heard recently was that recognition of a Palestinian state was a reward for Hamas. So, by extension, then, is normalisation with Israel a reward for Netanyahu? In an interview with an American network, the Prime Minister said he now has an opportunity to make peace with many, many more countries, he said, and that it would be the greatest gift he can bring the people of Israel, the region, and the world. Hussein, is normalisation a reward for Netanyahu?
I think it's a reward for everyone. I have a view about peace that I understand is unorthodox and not that common. But I think that everyone can sign peace and then disagree and get to a settlement about disagreements. There are dozens of disagreements around the world between different nations, and they don't really fight wars for them. Some states even have diplomatic ties, but they can sort their disagreements yet. So to my mind, I think, if we get all of these parties, whether the Palestinians and the Israelis or other Arab countries and Israelis, to sign peace first, not treat peace as a reward at the end of the process. Just sign peace, and then after we do that, because peace tends to build trust between the players and the actors. And once that's done, you can say, listen, this should be under our government. That part you can take under your government. I think this would have been a much more effective way than doing it in such a way that we put peace at the very end and we say we have to check all these boxes that, so-and-so will have to stop shooting, so-and-so will have to stop doing that. So, and until you get to the end of the box, honestly, have seemed impossible since 1993. Until we get to the end of these boxes, there's no way you can get to peace. So to my mind, if we reverse this and we start with peace, and from then on we go to sorting out who gets what. Listen, I'm not underestimating the conflict between the Palestinians and Israelis. The French and the Germans fought hundreds of years of wars, and now if you drive between the two countries, you can't even find the border between them. So peace is doable, but it just needs some goodwill. And it needs both sides to be at peace with the idea first before they start becoming at peace with one another. But that's my view, and I understand it's uncommon and unorthodox at this point.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Jamal, is normalisation a reward for Netanyahu after what we've seen in these past 2 years?
Yes. I think Netanyahu doesn't deserve any peace deal with any Arab countries right now, unless Israel recognizes Palestine, and not only recognizes Palestine, but ends its illegal occupation to Palestine. Only then can we really talk about the Arab Peace Initiative, which requires from Israel a complete withdrawal from all Arab lands that it occupied in 1967. Only then does Israel deserve normalization with the Arab world, not because this is a just solution, but because it's a practicable solution, if I may say so. But what's the alternative? What's the alternative? Is it the military option? If the military option was a viable one, then let me ask the question, why has Israel been fighting between 1948 and 2025? Because the military option is a non-starter. It didn't help Israel. When I saw the Iranian missiles raining on Israel, I asked myself, Why do they force themselves to live this way? So I don't believe that Israel in the current composition and after all this genocide deserves any peace treaties with anyone unless it recognizes the right of Palestinian people to self-determination. But when it comes to the point that it's a classical Zionist talking points, they say recognizing Palestine is a reward to Hamas. That's ironic because Hamas has dedicated its entire political life to destroying every probability of creating a Palestinian state. In fact, it calls us traitors because we call for the creation of a Palestinian state within the borders of 1967, saying that we renounced the rest of Palestine, which is 78% of the land of Palestine. That's why they disagreed with the idea and the notion of creating a Palestinian state. That's why I believe it's not a reward to Hamas, it's a punishment to Hamas, because they know in a democratic, strong Palestinian states, a political movement like Hamas has no place. They know this.
Mm-hmm.
And
Norman,
we know it too.
Is normalization a reward for Israel? Is it even something that Netanyahu should be thinking about at this point in time? Surely he's got more important, closer issues at home that he needs to get in order first?
By October 6th, 2023, the only talk in town was whether or not the Saudis were going to join the Abraham Accord. At that point, when it looked like the people of Gaza would be left to languish and die in that concentration camp, they launched the attack. Once the attack was launched and Israel retaliated with its genocide in Gaza, every Arab state colluded with the U.S. and Israel in order to see that the people of Gaza were crushed by the Israeli genocide. With the honorable exception of the Houthis, and at a lower level, the Hezbollah, every other leadership in the Arab world left Israel a free hand to murder the people of Gaza. In fact, it was South Africa, not an Arab state. It was South Africa that went to the ICJ to stop the genocide in Gaza.
All Arab states have supported South Africa doing it.
Every Arab state was happy to see Gaza pulverized so that they can re-enter that normalization that was going to occur before October 7th.
Jamal, what do you think about that? Because we haven't seen any countries normalize since then.
This is really counterproductive. We are totally appreciative of the role of Saudi Arabia, which has masterminded the peace conference in New York alongside with France. They have brought international recognition to the state of Palestine by major states who had their say in creating Israel, like Great Britain, France, and other states, Canada, Australia. This is very important, and this wouldn't have taken place without the support of Saudi Arabia, who is the biggest donator of the aid entering Gaza. The same goes for Egypt, UAE, and all other countries. I have never seen in my entire life the Arab states as united as they are now. And without Saudi Arabia, Israel would have an easy ride in the entire region. But the Saudis said, without a Palestinian state, there will be no normalization. This is their position even before October 7th. Mm-hmm. And I believe if that normalization succeeded, had taken place before October 7th, with the Palestinian independence as a major component of a Saudi-Israeli peace, 70,000 people would be alive today. Mm-hmm. But they're dead, gone forever.
We're almost out of time. We've only got about 1 minute left. Hussein, I'll give you a chance to make your final point, and then we'll wrap it up.
No, listen, I think, again, it's really interesting that someone in New York is just bashing all Arab governments and almost all Arab people, and just saying the two parties that count are the two violent non-state actors, the Houthis and Hezbollah. And, you know, as someone who grew up with Hezbollah, this offends me. But anyway, I'm not the point, and Hezbollah is not the point. I'm happy that the war is over. And I want phase 2 to happen. Unfortunately, I don't feel or think it's going to happen. I want it to happen. I want Hamas disarmed. I want a new Palestinian Authority to get back Gaza, maybe build a government and just replicate the experiment everywhere else, or in the West Bank. So things can happen, but we really have to step back from the language of war and of accusing everybody else of treason and, you know, using ad hominem against people we disagree with.
Gentlemen, we'll have to leave it there. We appreciate all your opinions and your diverse points of view here on Counterpoints. Norman Finkelstein, political scientist and author of the new book Gaza's Gravediggers, an inquiry into corruption in high places. Dr. Jamal Nazal, spokesperson for the Palestinian political party Fatah, and Hussein Abdul Hussein, research fellow at the Foundation for Defence of Democracies. Thanks for being with us. And thank you to you for tuning in to this episode of Counterpoints. To keep up to date with our latest debates and interviews, be sure to subscribe to Al Arabiya English on YouTube. And don't forget, follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Mr. Casper, thank you very much for this interview. The rising global debt is causing many to sound the alarm about a possible crisis looming. The US is no exception, and just a few days ago, billionaire Ray Dalio warned that the situation in the US right now when it comes to public debt is casting a very similar shadow to that pre-World War II. How worried are you?
Thanks very much for a very complete question that allows me to give you an overview of our views about public finance, public debt, and public debt risks at this point in the world economy. One of our headline messages for the annual meetings is that debt is high, and at this point in time, global public debt is rising fast and is projected to go above 100% of global GDP by 2029. Risks are also on the upside, which means that it's more likely that debt will grow even faster than it is that it will slow down. Part of the reason for this development is that we have changed the macroeconomic environment quite severely some years ago when interest rates start rising. For a long period of time, debt was rising, but interest rates were coming down so that the burden on budgets was more or less steady. But since 2021, interest rates have increased, and from 2023, public debt also turned up. So we have this coincidence of public debt rising, interest rates rising, the burden of interest payments on budget is increasing as well. In the world, round numbers, rough numbers, in 2020, the interest bill on budget was about 2% of GDP, and now it's approaching 3% of GDP. It's a very large pressure. Now, if you look at financial markets right now, you see that assets have their valuation stretched. You have a situation where spreads are narrow, credit risk spreads are narrow. In such a situation, financial risks can materialize. And in a situation where governments are in a vulnerable position, one of the scenarios that we worry most about is one in which there is a fiscal, financial, adverse feedback loop. And we have shown some years ago that when countries have fiscal space, they can manage a financial crisis to minimize impacts on employment and economic activity and make sure that the recovery comes fast. Countries that are constrained, that don't have fiscal space, that don't have fiscal buffers, on the contrary, have to suffer, have to endure falls in employment and economic activity that are much more pronounced, and a recovery that takes much longer to come.
How problematic for you is the global push into spending more on military?
So we use a frame to look at the political pressures on the budget right now, and we call it a fiscal policy trilemma. Part of the trilemma has to do with spending pressures. The spending pressures at this point in time come first from the increase in interest burdens on budget that I've already referred to, and then you have other pressures that are different across countries in the world. For many countries in the world, population aging, having to do with spending on pensions and health, is a pressure. For others is priorities that are put on security and defense, like in your example. Still for others, it has to do with spending which is necessary to promote growth and development. For others, it is competitiveness. But in any case, most countries around the world are facing spending pressures of different natures. At the same time, countries face resistance to increases in taxation, to new taxes. If you have a situation like the one I described, where you have relatively high debt, relatively high deficits, if you have pressures on spending and you cannot increase taxation, you will have a perpetuation of deficits that push public debt up, and that threatens fiscal sustainability and financial stability. That's the trilemma. How do you get around the trilemma? You have already hinted at one very important element, which is growth. Right? So if one can deploy fiscal policy as structural policy with other structural policies to promote growth, one eases the trilemma, because growth endogenously generates additional revenues which create fiscal space. The fiscal monitor looks at public spending composition and public spending efficiency, and shows how these two dimensions are very important for the growth performance of countries. But more generally, it's very important to invest, so to speak, in public trust, because public trust allows countries to have a very good social and political cohesion, that allows them to respond rapidly to changing circumstances, and that's part of a resilient economy, it's part of a resilient society.
Let me ask you about pension funds in the developed countries where we are witnessing an aging population and an increased attack on immigration systems. How does that change the pension landscape in developed countries?
So 6 months ago in April, we looked at the political economy of pension reform in the Fiscal Monitor, and we identified that very transparent communication, explanation of the financial constraints associated with Social Security systems, and a consultation with the most relevant stakeholders was extremely important to build a consensus around the process of reform of Social Security. This very morning, I participated in a panel, I moderated a panel on pension reform, and in that context, the panelists were very much emphasizing that the political elements of the process of reform are crucial, and they were arguing that the reform of the pension system should be thought through in terms of a social contract one generation to the next, and should be put in the context, in the broad context of economic and financial development. For example, when one makes a transition to a fully funded defined contribution system, one can mobilize the savings that are accumulated in the system to foster capital market development, and so the financing of, say, innovation, as you were emphasizing a moment ago. At the same time, you do have cases around the world where difficult reforms were passed that create much stronger resilience in the system. For example, Sweden and Japan have indexed the age of retirement to life expectancy in quite a mechanical way, and that does help the system to become self-sustained in a prudent way.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.